This is Pirate, Book 6 in the Ruthless Kings MC series, written by 𝐂𝐮𝐨𝐤𝐬, narrated by Rachel Fulganetti and Tortom. Prologue. Patrick, 13 years old. I hear a lot of terrible stories at school about kids who get hurt by their parents, their personal brand of monster. Teachers whisper about the children, too. It's always, how did the parents not know their uncle was abusing their child? And it's usually always a family member. Well, it isn't this time. The monster who took me and my little sister off the street walking home from school is a stranger to me. I've never seen him before in my life. He's older, middle-aged, big guy, and he throws one hell of a punch. I groan, lifting my hand to my head and flip over onto my back, blinking away the blur. It's dark, damp, and there's water dripping in the background. I push myself up into a sitting position and rub my eyes. My head is throbbing where that damn guy hit me. Where the fuck? My voice cracks as I look around, confused and scared when I see that I'm in a chamber of some sort. The bars remind me of the dungeons in the video games I play. You said a bad word, Baba. The high-pitched sound of my sister's voice has me snapping into Big Brother mode. Macy? I grab onto the iron bars and pull myself into a standing position to see my 7-year-old sister in the cell across from me. Macy, are you hurt? Are you okay? I can hardly see her. Her curly blonde hair is out of its braids, and her pink dress is filthy, but I can't see her face. God, don't let her be hurt. I'll never forgive myself. I'm supposed to take care of Macy. I have to protect her. I let that guy take us. I didn't mean for it to happen. We were just walking and he came out of nowhere. I didn't have time to react. I'm okay, she says in her tiny voice. Are you okay? Her tone increases, and I know she's on the verge of tears. Oh, that's good, Macy. I'm so glad that you're okay. The man is bad. Don't talk to him, understand me? Don't talk to him. I'm scared, Baba. Everything will be okay, Macy. Why did he take us? I'm always a good girl, Baba. I lean my head against the metal and do my best not to lose it. She's so little. She doesn't understand shit like this yet. She believes in Santa and unicorns. She thinks if she doesn't eat her veggies, the evil veggie man will come and take her away. My eyes burn and I squeeze the bars in my hand so hard I feel the edges of the metal break my skin. I don't know, Macy. I don't know why he took us. This man can't be trusted. He takes kids like us because he likes it. Did he hurt you when he took us, Macy? I need you to be honest with me. No. He gave me a sucker while you slept. Don't ever take anything from him again. I roar and push my face between the gaps of the cell. Do you understand, Macy? He isn't good. You can't trust anything he gives you. I won't anymore. I promise, she says. You're scaring me, Bubba. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. The small edge of the control she has snaps and she starts to wail. I know. I'm going to get us out of here, okay? I'm going to get us out. I sniffle and wipe my nose on my shirt sleeve. I love you, Macy. You gotta stay strong for me, okay? I can't do it without you. You're the muscle, remember? I need you to be brave. You can count on me, Bubba. I know I can. I hiccup. I don't have the heart to tell her I have no idea how to get us out. The room is small, split in half by these cages. The bars look like they are driven into the ground, and the wall behind me is made of stone. I won't let that stop me. I'm getting my sister out of here. I don't care about me. Macy is who matters. I pat and rub the stone, checking for any that are loose. When that fails, I try the bars again, pulling and pushing against them to check for any weaknesses. Nothing. Fuck. Baba, you can't say bad words. You're right, Macy. but this situation calls for them. My brows crease when I see something etched in the stone. I get closer, tilt my head, and run my fingers down the lines. Tallies, I say to myself, so Macy doesn't hear me. I follow the marks, counting 5, 10, 15, 40, 60, 100, and they keep going. I continue to trail them, walking along the edge of where the wall meets the dirt, and soon the tallies change from the color white to a patchy red. When they come to an end, something is sticking out of the indent in the wall. I lift my hand and pluck it out, then lift it into the air. I squint my eyes, trying to make out what it is. It's sharp, jagged, dirty, and old. I cock my head and realization dawns on me. I drop it as fast as I can and smash it into the ground. A fingernail. We aren't the first people here. Something tells me we won't be the last. What was that, Bubba? A bug. I lie. Oh, you killed it? She scolds me. I love when she adds an extra ED to words. It's adorable, even if it is wrong. I never have the heart to correct her. I'm cut off by the jingle of the door handle. Get back, Macy. Get back. Huddle in the corner. I know that won't help, but I don't even want this guy to see her when he walks in the room. The first face he will see is mine. The door swings open and metal smashes against the stone. Dust flies in the air. The guy is standing in the middle of the doorway, unmoving. What do you want? I ask him. What the hell do you want with me and my sister? I shout, but he doesn't look my way. His focus is on Macy. I follow his line of sight and jerk my head to him again. You won't touch her, you son of a bitch! Take me instead! Leave her alone! My scream echoes off the dungeon walls, but he still doesn't look at me. You sick fuck! Look at me! Look at me! I'm who you want. Take me! Do whatever you want to me. Leave her alone. She's little. She's so damn little. Don't hurt her. I plead with the monster. I don't know what else to do. He's silent. Fucking look at me! I yell until spit flies from my mouth. Macy is crying in the background, and when he finally gives me his attention, his cold glare almost has me taking a step back. Almost. I won't back down. He reaches behind his back and grabs a Barbie doll from his pocket as he takes 2 steps in front of Macy's cell and kneels. The stranger doesn't say anything as he inserts the Barbie through the gap, and Macy comes out of her corner. Is that for me? She asks him, and he nods eagerly, his filthy hair hanging like strings in his face. Macy, don't! I warn her. Don't take anything from him, remember? But she doesn't listen. It's a damn Barbie doll. Of course she wants it. She curls her small fingers around the doll and takes it from him. He uses the opportunity to wrap his hand around her wrist and tug her until she's flush with the bars. Bubba! She cries out for me and tries to yank her hand away, but the guy seems to hold on tighter. Let her go, you sick bastard! Let her go! Take me! I grunt as I try to pull the bars from the ground or bend them in half by some damn miracle, but they don't budge. Pretty, the man finally says, and brings his other hand through the hole of the cage and touches her face. Don't you dare! I lift my leg and kick the metal blocking me from saving Macy. I punch, too, slamming my fist against the bars. They don't even shake, but my bones do. I feel the force of every hit through my entire body. I'll kill you if you touch her. I'll kill you. He ignores me, which only pisses me off further. I run my hands through my hair and yank on the strands from stress. I don't know what to do. I can't get to her. Macy, don't talk to him, okay? A last-ditch effort to try to help. No matter what I do, Macy is in danger. What else can I do? The stranger finally lets her go and gets to his feet, stomping his big body closer to me. His face catches the light coming through the door, and when he's close enough to the bars, the smell of beer smacks me in the face. I only know what it smells like because my dad drinks it. The man has shiny cheeks, dirty with oil, and his teeth are yellow. He sneers, licking the front of his teeth with his tongue. "What do you want?" I ask, a bit more pathetic and weaker than I'd like to sound. I'm scared. He cocks his head and narrows his brown eyes as he looks me up and down. Right as I take a step away, he snakes his hand through the bars and wraps it around my throat. He squeezes. Hard. I can't breathe. He lifts me off my feet, and I claw at the tops of his hands, digging my nails in his skin. I choke and gasp. My face heats from the blood in my head, and I try to knock his hands away. I can't. "Har," he finally answers, and jerks his arm toward himself. My head smacks against the iron, keeping me away from Macy. He lets me go, and I crumple to the ground. It's hard to breathe. My vision swims. Everything is blurry. I turn to my side to see him open the cell to get Macy. "Macy," I slur and try to crawl to her, but I can't bend my fingers. It's too hard to stay conscious. "Baba!" Her murderous scream pierces my heart. I try again to move, but darkness is creeping around the corner of my eyes. "Baba! Baba!" I roll to my side and groan, and lift my head as he drags Macy out of her cell. "Leave her alone." My words come out broken and slow. It's a whisper. I still can't manage to get air after he choked me. The spot on my forehead that hit the metal bars is bleeding, and I'm starting to feel sick. "Macy." I manage to say her name and claw my fingers in the dirt to drag myself an inch closer to the gate. "Baba! Help me, Baba!" She screams as he slaps her across the face. "Take me!" I cry to him, tears running down my face as he blatantly ignores me. I squeeze my eyes shut when I hear a tearing of clothes. "Baba! Patrick!" Her small voice is calling for me as the stranger hurts her. Clarity forms. Adrenaline replaces the threat of unconsciousness, and now I'm wide awake. "God, leave her alone! Please, leave her alone! Take me! Kill me! Leave her be!" I sob and press my hands against my eyes as I hear the horrible things he is doing to her. "Please stop! I'll do anything!" My palms bleed as I hold onto the metal for dear life to try to hoist myself up. "You sick fuck! I'm offering myself! Let her go!" "Baba, why won't you help me?" I open my eyes to see her fighting him, clawing his face, slapping his chest. But I know in my heart it's pointless. Silence. Nothing. It's too quiet. "Macy?" I roar until my voice breaks. "Macy, answer me! Macy!" The gate of her cell swings open and the man has her thrown over his shoulder. "What did you do to my sister? I'm going to fucking kill you when I get out of here. I'm going to kill you." Instead of answering me, he tosses her body in front of me and walks out the door. When I realize what he has done, I fall to the side and throw up. "Macy," I sob, clutching my stomach. "I'm so sorry I couldn't stop him. I'm so sorry." My vision is a blur from tears. I blink them away and hurry over to her and reach my hand through the metal bars and shake her body. "Come on. Wake up, Macy. I can't do this without you. Wake up." I beg her, but the deepest part of me knows she is never going to wake up again. Her eyes are open, staring into dead space. Her neck is bent in a weird position, and her bright blue eyes are gone. Only black remains. "Please." I shake her one last time and then fall to the floor, pounding the ground with my fists. This can't be happening. My sister could not have died this way. She's too young. I need her. She's my best friend. Please wake up. I don't know if it's her or me I'm speaking to. Maybe I'm having a nightmare from watching one too many scary movies. That has to be it. This is just a bad dream. But when I hear his footsteps come back and see a shovel in his hand as he enters the room, I know the only nightmare here is him. This is reality. My reality. My sister is dead, and he... I can't even think it. I gag and puke again, but nothing comes out. It's just spit and stomach bile, leaving a sour taste in my mouth. If he thinks I'm going to sit here and wait for him to decide what to do with me, he has another thing coming. I'm going to get out of here. I'm taking my sister's body with me, because she deserves more than being buried in a damn torture chamber. I'm going to lock this guy in his own dungeon. Death is too easy of an escape for him. He deserves a life of torment for what he did to Macy. Macy. I hold back another sob. I'll never see her laugh again. Her little hand will never hold mine as I walk her to and from school. She'll never look at me like I'm her hero. I felt that way for a long time, but not today. I'm no hero, especially to her. I couldn't save her. Heroes save everyone, and people who are weak fail. That's what I am. I'm a failure. So instead of laying here and shutting up, giving a shit about my life, I taunt him. You've had your fill? Don't you want me? Come on, you sick, twisted, ugly bastard. You still have a body here. What? Am I not young enough? I stand on shaky legs and sway. Blood from my forehead blinds me, and I wipe the wetness away from my eyes. You took me for a reason. What was it? He sticks the shovel into the dirt, breaking the surface, and the sound makes me wonder how many bodies are buried here. I look down and see my feet. How many am I standing on? I'll be willing, I say, and that makes him stop digging. And if you don't like willing, I'll fight. You'll never have to hurt another person again. You can keep me around. I swallow. My nerves are getting the best of me, but I have to try. Macy deserves the effort. I have to bring her home where she belongs. I rub my shirt sleeve over my cheek to dry the tears. I don't want him to see that I'm scared. He leans the shovel against the wall and I make a mental note. All I have to do is get the shovel. If I can get that, I can get us out of here. Do you not speak? I ask him, waiting for a reply, but he answers by staying quiet and staring at me. That's all right. We can learn to talk. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a set of keys, then inserts it into the lock. The door swings open and he crooks his finger for me to come closer. I push aside my fear and glance at Macy's body. She needs me to do this. I follow his order and close the space between us. What? I question, and make the mistake of inhaling, because his body odor almost has me dry heaving again. His hands slap on my shoulders and he shoves me to my knees. If this guy thinks I'm going to, he's in for a surprise. You stupid wishful fuck, I say, right as I slam my fist between his legs. He grunts as he doubles over and cups himself. I rear my knee next and slam it between his legs so hard I hear a crack. I don't know if it's my bone or his hand that breaks, but I don't care either way. I swing my fist through the air, through tear-filled eyes, and hit him as hard as I can across his face. I dodge right and run for the shovel, gripping the handle with every ounce of strength I have. I swing and slam it against the guy's head, and he falls face first onto the ground. Rage, sadness, and guilt have me whirling the shovel again. I bear down on the handle, and the metal tip chops through each wrist. It takes a few tries. Crunches of bones break, blood flows and sprays. I'm exhausted. I'm running out of steam. My head is still bleeding. He doesn't deserve to touch anything again. I want to make sure he will never be able to grab or hurt another child. When I'm satisfied and gagging from the amount of blood clumping the dirt, I toss the shovel behind me and run to grab the keys from the puddle of blood surrounding my sister's killer. My arms are like jello. I'll never be weak again. It's a promise, to Macy and to me. I hurry out of the cell, close the gate, and lock it. You'll never get out of here. I hope you die. I shove the key into my pocket and wipe his blood off my fingers by rubbing them against my jeans. Macy! I yell her name as I run and drop to my knees. My chin wobbles as my emotion breaks free. No, please, Macy! I turn her head to me and push her hair out of her face. She died. Scared, abused, tortured. And I failed her. I'm so sorry, Macy. I love you. I love you so much. I cradle her against me and hold her for a minute. I run my fingers through her hair, squeezing my eyes when I remember when she bounced up to me last night. She held a brush in her hand and asked me to comb her wet hair. Most brothers would have told her to get lost, but not me. I loved going to her tea parties, and she'd always dress me up. I wore a crown on my head and glitter on my eyes more times than I can remember. She loved putting makeup on me. I let her. I didn't care. I liked seeing her happy. I love you, I love you, I love you, I chanted. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. I tried. I swear I tried. Tears fall down my cheeks and I squeeze her tighter. This isn't fair. Why couldn't it have been me? Why? I roar to nothing, to everything, but no one can hear me. I lay her on the ground and my brows pinch when I see she isn't wearing her silver locket. Where did it go? I scurry to her cell, my heart breaking when I notice the scuffle in the dirt, where he took everything from me. I see her locket in the corner and I dive to grab it. The chain is broken where he must have ripped it from her neck. The locket is fine. I stuff it in my pocket and run back to her. I take my shirt off and place it over her body so she's covered. I pick Macy up and get the hell out of there. I shut the door behind us with my foot and climb up the steps and open the door. It leads to a dining room. The man is a hoarder. Newspapers are stacked everywhere. I can hardly see the floor. I can't carry her much longer. I'm too weak. I look around for a phone and see one hanging on the wall. I hope it works. I lay Macy on the floor and inhale, exhausted. I pick up the receiver and feel no relief when I hear a dial tone because the best part of me has died. For Macy, I dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher asks. Me and my sister were kidnapped. I got out. The guy is locked away, but my sister, he killed her. Please, I don't know where we are. We're still in his house. I'll stay on the phone with you until help arrives. Are you sure your sister is dead? I bite my lip into my mouth and look down at her lifeless body, still and unmoving. I drop the phone and the black twirling cord causes it to sway. I slide down the wall, crying as the dispatcher mumbles from the receiver. She's dead. I'm sure of it, I say, laying my chin on top of her head. How is it possible she still smells like bubblegum, the scent of her favorite shampoo? I don't know how many minutes or hours go by. I don't care. I hear the sirens get closer, and I think about all the things I used to be afraid of. They are all fake because I know who the real enemy is, and they don't only live in the dark. They live in the light, too. Monsters aren't these imaginary things horror movies portray. The real villains, the real boogeymen, they are people. Chapter 1. Pirate. Day 2 in rehab. Present day. I can't stop shivering. My fucking MC, my damn brothers, tossed me in this rehab center because they were worried for me. I never felt so betrayed in my damn life. Fuck them. Who needs them? Not me. I don't need anyone. It's been too long since I've had my last drink. I need it. My body aches for it. The bed is drenched in sweat, and the simple sweatpants and t-shirt I'm wearing are sticking to my skin. I roll to my side and toss more damn cookies. My abs are sore from all the throwing up I've been doing. I wouldn't be throwing up if I had some goddamn rum. I'll take anything at this point. They might have rubbing alcohol in this place. If I could just move, but I can't. I'm strapped down so I don't injure anyone. I remember that. I punched a guy right in the face when he stuck a needle in my arm to give me fluids. Only fluid I need is the kind that burns my fucking throat. It's going to feel so good. I can't wait to get out of here and get back at it. Alcohol is the only thing that numbs the pain. Nothing feels as good as the heat in my stomach and a heavy bottle in hand. When I get out of here, I'm done with the MC. I can't believe they would turn their backs on me like this. Baba? I hear my sister's voice calling out for me. It's the first time I've heard it in 18 years. Baba, help me. Why aren't you helping me? My teeth chatter as I turn my head left and right. I'm freezing. Why the hell is it so cold? You're going to be okay, Patrick. I know it's hard, and the journey might be long, but everything will be okay. Some lady covers me with a blanket and runs her hand through my wet hair. Baba? Why is my sister here? How is she here? I thrash against the restraints, and the woman's hands press against my shoulders. No one is here. It's just you and me, Patrick. You're going through alcohol withdrawal. What you're seeing isn't real. She croons at me as if I'm a baby. Baba? My eyes dart to the corner of the room and I see her, vividly. Her braids are perfect. Her blonde hair is shining and her pink dress isn't dirty or torn. She looks like she did when we left for school that morning. Macy. She's so real. She's here. Macy, I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry. Who is Macy? The lady who is rubbing a cloth over my head asks. He's having hallucinations, she tells the man standing next to her. All these alcoholics are the same. I don't feel bad for them. They do this to themselves. I'm glad there's nothing we can do until the detox is over. He deserves the agony for doing this to himself. Mr. London. The woman's voice is brash, but I don't care about her. My focus is still on Macy. I don't care what the guy says about me either. He's right. I did do this to myself. I deserve every ounce of torture my mind portrays. You have no idea what this man has been through. If you cannot show some compassion, you need to leave. Ah, the old hag gives a shit. I don't. He doesn't give staying a second thought. He turns on his heel and marches right out the door, passing Macy. How does he not notice her? She's right there. Macy, I croak, watching her come closer. Her glittery pink shoes match her dress. She was always determined to have her outfits match. Macy, you're here. A tear rolls out of the corner of my eye, pathetic and weak, just like I was all those years ago. You left me, Baba. You let the bad man get me. Her flawless appearance morphs into filth. My eyes round from the sudden change in her appearance. I'm going to get us out, Macy. I'm going to get us out. You have to trust me. You lied to me. You didn't save me. It hurts. He hurt me everywhere. Macy vanishes, then reappears in front of me, and her face is dirty. Her cheek is bruised. There's a handprint around her throat, and her dress is torn. Macy, I didn't mean to. I didn't. I tried. Macy isn't here, Patrick. It's just you and me. Hey, look at me. A cold hand gently turns my chin to the left. I'm no longer looking at Macy, but into light green eyes. They crinkle around the edges from her wrinkles as she frowns at me. It's just me and you, Patrick. Do you know where you are? You're at a rehab facility. Right now, the Macy you are seeing isn't real. A figment of your imagination is playing tricks on you. It's not a trick. Macy is here, and the guilt is consuming me. Usually I have a drink to help numb the agony, but there are no drinks here. I have to feel the immensity of what happened all those years ago, and I can't. I'm not strong enough to get through the memories without alcohol. She's here. She hates me. I drift my eyes to the right of the silver-haired woman trying to help me to where Macy stands. She's right next to you. Her eyes are clouded over with death, but that doesn't stop Macy from staring at me. "You let the bad man get me," she repeats. "I didn't." I yank against the restraints, and the leather straps pinch my skin and rip my arm hair. I didn't mean to. I tried to have him take me. "Take you? Who, dear?" The old woman tries to interrupt me again. "Patrick, no one is here but you and me, okay?" This woman has the patience of a saint since she keeps repeating herself. She lays a cold rag against my forehead. The wet cloth feels so good against my sweaty skin, but I'm still shivering. This process doesn't make sense. If the lady taking care of me would let me have one more drink, the pain would go away. I lift my body off the bed and get my face as close as possible to the nurse. "Please, one drink, just one. One drink to make her go away." I squeeze my eyes shut, and my mouth waters from the prospect of getting to taste rum or vodka. Rum is my go-to. "I can't do that, Patrick. You're going to feel better in a few days, okay? I know life is hard now, but it won't always be." She pushes my hair out of my face, then changes my IV bag with fresh fluids. My eyes fall from her to Macy, and Macy screams when someone pushes her onto the floor. It's the man. That's impossible. He's in prison for the rest of his life. It's physically impossible for him to be here. "Leave her alone!" I shout, and the memory of hearing her get abused plays on repeat. She screams the exact same way. "I can't take it anymore!" I sob, and then flinch when I hear a tear of clothes. It's the tear of clothes that haunts me the most because I know what happened after that. "Bubba!" She cries for me. I turn my head and stare at her reaching out for me just as the man snaps her neck. "Macy!" I scream. "Macy, oh God, just kill me already. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it." I flail my head back and forth. I need to get out of here. "Bubba, get the bad man. He's hurting me. Why aren't you helping me?" She still speaks to me even though she's dead. Her head is laying unnaturally, and she starts to push herself off the ground. "I got us out. I did. I got us out." I reassure myself and replay that night in my head. I got us out too late, but I did it. "Patrick, it's a hallucination. It isn't real. Know that. Fight this. I know you can. You're better than the alcohol. Don't let it win. It is real," I whisper, as a cold dread floats into my body when my sister's screams die. It's the realest thing I've ever known. I slide my eyes to where Macy is, and this time she's all alone. No one is there. The man is gone. I'm trapped just like I was before. I can't get to her. These straps across my wrists keep me caged. I'm in another dungeon with only one way out. I have to face the monster inside me, but I don't want to. I want to be locked in a cage with nothing but alcohol to lose myself in. I don't deserve an escape. I deserve to die the slowest death. "Your breathing is slowing down. Macy isn't here anymore, is she?" the nurse asks. With hesitation, I glance to the floor, but nothing is there. Macy is gone. I nod. "See? It's all in your head. You poor thing. Mr. London has no soul. I don't know why he is here, but I want you to know I care. You shouldn't. I glance at her name tag as a wave of dizziness hits. Gail, you shouldn't give a fucking shit about me. I turn my head away, and a buildup of pressure in my chest gives me the urge to roar, to let out this horrible weight inside me. I swallow it down. I deserve it. I want the agony to eat me alive. It's my job to care. It's going to be a rough few days before all the alcohol is out of your system. Damn shame. I'm better drunk than I am sober. You need to have faith, Patrick. You have to if you're going to survive this. This withdrawal is no joke. Gail bends over the bed and glares at me, her lips pursed. She looks like she's about to bitch out her grandchild. This can kill you. My faith died a long time ago. What happened to Macy killed me in all the ways that mattered. Good. If this doesn't, the booze will. I inform her with a snort. I'm not worth your effort, Gail. Something shines out of the corner of my eye, and I see Macy's locket laying on the windowsill, sparkling in the light. I force my arms against the restraints again and growl when they don't budge. I need that. I need her locket. Please, I have to have it. I've worn it every day for 18 years. Please. I need it. My body bends off the bed, and my wrists ache as I drain all the strength I have to get free. I need that damn locket. I won't let them keep it. I won't let him keep it. I stop fighting when I see him next to the locket, bending over to pick it up. No, that's mine, you sick fuck. That's mine. The metal straps attached to the bed bend, threatening to break, and hope fuels me. I'm going to get the fucker. Again. This time I'm going to kill him. Patrick, I need you to calm down. There is no locket. I watch as he clips it around his neck and rubs the metal surface with his tainted fingers. Pretty, he says in his unused, graveled voice. She was pretty, he taunts me. She felt good, too. He closes his eyes and inhales, smiling at the memory. I jerk against the bed again to get free, but then he's gone like a puff of smoke vanishing into the air. The room spins and my stomach flips. I launch to the side of the bed just in time to puke again, and Gail jumps out of the way. I groan and flop on my back. Gail wipes my mouth with another damp cloth. I'm dripping with sweat. This is so exhausting. Every inch of me feels like it's been wrung out until there is nothing left. The only thing left is the haunting memory. But it isn't the memory that's killing me. It's the carelessness to keep living. Life is too hard when death seems so easy. When I die, the constant torture will stop. I won't hear her screaming for me every moment my heart beats. Macy's voice is a constant, reverberating in my mind, pleading for me to save her. The effort, the energy, the ability to give a shit, to fight another day is gone. And you know what? It's absolute bullshit. Everyone's horrors are different, and some are more severe than others. 18 years ago, my life changed forever. I witnessed something no one should ever have to hear and see, and I'm still living in that moment. Time may have passed, but I haven't come with it. My feet are glued to the floor in that basement. My mind is locked in the chamber, and I'm staring at Macy, the last time she was alive. And when I manage to open the cell door, I don't take a step out. I keep myself inside. I don't know how to move on when life stopped mattering the moment Macy died. I've yet to find something or someone who matters enough to make me realize this life may be worth living after all, and I won't. If I believe I'm not worth a damn to myself, then I'm not worth a damn to anyone else. Sunnie, stop running down the hall. It's time for your medicine. I twist my head until my cheek is against the pillow and I look out the door. Gail takes out a needle and presses it into the IV. Hurried footsteps pound against the floor and maddening laughter follows. The joyous sound gets closer as I get sleepier. I'm sorry, Patrick. You need to rest. You're endangering yourself. You aren't thinking straight. No one is here. Please, get the locket. I need it. If I can't have booze, I slur when the drugs hit my system. If I can't have booze, I need the locket. I'll see what I can do. I know that tone. It means she probably won't be able to do anything. I close my eyes, but the laughter has me fluttering them open again. A woman runs by my room, and I get a glance at her long blonde hair. She looks over her shoulder and smiles like the devil when she realizes she's causing trouble, something Satan enjoys whisking up. Then she backtracks and steps in the doorway, my doorway. Her chest is heaving from running away from people who are trying to get her to take medicine. When she looks at me, something in my chest loosens. I don't fucking like it. I like being in pain. I need the pain. She cocks her head and steadies me, then looks down the hall to see if her chasers are getting closer. She lifts her hand at me and waves, then dashes off again, right as a hand tries to grab her arm. Sunnie barely manages to escape, but she does, maniacally laughing down the hall. Damn girl. She's always keeping us on our toes. Gail chuckles. Some of those nurses deserve it, but you didn't hear it from me. Maybe Gail isn't that bad. I don't know what running is like, not when I've stayed in one place for so long. But whoever this Sunnie chick is, I hope she runs for the both of us.
Chapter 2. Sunnie. Another 2 days have gone by. The man down the hall won't stop screaming. In a place like this, voices carry in the hollow halls. His pain is terrorizing. I'm surrounded by everyone's agony, but his is different. It's pure anguish. With every shout and plea, he unknowingly stabs me in the chest. I've learned a lot about him over the last few days. His name is Patrick. He's an alcoholic, and right now he is going through the worst of his withdrawal. He's seeing hallucinations of someone named Macy. I don't know who that is, but whatever happened, it couldn't have been good to bring him here. For him to be so addicted to alcohol that his body can't live without it is really goddamn sad. I flip over onto my back and exhale, listening to him scream. Please, I need the locket. Get the locket. Take it from him. I'm not sure who him is that Patrick is referring to, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. The him is the reason why Macy is dead. That much I can gather. I have so many questions for Patrick. Who is Macy? Who is this man he keeps yelling about? What happened? What's the big deal about this locket? And if the man wants the locket, he should have it if it helps with his recovery. When we are admitted into this facility, they take everything off us that we can harm ourselves with. Belts, necklaces, shoelaces, so on and so forth. People find a way to kill themselves during treatment. It doesn't matter if they take away our belongings. If someone wants to die, they find a way. It's as easy as that. About a month ago, someone snapped a coil spring from the bed frame and jabbed it into their throat, right in the jugular. They bled out in a matter of seconds. The regular bed frames are still here too. Obviously, whoever is running this place doesn't give a shit if another person dies from using the coils. How much of this facility is rehab and how much is judgment? I've yet to determine that, and I've been here for a month. The nurses can be nice, the orderlies are asses, and the doctors here, well, some care, most don't. It is a state-run facility, and most of the people who work here believe they are wasting their time because so many of the patients are beyond help. Once the addicts are set free, most of them come back after relapsing. I hate using my resources on patients that clearly don't care and want to die. A quote I heard from Dr. Evan Wills. A true piece of shit. Just kill me already. I don't want to be here. I'm telling you to let me die. Patrick cries from down the hall. I flip to my side and shove my hands under my cheek and listen to his wails. They are so devastating, and everyone around here knows it. Usually, when a new patient arrives, everyone has their own opinions and spouts crude remarks. Not when it comes to Patrick. Most of the people who work here can feel his pain, and the only one who is strong enough to help Patrick is Gail, one of the sweetest nurses of all time. I'm not going to let you die, Gail says undoubtedly, probably patting his forehead with a wet cloth. She loves doing that. She thinks it's the best way for someone to feel they are cared for. She isn't wrong. I got the flu a few weeks ago, and she dabbed my forehead with a cold rag, and I felt so much better. Perhaps it's because she gives a damn about her patients. I can feel that she cares about us. In every move she makes, in every wiggle of a finger when she scolds us, and when she makes us take our medications. She's the only one I never give a hard time to when it comes to taking those damn pills for my anxiety. Everyone else can go fuck themselves. I usually make them run after me. Then they lock me in my room until I take my medication. I always take the pills at the end of the day. I just like to fuck with the nurses who I despise. My anxiety is one of the main reasons I'm here. If I don't take my pills, I'm a walking disaster. Kind of like Patrick, who is currently begging Gail to kill him. I roll out of bed and close the door to shut out Patrick's heart-wrenching calls for help. Not that keeping a barrier between us helps much. The door mutes his screams, but it doesn't abolish them. I lay my hand over my heart and lean against the door instead of laying in my bed. If he thinks it's hard now, wait until the alcohol is out of his system and he faces the 12 steps of recovery for alcoholics. I've been here long enough to know all of them, and some steps I want to give the middle finger to. Luckily, I'm not here for the 12-step program. The ground is cold as I slide down the door. Looking around the room, I know there are worse things in life than getting help. I have a roof over my head, food, and a bed to sleep in. The room itself is small, with light blue walls to keep the patients happy. There's a plant in the corner, a fern, I think. There's a simple dresser in the corner with sweatpants and t-shirts with a laundry bin next to it. A twin-sized bed is against the wall near a window that overlooks the Vegas sky and dry desert. There are bars on the inside to cover the glass so we don't break the window and use the shards as weapons. To me, it's overkill, but to someone who may want to kill themselves, it makes sense. It's a decent precautionary measure. I want there to be more in life than these 4 walls. I want to get better, and maybe I can fall in love and have children. I want to travel, too. Everywhere. Anywhere but here. I want to be more than my father has planned for me. I'm only here because of his political agenda. He can't have a daughter who is addicted to drugs and out in the public eye. He'll use me as a platform to gain the sympathetic votes of drug addicts and families of addicts that can relate to his pain. My father doesn't give a shit about me. If he found out I died, he'd bury me, shed a few tears on camera, and then order his favorite whores for the night, like he always does. Mourn for me? My dad would be relieved if I died. I can't give him the satisfaction. I have to keep trucking, just to piss him off and inconvenience him with my horrible bad habits and annoying personality. His words, not mine. I may not be perfect, but my imperfections make me who I am. I'm a hazard, a reckless chance someone would have to be crazy to take. I know there is a quality inside me that has to be worth something. If there wasn't, I would have been dead a long time ago. The screams finally stop, and the sudden quiet has me standing and opening the door. I peek my head out, look left and right, and then take a step out of my room. It's past hours. I feel so dangerous, breaking the rules. It's thrilling. I roll my eyes at myself. I used to pump heroin in my veins and rob liquor stores, and now the high I get is the one where I am creeping out of my room. I won't get arrested, so the worst thing that can happen can't. Lucky me. I'm going to spy and see who this Patrick guy is. I tiptoe down the hallway and stop at the corner. I flatten my back against the wall and slide my eyes to the right to make sure I'm alone. What's great about after hours is more than half the staff goes home. Gail stays, and Patricia at the front desk answers the phone. She also falls asleep around the same time every night. And if Gail catches me, she tells me to go back to my room. It's our little secret. I still don't want to get caught just in case someone else on the staff is here, like London. I hate him. He gets grabby. I can't count how many times he has touched my ass. No one believes me when I speak out about it either, because I'm not to be trusted, since I'm a drug addict and all. I peer around the corner and jump when I see that creepy clown painting hanging across the hall. I know it's there, and every time it scares the hell out of me. The clown is holding a yellow balloon, has a big red nose, white face, and a creepy smile that makes me shiver. They call the painting uplifting and happy because clowns make people laugh. Clowns give me fucking nightmares. Pushing off the wall, I tiptoe down the hallway, and my slip-on shoes lightly scuff against the floor. A door opens in the distance, and I freeze. Like that will help me become invisible. Gail walks out of Patrick's room with a clipboard in hand, humming to herself, and sets the paperwork on the swamp green countertop of the front desk. "How's he doing today?" Patricia asks. "I think the worst of it is over. Poor thing. I hate it for him. Whatever happened, it wasn't good, Patricia. He hurts my heart." Gail pats her chest and exhales. "Anyway, I'm going to the restroom. Holler if you need me." "I'm going to the vending machines. I'll walk with you." The roll of her computer chair reverberates down the hall, and I hold my breath, hoping they take the hall on the other side of the desk. If they come down this side, I'm screwed. "Oh, get me chips," Gail says with a clap of her hands. Their jabber gets further away, and that's when I tiptoe again, hurrying this time. Before I take a right into his room, I dodge behind the counter. Patricia always keeps her yellow purse hanging on her chair, and she has a romance novel inside of it that I'm almost done reading. She gets to read it at lunchtime, so a quick snatch and grab is always easy. Book in hand, I walk across the hall into Patrick's room and close the door behind me. The air is dense and hard to breathe. The sadness is choking me, like a hand wrapping around my throat. I glance around and see the stool in the corner and push it toward the side of his bed. I set the book in my lap and take a good look at the man I've been wondering about for the last few days. "Hi, Patrick. I'm Sunnie," I introduce myself. He's sleeping, so the greeting goes unheard. I bend over the rail of the bed to get a good look at his face, and my heart stutters. "Wow, you're..." The word handsome doesn't even explain how attractive he is. Even when he's at his worst, he looks better than my best. That's just unfair. He has a few days' worth of scruff, and his brown hair is long and greasy from not being properly washed. He has high cheekbones and a straight Roman nose. There are creases in the middle of his brows, permanent ones, from a constant scowl. There's a tattoo playing peekaboo where the collar of his shirt stretches, showing the golden skin of his shoulder. For a sick guy, you don't look half bad, I say, impressed. I hope you like romance novels, Patrick. It's the best I can do. Everything in the library is a snooze fest, and I had to steal this, so you better fucking like it. I hope when Patrick sees me, it isn't his hand that is wrapped around my throat.
Chapter 3. Pirate. My throat is dry as cotton. My tongue is sticking to the roof of my mouth, and a voice is waking me up from my drug-induced sleep. His finger grazed over her nipple. What the fuck? I think I'm waking up. Maybe I'm still dreaming, and the medication they gave me is causing a sexual fantasy. She gasped from the tender pinch and tossed her head back, crying out his name. Samuel! Oh, Samuel! A snort comes from my right. Please, lady. We all know it isn't that good. A voice as smooth as silk decides to add commentary to whatever the hell she is doing. His cock throbbed under her hand. My eyes flutter open and squint when the harsh light penetrates my daze. I smack my lips together and move my tongue around my mouth to get some spit in the works. I'm really fucking thirsty. Samuel thrusts himself inside Elizabeth's tight heat. I turn my head, not really paying attention to the words being read to me, but I want to know who is here. Her head is angled down as she reads from the novel in her lap. Her blonde hair is as bright as the sun, cascading down her face like a waterfall. This must be Sunnie. If the hair and the name go together, that is. Her orgasm climbed with every hard, "What the fuck are you doing?" I growl. I don't mean to sound so harsh, but my voice is hoarse from all the shouting I've been doing the last few days. I'm so tired, and I hope like hell the hallucinations are over. She screams and slaps the book over her heart. Jesus, warn a girl next time. You can't just come back from the dead like that. I'm not dead. Could have fooled me, she says, lifting a shoulder. Anyway, where was I? Her eyes scan the page, and she smiles when she finds her spot. Ah, here we go. She clears her throat. Her orgasm climbed until she finally fell over the peak and shattered, convulsing on his long, hard member. Sunnie giggles. Member? Who calls it that? This isn't realistic. What the hell are you doing in my room? Who are you? I want to make sure the girl here is Sunnie and not some other crazy chick. I'm going to assume someone has to be crazy to be here. I'm Sunnie. She holds out her hand with another megawatt smile, showing her straight, perfect teeth. Her eyes are the color of sapphires, sparkling like the finest damn gems under this cheap fluorescent light. I stare at her hand and do not shake it in return. Your happiness is giving me a headache. I close my eyes and hope when I open them Sunnie is gone. Nope. That would be the alcohol withdrawal you're going through. Blows, right? You keep making me misplace the spot on the page. No problem. I'll find it in no time. I open one eye and glare at her. Her small, delicate hand is still hovering in the air, waiting for me to introduce myself. Stop with the positivity. Your cheery bullshit. I don't want anything to do with it. Get out and take your sex novel with you. I squeeze my eyes shut and start to shake again. Damn it. When will this process be over? It's been 4 or 5 days, I think. No, I'm going to stay. You look like you need company. I don't need anything, I tell her just as my heart rate speeds up again. No, no, no. I can always tell when a hallucination is about to hit. Gail has finally been able to convince me that what I've been seeing isn't real. I'm better off keeping my eyes shut. Go away, Sunnie. There's a hint of a plea in my voice. I don't want anyone to see me weak and vulnerable, especially a woman like Sunnie. She's beautiful, all sunshine and goddamn blue skies. A smart guy would get lost in her. A dumb guy would only make her clear skies gray, and that's exactly the kind of man I am. He flipped her over. I knocked the book from her hands onto the floor. That was rude, she states on a huff, then tosses her gold strands behind her shoulder and grins at me. Sunnie bends over to pick up the book and dusts the cover off. Get the fuck out. Get out, Sunnie. I don't want you here. I don't even know who you are. Get out. I clutch my chest as tremors work their way through my body. I'll have to start all over now. She flips all the way to page 1. Fucking maddening. I grit my teeth, and right as I'm about to curse her out, Macy appears in the corner. I pinch my eyes closed and shake my head. You aren't real. You aren't real. You aren't real. I repeat like a broken record. Bubba? Please go away. I almost sob, but I hold back. I can't do this for much longer. If I thought I was wrecked before, it's nothing like it is right now. It's like I keep dying, but someone brings me back to life every time. My body is tired, my heart is broken, and my mind is thankful to still be here. My soul is fucking dark, angry, annoyed that I somehow keep getting dragged to the deepest parts of hell, but for some reason Macy won't let me stay there. I'm not going anywhere, Sunnie says as she opens the book. Bubba, you let the bad man get me. It's always the same words coming from Macy. My guilt has manifested into an illusion. It's only guilt. It isn't Macy. Get out, Sunnie. Get the fuck out. I try to yell, but there's no use. My voice is shot. Bubba? Macy is closer now. I jerk away when her hand reaches out and touches my cheek. This is new. I can feel her. I have never been able to feel her before. Macy? My voice breaks, and I forget about being strong in front of Sunnie. She knows I'm a weak man. It's why I'm in this building. If I were strong, if I were better, Sunnie wouldn't know me at all. I've made her life worse just by being here. I miss you, Bubba. A hand slides into mine, and when I gather the courage, I look up to make sure it isn't Macy. I'm not going anywhere, Patrick. Sunnie squeezes my hand and smiles. Is Macy here? I nod. I'm going crazy, Sunnie. She's not here, but I can feel her. She touched my cheek. I'm begging you, please, leave me alone. Hot tears fill my eyes when the memory of what happened plays on a reel in the front of my mind. I wish I could forget, but I don't deserve such a luxury. Bubba, are you replacing me? Who is this? Macy is standing next to Sunnie now, staring at her with angry eyes. I squeeze my eyes shut and take deep breaths. Not real. She isn't real. It's all in your head because you love rum so much. That's all this is. You hate me, Bubba. It's why you let that bad man get me. You wanted me to die. No! I scream and push Sunnie away. She tumbles back and slams against the wall. I never wanted anything to happen to you, Macy. Sunnie runs to the side of the bed. Crazy chick has a glutton for damn punishment, and she grabs a hold of my hand again and lays her palm against my cheek. It's okay, Patrick. I'm not going to leave you alone. You did good trying to fight for Macy. You did good. This time it's me who squeezes her hand so tight I think I'm about to break it. It hits me that I don't want her to let go. I haven't had someone touch me because they care in a long time. I never allowed it. I'm afraid if Sunnie lets go, I'll give up and play into Macy's mirage. I'm afraid if I let go, I won't ever be able to touch Sunnie again. In my weakness of insanity, Sunnie is an anchor. When I gain clarity, it will be me weighing her down. She's the only thing keeping me together right now, and she has no idea how easily I can ruin her and make her crumble. I'm not the glue that holds people together. I'm the force that rips them apart. How can Sunnie not see this? You couldn't save Macy, Patrick. You tried, remember? You keep saying you've tried so hard. I've heard you over the last few days. You don't have to convince yourself. You know. Sunnie presses her forehead against mine, and the unexpected closeness has me inhaling a deep breath. I'm sorry that this happened to you, she says. Her whispered words are a tease against my lips. I don't know everything about your situation, but I'm so sorry. I can hear the emotion in her voice, the little hitch in her throat that says she's about to give up her happiness and cry for me. I'm not worth the energy it takes for her to cry, let alone her actual tears. I blink toward the ceiling and Macy is there, looking down on me. Macy has a shovel in her hand. It should have been you that died. She hits the shovel against the ceiling. Thud, thud, thud. I flinch every time the metal collides with the ceiling. I know. It should have been me, I admit, and Sunnie tightens her hand around mine, shaking her head. You need to be kinder to yourself, she says, and her words caress my mouth in a languid breath. She lifts up and sits on the stool. Her cheeks are flushed with emotion, and her eyes are threatening wells, but she smiles through it. That damn fucking smile. It pisses me off and gives me hope all at the same time. Why aren't you trying to convince me Macy isn't real? I ask through clattering teeth. She opens the romance novel again and puckers her lips as she thinks. Because Macy was real. Your pain is real. Whoever says it isn't, they haven't lived what you have they? Why are you here? Are you asking me or Macy? You, I say. Macy is still in the room, but I find Sunnie's presence is stronger. My focus is on her and not the guilt and the ghosts lingering in the room. Your cries to die resonate with me. I still want to die. You haven't changed that by being here. Macy's ghost disappears, and my mind is alleviated from the pain she brings. I don't know how long the relief will last, but I'm going to relish in it. She doesn't say anything, just hums and flips the page to her damn book. Is Macy still here? I survey the room and find it empty. That's been the shortest hallucination so far, so that has to be a good sign. No, she's gone. Maybe you just needed a friend to take your mind off her. You don't know anything about me or what I need. Sunnie scoffs and grips the bed rails, lowering herself until her nose touches mine and her breasts brush against my chest. I know detox isn't a fun day at the park. It's a roller coaster ride with ups and downs. You puke, you bitch, you complain, you're scared and you're angry. I've been there. I've been where you are. I haven't hallucinated, and I can't imagine what that does to the mind. I might not know a thing about you, but I do know what you need because every person that has to walk through that door needs it. And what's that? I ask, doing my best not to think about how close her mouth is to mine. I might be half out of it and craving rum, but I would have to be a dead man not to notice how beautiful she is. Her lips are red, the color of rose petals mid-bloom. It's been years since I've seen a beautiful flower and appreciated it. I bet if I allow myself to get to know her, she's a botanical garden full of gorgeous blossoms and poisonous plants. The best women are the perfect combination of both. Seductively deadly. You need someone to save you, because you sure as hell can't save yourself, she says, and it's the biggest kick in the balls I've ever received. Sunnie smiles again because she knows she's right. She sits on the stool, legs crossed and book in hand. But it's been too long since I've gotten the last word. I don't want to save myself, Sunnie. No matter the amount of sunshine you want to cast down on me, it isn't enough to erase so many years of being in the dark, so I cough and settle my body in the bed to get comfortable before I drift off to sleep. Why don't you go? Get out of here. I'm not going anywhere, Patrick. God, you're annoying. And you smell. We all have our vices, don't we? I don't smell. When she looks down at the book, I lift my arm and sniff. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's ripe. That's fucking disgusting. Now, where were we before Macy interrupted us? She clicks her tongue. I know no matter what I say, Sunnie isn't going to leave. My right arm twitches when her hand finds mine again. She's warm and comforting, like a day spent outside in the heat. I don't want to like her so much. Sunnie is pushy, too damn positive, bright and annoying. So fucking annoying. But instead of pulling away like I should, my fingers hold on to hers. Tomorrow is another day. I can enjoy this small comfort for one night. Sunnie has this power to keep the sickness at bay. Right now, I need a break from my tormentor. I'm too tired to argue. Are you going to read or just fucking sit there? I'm tired. Go to sleep then. No one is stopping you. Where I have a bite to my tone, her reply is soft. Her kindness has my jaw clenching. I don't have long before Gail comes back. I'll stay until she kicks me out and lectures me. You like pushing people, I say. That's going to get you in trouble one day. She laughs. How do you think I got here? Pushing people is what I do best. I do something involuntary. It's like I don't have control of my body anymore when she's around, and she's only been around for an hour. I tighten our hands together. Go to sleep, Patrick. Don't worry. I won't be here when you wake up. Yeah, that's what bothers me. I know what her company feels like now, and I like it. Damn it. Can't a man ever be at peace? If it isn't one thing, it's another. My MC brothers couldn't let me die, and I have a feeling Sunnie isn't going to let me either. So much for death being easy.
Chapter 4. Sunnie. I lay in bed the next day, the morning light peeking through the bars of the window, and the only thing on my mind is Patrick. He's a tortured soul, a man I have no reason to want to keep on seeing. He's rude, an alcoholic, and he's still hallucinating. He has made it clear he doesn't like me around, but I'm going to keep showing up anyway. I'm an acquired taste. He'll get used to me. I turn to my side and stare at the wall, remembering what his face looked like when he saw his sister. I didn't know what else to do but to hold his hand through it and be there for him. The rage in his eyes transitioned to fear and sorrow. The gray irises darkened to storm clouds when he spoke his sister's name. His grief tore at my soul. Grief is a funny thing. It's an ocean, and the waves are constantly trying to tear you down and suck you under until all the fight is gone. Grief can be cathartic. I know if I cry enough, eventually I'll feel better. If I talk it out, punch and scream, the weight lifts and I can breathe again. There's a balance. Either you sink or you fight and live. Not everyone wins. Not everyone dies either. I've never met someone who wanted to die as badly as Patrick. I also don't think he has ever fought for his life. He's only ever wanted death, and now he's getting further from what he wants. Patrick gets stronger every day he is here, and that interferes with his plans. He's given up. It's sad. Time to take your medicine, Sunnie. I curl my lip at London and sit up in bed. My bare feet touch the floor as he rolls the silver cart in. There are small plastic cups of pills for all the patients, along with a cup of water. When his eyes land on me, they rake me from head to toe. I immediately throw my hair into a messy bun and stay exactly where I'm in the middle of the bed. I don't want to give him the opportunity to look at my body. Are you going to be a good girl and take your pills, or do I have to strap you down and force them down your throat? That could be fun. He picks up the cup and shakes it, the pills hitting the sides at a rapid pace. He's mocking me. I hold out my hand and keep my mouth shut. Aw, but you're so chatty with everyone else and happy. Why can't you flash that pretty smile toward me? He crooks his mouth to the left. London has the typical frat boy look to him. He has blonde hair that's perfectly parted to the left, and his work shirt is tucked into his khaki shorts. He wears too much cologne, too. It's suffocating. I'll have to keep my door open all day now to air the room out. You might be able to fool everyone else with your happy-go-lucky bullshit, but I know better. You're just a whore with a drug problem. If I waved heroin in front of you, you'd jump on it and suck it into your veins, wouldn't you? He squats down to my level and tilts the cup against my hand, filling my palm with pills. Bottoms up. Let's see how good you can swallow. How about I kick your fucking ass for talking to her like that? Patrick's voice surprises me. I look toward his voice and find him leaning against the wall. His skin is pale and clammy, and his shirt is soaked with sweat. He has dark bags under his eyes, and there are bruises around his wrists from fighting the restraints for so many days. I'm not sure how he got out of them. The last thing he needs to be doing right now is walking around. I jolt from my sitting position and sprint over to him. I don't care about his sweat. I lay my palms against his chest and push him out the door. What are you doing here? You need to be resting. I went 12 hours without hallucinating, so Gail took off my restraints. I'm a free man. Kind of. I wasn't supposed to leave my room, but I can't see those four walls anymore. I need to stretch my legs. I heard him talking to you as I was doing a lap around the floor. He closes his eyes and gasps from saying so much. His chest rises and falls in rapid beats, faster and faster. A bead of sweat drips off his chin. I need to get him to his room. London creeps up on us and places his shoulder against the wall. Drunkie, I think you need to be in your room, don't you? Sunnie still needs to take her medication. I hope you understand. No, I don't understand. Patrick stares London down, and I take a step away. This isn't the same man from last night who shivered in his sleep and grasped my hand. I don't understand how a man like you is supposed to work here and make people feel safe. You don't want to fuck with her. Do you understand me? She's under my protection. I appreciate the threat, but right now, London has the upper hand. He isn't fighting withdrawal. His body isn't betraying itself. Oh, a weak drunk like you. I'm scared, London says, shaking his hands in the air. He's clearly not impressed. Patrick kicks off the wall and stumbles forward. Damn, he looks rough. His hair is hanging in his face and sweat drips from the ends. It isn't me that you need to be afraid of. When I tell my MC brothers how big of a dick you are, maybe you'll get the picture when my buddy Tongue gets a hold of you. MC brothers? What the hell is a tongue? You're full of shit, London spouts. He turns around and grabs the cart from my room and wheels away. I'll see you around, Sunnie. London winks at me. Be a good girl and take your medication. I'd hate to have to come back. His tone implies he'd like nothing more than to turn his cart around and lock himself in the room with me. I hate him as much as I hate my father. London gives a wave with his fingers as he turns the corner and vanishes down the hall. I don't like that guy. Patrick wheezes and sags against the wall. No one does. What are you doing out of your room? You think because your hallucinations are over, you can run a marathon now? You're still healing, recovering, resting, and for all we know, you'll have a hallucination now because you've overexerted yourself. Do you ever shut up? He groans. I grin, not letting his negativity keep me down. Nope. Now come on, let's get you back to your room, big guy. I wrap an arm around him and wince when his wet shirt sticks to my skin and a waft of his body odor hits my nose. Maybe instead of going AWOL, you can take a shower. Sure, don't thank me for saving you from that creep. Just insult me. I didn't need saving. I handled him before you got here, and I'll handle him after you leave. I'm no damsel in distress, and you're not a knight in shining armor. I'm capable of taking care of myself. You have yourself on a pretty high horse. The higher I am, the better. It means no one can reach me. And you're right. He grunts as we turn the corner. His shoes screech against the floor, creating a high-pitched noise that's similar to nails on a chalkboard. I'm no knight. I'm the drunken idiot who passes out in the ditch. I'm not trying to save anyone. I don't even want to save myself. His shoulder smacks against the wall and he stops walking, taking a short break. I don't believe that, I say, sliding my fingers under his sweaty chin and urging him to look at me. His eyes thunder with exhaustion. I've never seen a rainbow in a hurricane before. Patrick is a wicked storm, and all he believes in is his destruction. He wants to dissipate into nothing, just like the clouds after a heavy rain. I bet if he stops to look behind him every once in a while, he'll see that sometimes rain and sun can collide and create something beautiful. I think you want to save yourself. You're just too afraid of what comes after you do. He yanks out of my grip, and his left foot catches behind his right. Patrick tumbles to the ground and shouts when he lands on his hand. I gasp and bend down to help him up, but he pulls himself away from me. Don't touch me! You don't fucking know me, okay? Do you get that? You can paint the sky with your pretty fucking picture of whatever you think of me, but don't waste your hope on me. You got it? I don't need your goddamn sympathy or pity party. If I wanted to save myself, don't you think I'd have been in a place like this a long time ago? Patrick laughs, but it isn't because what he says is funny. God, you're naive, aren't you? He waves his hand in my face and then up and down my body. You're all pretty smiles with your nothing can bring me down attitude. What do you know about life? I squat and pinch his shirt, then squeeze it. Sweat drips freely, and I lift my eyes from his chest to his face. I know it's worth living, which is more than you know. Also, I'm not sitting in a pile of my own stench, unlike you. You can cut me down all you want, Patrick, but we both know who the lesser of the two is right now, and it sure as hell isn't me. You're good with your snide talk and bad outlook toward life itself, but you want to know what I think? I inch closer to him, invading his space to piss him off. I have a feeling you're going to tell me anyway. I snag his chin in my hand and dig my nails into his flesh. I think you would have killed yourself a long time ago if you really wanted to die. Spare me the sad story. You're too afraid to die, or you would have already. I let go of his chin with a slight shove, and the back of his skull hits the wall. Now, I take a deep breath and slap a smile on my face. Stop acting like you're too good for help, and let me help you. I hold out my hand, and the annoyance has his jaw ticking. I like the jaw tick. It's sexy. But I'm not going to tell him that. I'll piss him off if it means I can see the sharp ridge flex with muscle. You don't stop, do you? Nope. If anyone kills me in this place, it will be you. Patrick slaps his hand in mine, and when I try to pull him up off the floor, he cries out, falling over to his side. What is it? I'm too fucking sore. It's like you're pulling my arm off my body. His teeth clench, and with every exhale, spittle jets from his mouth. I can't carry you, I say with wide eyes. No shit. I'm just about to sass him when his eyes roll to the back of his head, and his body starts to convulse. Help! I need help over here! I fall to my knees and hold his head as his body betrays him in another way. That is what sucks about rehab. You lose one demon just to gain another. Nurses and orderlies run down the hall, and I'm relieved that I don't see London. Nurse Gail is leading the charge, and panic etches the wrinkles on her face when she sees Patrick on the ground. What happened? She asks, just as she sticks a needle in his bicep, then presses down on the syringe. His shaking body comes to a stop in a few seconds, and I hold his head in my lap, blinking away tears. I hate this for him. I hate he has to do this. The battle is so hard and exhausting. It's draining. No one can do it alone. I want to be his friend. I want to help him through this. I push the strands of his hair out of his face, and the other nurses lay a gurney on the ground. Wait, where are you taking him? To a private room, dear. He needs to be watched. His withdrawal is very severe. Can I come? No, Sunnie. Please, Gail. I'm his friend. He can't be alone, please. I'll read to him. I won't do anything. We were just walking when he fell to the floor, and he shouldn't be up and moving around, she scolds. I know, I told him that. He isn't a man who listens. I gathered, she says, unamused. I'm sorry, I can't allow you to see him. You aren't family. And just like that, she turns and rolls Patrick down the hall, away from me. I'll figure out how to get in that room. I always do. May the plotting begin.
Chapter 5. Pirate. I'll love you forever, Samuel says, grasping her hand in his. He stares into Elizabeth's eyes, seeing his future playing out before him. 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐵𝐴. I have heard this story one too many times. Oh, Samuel, I love you too. Forever. For always. Samuel picks her up and spins her around in circles, kissing her until he has to pull away to get a breath of air. Paper crinkles, telling me Sunnie has flipped the page to give me more of this amazing mind-numbing story. Yay. You'll get your hands off my daughter. No moonshiner is going to be good enough for my daughter. Elizabeth, get away from him this instant. Sunnie deepens her voice to sound like the angry old man in the book, then adds, The antagonist in this story kind of reminds me of you, Patrick. Always has a stick up his ass. It is in that moment I decide I can't take another second of this novel. People actually read this shit. You again? I say, not bothering to look at her. I know it's Sunnie by the sound of her delightful voice. It isn't me being a smartass either. Her tone is smooth, but right at the end of every word is a slight rasp or a lisp, I can't tell. I'll never admit it, but no matter how bad the book she's reading is, I'll never get tired of hearing her voice. Me again, she sing-songs, and closes the book with a hard smack. Good thing. That book is terrible. It really is. But I put too much work into reading it to let it go to waste now. How do you feel, Patrick? Stop calling me that. Call me Pirate. She stands and lifts my lids open. Ow! I smack her hands away and rub my eyes. What the fuck? I'm just making sure you're okay. Pirate is such a silly name. I wanted to make sure you were all there. Sunnie knocks her knuckles on the side of my head, and it has the headache in the back of my skull throbbing. Pirate is my road name. Road name? Yeah, my road name. Road name. Stop repeating everything I say. For fuck's sake. I finally glare at her, and all my annoyance flees when I see sapphire eyes staring back at me. Damn it. I hate how beautiful she is. Well, fucking explain yourself, and stop saying road name like I'm supposed to know what it is. I rub my temples from our lackluster conversation and point toward the door. Don't you have somewhere to be? Anywhere but here would be great. Maybe I'll actually heal, sleep, and get in a good mood. You? In a good mood? Right. She scoffs and opens the novel, then runs her fingers between the pages where the spine is. I hate that I've noticed that she does it every time she reads. I smack my hand on the book and jerk it away from her grasp, then toss it to the side until it smacks the window. Please, no more Samuel and Elizabeth. It will literally kill me. Isn't that what you want? She smirks and places her palms on her thighs as she stands from the chair she got herself all cozy and comfortable in next to my hospital bed. She even has a blanket. Right now, she has it wrapped around her entire body. She bends over to get the book, and my gaze falls to her ass. Round, wide fucking hips and thighs for days. I know she isn't the type of woman to be treated like one of the club sluts. Fucking her isn't a problem. It's the unraveling in my chest that happens when Sunnie is around. She somehow finds a way to pull apart the knots one aggravating smile at a time. She drives me nuts. The club sluts? They don't talk back. You stuff their mouths and pussy with cock and they are hungry for it. They don't say a word. They like to be used. All I had to do was snap my finger at Candy, and she'd crawl all over me like a hungry dog, begging for my fucking bone. I never got anything out of sex. My MC brothers thought sex and drinking was the only thing I could do, but they would be disappointed to know I only really succeeded at drinking. I can get hard, fuck all day long, but I can't remember the last time I orgasmed. I can't. Nothing feels good to me anymore. Not sex, not a mouth wrapped around my cock, nothing. Just booze. The more the merrier. It's all I want. I want to feel the numbness tingling my body and the fire in my stomach. I miss the swimming feeling of not being able to stand on my own 2 feet. Oh, or how about the last drop dripping from the bottle? Fuck yes, I miss that too. I miss turning the rum up, sticking out my tongue, and having the fluid spread across my taste buds. Then there's the twisting of the cap of a brand new bottle and having to hurry to lick up the alcohol spilling over the rim. Letting any of it go to waste is a terrible thing. We should be friends, she says after a few minutes of silence. She's right. I do want to die, but the more she hangs around, the more difficult she makes it. I like her. I shouldn't. She deserves more than some drunk like me. Anyone does. Even the club. I want to be left alone. Why can't anyone ever just leave me alone? No. I want to make sure there is no room for argument. Not that it would matter. I have a feeling Sunnie can argue her way out of anything. I reach for the pitcher of water, and my hand shakes. But this time it isn't from a seizure or uncontrollable shakes. I'm just that fucking weak. I pour myself a small cup of water and down it like I would a shot. I crumple the paper cup and toss it to the side. They call that little fucking thing a cup. I can down more liquor in one swallow than that waste of paper can hold. I twist off the top of the pitcher and throw that too until it hits the wall and drops to the floor. Can you be any noisier? She asks, lifting one leg to her chest while she settles in the chair. She looks like she's about to stay a while. I don't have the mental capacity to handle her right now. Blinking at her, I lift the pitcher to my mouth and slurp the water. I gulp even louder and then smack my lips together and say, ah. Nothing like the bland taste of water to make the body feel like it's worth something. If you don't like how I drink, you can leave. I spread my arm toward the door. Don't let it hit your ass on the way out. Cheeky for someone who has been unconscious for an entire day. She tears her eyes away from mine to stare at the clock on the wall. No, don't look at the time. Don't go. Look at me. I'll never admit that I enjoy her company. She'll run with it, and then she won't realize what's good for her and leave me alone. Well, you know what? I only wanted to be here when you woke up. I need to get going. I have an appointment, and so do you. She uncurls herself from her chair and lays the blanket across my body instead of leaving it where she found it. Why does she have to be so thoughtful? I don't deserve her kindness. What do you mean I have an appointment? No, I don't. She tosses her head back and laughs. I don't like the sound of that. It sounds like she's going to get enjoyment out of whatever torture is about to come my way. Do you think rehab is just detox and they let you out on your merry way? After you detox, that's when the rehab begins. Therapy, group sessions, journal writing, the 12-step program you have to complete, it all starts now. No, I say in horror, then reach out and wrap my fingers around her wrist when she tries to walk out the door. Don't leave me alone with a damn therapist. They are nutcases. Aww. She puckers her lips and pats the top of my hand with hers. Then one by one she plucks my fingers from around her wrist. Patrick the pirate is scared of a little therapist. She sticks out her bottom lip and rounds her eyes so they are big as she bats those long lashes at me. I narrow my eyes and rip my hand away, my fingers turning cold from the absence of her body heat. I'm not scared. I don't even sound believable. I know therapists have their evil ways of getting inside someone's head, thinking they are fixing all the nuts and bolts when really they are just making matters worse. A knock at the door has both of us staring at a man in the doorway. He pushes his glasses up his nose and waves. He's in a cheap suit, and there's a ketchup stain on his light orange tie. I'm here for a session with Patrick Neal. He speaks through his nose, all nasally. Great. I'd rather keep Sunnie around. Yeah, he looks like an award-winning therapist. You win some, you lose some, Sunnie says with a pleased smile that is so wide it makes her eyes squint. Toodles. She condescends me further by giving my cheek a few slaps that are rougher than necessary. Have fun. She bends down, nestles her cheek against mine, and the soft petals of her lips graze my ear. Patrick the pirate. Don't call me that again, I grit, clutching the sheets in my palms to stop myself from hauling her against me and tasting those smart-ass lips of hers. He believes he's a pirate? The therapist asks her as she saunters her beautiful ass out the door. Cuckoo, this one. You have your work cut out for you, doctor. Sunnie spins her finger in a circle next to her head and blows me a kiss before she gives me her back and prances away. I hate you, I shout, knowing damn well she can hear me. Too bad, she replies, all happy and fucking positive like she always is. It's good for you to have friends, the guy says, shutting the door behind him. As he takes the seat Sunnie vacated, I wish she were here instead of him. She's prettier and smells like berries. I want to eat her as much as I want to shake her for driving me mad. She'd probably like getting shaken up, crazy chick. She's not my friend. She's another... I whistle the crazy tune as I make the same hand gesture with my finger next to my temple. You'll have to forgive her. So you don't think of yourself as a pirate? He opens his briefcase and takes out a pen and paper, crossing one ankle over his knee. How does being a pirate make you feel? Jesus Christ. I mutter under my breath so he can't hear me. I don't think I'm a pirate, and I want a different therapist. No offense, but it looks like you just rolled out of bed. Talking to you about my problems when you look like you have problems yourself doesn't reassure my confidence in you.
Oh.
He chuckles and stretches out his tie.
My son squirted ketchup on me, and I didn't have time to change.
He loosens his tie and takes it off, dropping it to the floor.
Better?
No. He still looks like he accidentally woke up with a psychology degree in his hand.
So you're a tough patient.
He scribbles something down, and I try to stretch my neck to see what he could possibly be writing. I don't like that. Mr. Psychology thinks he can read me. I cross my arms over my chest and stare him down. He stares back and clicks his pen. Over. And over. And fucking over again.
I can sit here all day, Mr. Patrick the Pirate.
I'm going to kill Sunnie for telling him to call me that. Get fucking cozy, Mr. Psychology, because I'm not moving my lips. I just woke up from seizing, and they set me up with a guy who looks like he flips burgers for a living. I want a day of rest. In this room with no interruptions. I just want to be left the hell alone.
We have an hour to kill,
he informs me. I yawn and close my eyes to go to sleep. There's nothing I want to talk to him about. Not him, not Sunnie, not fucking anyone. My tragedies are mine and mine alone. If I talk about them, I release them. And the last thing I want is to be set free.
Chapter 6. Sunnie. How are you feeling today, Sunnie? Ms. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐺 asks as she folds her hands on top of the sleek desk. Her red rectangular glasses are perched on the tip of her nose, and she lifts her eyes to look at me over the lenses. Her short lashes are clumped together with mascara, and there are black smudges under her bottom lash line from eyeliner. Her makeup makes her seem older than she is. Her colored brown hair is twisted into a French twist, a hairstyle I haven't seen since my mom died a few years ago. Sunnie. I asked how you are feeling. Ms. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐺 takes her glasses off and folds them gently, laying them on the maple wood desk. I'm fine. I'm almost done with that romance novel I keep taking from Patricia. It isn't realistic. Sunnie. My therapist sounds exasperated as she sighs. Her chair reclines when she leans back and props her elbows onto the armrests, placing her fingers in a steeple position. How long do you want to be here? Don't you want to go home and make a living for yourself? I know you don't like being here. Being here is better than being anywhere else, I say, admiring her office. The walls are painted a color that should turn people's frowns upside down. A pale lilac. Instead of cheap paintings, she has fresh flowers all around. She has a picture of her son on her desk. He died overseas last year while serving in the military. Ms. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐺 never hides her pain or feelings, and she seems to be in complete control. She makes healing sound so easy. Why? I can't get hurt in here, I admit, scratching the space between my arms where the needle marks are. It's a habit. They don't itch anymore, but it's a tick, something I can't control. Ms. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐺 opens my file, a thick file, bigger than a lot of books, and I look away, ashamed. There's 100 things she can ask me about, but there is one subject I never want her to touch. Who hurt you out there, Sunnie? Do we have to talk about this? I pull on my long sleeves and wrap my arms around my legs. We do if you ever want to make progress. I open my mouth to answer, but she lifts her hand to cut me off. Yes, you have made social progress. You pretend to be a very happy person, Sunnie. You tend to go out of your way to match your name, which I think is very unique. I quite enjoy your name. It is beautiful. My mom named me. She's surprised by this little piece of information I throw at her. Is that so? Do you know why she named you Sunshine? I smile at the memory. We were at the park, and she pointed to the sky, where the sun was boiling hot, a big yellow dot above us. She said, "When you were born, my entire world lit up, like the sun shining, covering up the darkness with light." I wipe a tear away, and my heart breaks all over again. When my mom died, that's when I went off the rails. I did all the drugs I could get my hands on, fucked whoever I could, if it meant getting the high for free. But my weakness? Heroin. It almost killed me. A dark secret? I wanted it to. Patrick and I aren't that different. Death hasn't picked us yet. It isn't our time to die. We have to make the best of our lives until the Reaper takes our souls. You miss her. She doesn't ask me. It's a statement. Of course I do. She was the only person in my life who gave a damn about me. I blink toward the ceiling and blow out a breath to try to gather a little bit of control. My dad is a horrible person. He is running for mayor, isn't he? Something like that, I mumble. Being a lawyer isn't enough. He has to aim higher to make sure he's in control of anything and anyone he wants. What is it about him that you don't like? Is it possible to say everything? He's the reason why. It doesn't matter. Do we have to continue to talk about this? How are you doing, Ms. Havensworth? I ask, turning the tables on her. I'm sure she is used to patients doing that. I'm fine. We aren't here to talk about me, are we? We can be if you'd like, I say. She tilts her eyes toward the file and reads something else. And the baby? Damn, there it is. She skips to where the problem is every single session. It's the one thing I never, ever want to talk about. I stand so fast my head spins. My emotions are climbing higher and higher. I'm about to break. That, I sneer and slam my fist on her desk, but she doesn't even flinch. That is something I never want to discuss. She closes my file, never taking her eyes off me, and stands from her chair as well, meeting my stance. Ms. Havensworth looks superb in her pantsuit. Classy, rich, elegant. Life must be nice to live in such luxury. Until we talk about what happened, I don't see you going anywhere, Sunnie. Her tone is soft, a caress of sympathy or pity across my cheek. Hot tears fall down my face so fast I can't wipe them off quick enough, so I just let them fall. Then you better get used to seeing me around, because that is one subject I refuse to fucking talk about. I turn on my heel and swing the door open, nearly colliding with Patrick's therapist. I'd know that ketchup-stained tie from anywhere. And he has a black eye. Yikes. My God, what happened to you, Charles? Did Patrick do this? Ms. Havensworth gasps. He needs a different therapist. He is unreasonable, moody, and... I poke the guy in the chest. Don't talk about my friend like that. You don't know what he has been through. I don't either. I have no idea why I have the urge to defend a guy who's been nothing but rude to me ever since I made myself appear in his life. I mean, how dare he? Your friend? Ms. Havensworth asks, intrigued. Don't even think about writing that down. I point to her, watching her hand drift to her notepad unapologetically. Wouldn't consider it. She has the audacity to say that to my face as she writes something on her notepad. Just a reminder of an appointment. I can't stand therapy, and by the looks of it, neither can Patrick. Did you figure out why he likes to be called Pirate? No, he stayed silent for 55 minutes, and when I opened my mouth, he hit me. I snicker and then roll my lips together to stop myself from insulting Charles even further. I'll see you next week, Sunnie. You can't run forever. Reality always catches up with you. So you've said. I give her my back and march down the hall. I need to remember I'm here to get help, but any time my baby is brought up, I lose it. I pick up the pace and run. People try to stop me, reaching their hands out to grab a hold of my arm to slow me down, but my tears cloud the edges of my eyes, and the only thing that matters is getting away. Away from the pain, away from the past, away from it all. She's wrong. If I keep running, the past won't catch up to me, not if I stay ahead of it. I slide into a room and slam the door, then lock it. A rush of knocking vibrates my forehead as I lean against the door and sob. Hey, why the hell are you crying? Gray skies? Storms, I correct him. Damn it. Of course, I'd run into Patrick's room. Why am I here? Why did my mind guide me here, of all places? I need solitude, not attitude. Leave her alone. Let her be. Ms. Havensworth's voice comes from the other side of the door, and the knocks end abruptly. Sounds dark. Want to share? He asks. I turn around to look at him, and he looks a lot better than he did earlier. My chin starts to wobble, and I shake my head. That's okay. I don't like sharing either. His eyes soften as he stares at me, and for the first time since I've seen him, I fall a little bit into the unknown of Patrick. I have a feeling I'm going to regret this. He scoots over on the bed and pats the space next to him. Come on. I don't move. I'm too stunned to try. Well, hurry up before I change my damn mind. Shit, I don't do the crying girl thing, okay? You want a hug? Go find a teddy bear. His pale, clammy face finds color in his cheeks as he blushes. I'm not sure what to make of him, but I take a step forward anyway. The room is dark and cold, and the light the lamp gives off only illuminates half of his face. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm seeing exactly what I'm meant to. There's the good side of Patrick, then the shadowed side. A true representation of who he is as a person. I like both. Does that make me crazy? I sit on the bed, and he moves his arm out for me. I lay down and inch closer to him. We move as slow as molasses toward one another, and his hand falls to my arm just as my head lays on his chest. He takes a sharp breath, and his chest expands, which causes me to lift in the air. Who needs a teddy bear when I have Patrick the pirate? I sniffle and try to stop crying, but I can't. I think back to when I lost the baby, a baby I didn't even want at first. I thought of her as this curse, this horrible consequence that ruined my life. I hated her. I hated the man who gave her to me. I hated that because of her, I needed to change my life. I had to force myself to get sober. Then, when I reached sobriety, the impossible happened. I wanted her. I realized I loved her more than anything in the world. And instead of ruining my life, she saved it. It was too late. My hate killed her. Shut up, he snaps, the familiar anger in his voice. His words don't match his actions. His fingers slide up and down my arm, doing his best to calm me down. I listen to the staccato of his heart, steady and strong enough to beat the poison that he has been pumping into his veins. I wrap my arm around his midsection and bury my face in his chest. You showered. You smell good. He smells like a plain bar of soap, but it's way better than the stench he had on him before. Do you ever not talk? Nope. I guess a guy can't ever be lucky. He's such an ass. Patrick pulls me closer, and being curled up against his just as battered and broken body has another wave of tears threatening to drench my cheeks. He's offering solace to me when he doesn't feel it himself. Stop your tears, Sunnie. I don't know how to fix it for you. I don't know how to fix myself. But I do know hearing you cry, when I'm so used to seeing you smile, doesn't sit right with me. I like hearing him speak. His voice is different, a deep baritone that sounds unused. It probably is. He's so used to drinking and not carrying on conversation that his voice has changed. I'll do my best. I squeeze my eyes closed and hold him tighter. Why does he feel so good? There's more to him than the angry defense mechanism he always has at the ready, and I want to penetrate it. He's an enigma, sad and goddamn beautiful. But he doesn't see the good. He only sees the worst in himself. And as long as he sees that, he won't ever see me. Not really. Not how I see him. I don't want to admit that he feels good, real good, better than heroin ever made me feel. And that's a scary thing because I loved heroin. I would have killed for it, stolen for it, fucked for it, basically anything and everything. Heroin, ironically, made me feel safe. I was able to lose myself in something that brought me comfort. Patrick makes me feel safe. Even in his weakest state, he brings me security. He is a high I could chase if I'm not careful. And when a chase is in pursuit, that means one thing. Patrick could become a new addiction. You've stopped crying, he says. His fingers are still lazily drifting up and down my arm. If you keep talking, that might not be the case. Cheeky, he repeats what I said earlier to him. I'm turning off the light. I'm tired. If you don't want to sleep, I suggest you leave. I'm good where I'm at, I whisper, burying my cheek against his side. The light clicks off, taking with it my ability to see. I can only feel the body pressed against mine. Patrick has no idea how long it's been since I've just laid with someone. I hope you aren't afraid of the dark. It isn't the dark I'm afraid of. I drift my hand over his chest and inhale his scent, getting sleepy and slightly drunk off him. I'll never need a shot to the veins again as long as Patrick is by my side. What is it? I pretend I'm asleep so I don't have to answer him. I'm afraid you're the kind of guy I could fall in love with. Love isn't a savior, and it sure as hell isn't beautiful. I used to believe it was the answer to everything, but love is just another form of addiction, gift-wrapped with a pink bow. The present contains disappointment and poison, and you realize something that used to be so pretty is doused in hate.
Chapter 7. Pirate. It's been a week since I woke up with my arms empty. I don't know what came over me, inviting Sunnie into my bed like that. When she slammed the door and cried, her smile that usually pisses me off was gone. While her sunny disposition irks me 90% of the time, I missed it in that moment. Seeing her fall apart made something inside me open up for her. I slept better than I have in years with her in my arms. It isn't a feeling I ever want to experience again. Peace, good dreams, warmth, all things I don't deserve. I hate how different Sunnie makes me feel. She is literal sunshine casting along the darkness that's consumed me. I don't want light. I don't want to feel this way. I vowed to condemn myself for the rest of my life after what happened to my sister. Sunnie is dangerous. She makes me want more for myself. More is not an option. She cannot be an option. It's not even the last thing I deserve because I deserve nothing. I need a drink. Yet I can't have one while I'm in this rehab center, sitting around in a circle, fucking waiting for the counselor to tell us to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. I can't wait for this shit to be over. The room has calming music in the background, reminding me of when Bex gives massages to the MC members. Thinking about them has a fresh wave of anger, resentment, and melancholy hitting me. I miss them, but I'm so angry at them too. I'm here because of my brothers. No, I'm here because of me. Blaming them for my addiction isn't fair. They were trying to help me, not knowing I didn't want their help. A guy can't die in peace, I suppose. Welcome to your first group session. I'm your counselor, Flower. Fucking hell. Maybe this place will end up killing me after all. I have a hippie chick with a voice as soft as velvet. I bet she dances around fires and believes in aliens. No judgment, but she ain't my cup of tea. She's going to drive me to drink again. Hi, Flower. Everyone around me responds, staring at her with hope and adoration that I can't seem to conjure up. I take my time eyeing everyone in the group. There's around 10 of us, men and women alike. All of them are older than me. A few women have wrinkles on their cheeks, and the men are either bald or their hair is turning silver from age. They all look like they have been through hell, too. So many things in common with these people. Look at me, making friends. If I knew I could get out of here without getting tackled to the ground by an orderly, I'd leave. Since I'm involuntarily committed and can't leave on my own until I get the stamp of approval, leaving isn't much of an option. I have to sit and listen like a good boy. Now, we're all going to go around and introduce ourselves and explain what brought us here today. Remember, this is a safe space. We are friends here, okay? She nods and picks a few people to smile at. She has long, wavy blonde hair and she isn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Flower is a bit withered from staying out in the sun too much. Her skin is the consistency of leather, brown and crinkled. Her teeth are blinding white and stark against the overly tanned skin. Why don't you start? She lays her hand on the back of the man next to her, and he darts his eyes around nervously. His Adam's apple bobs, and he threads his fingers through his thin black hair. It's okay. This is a safe space, remember? She reminds him. I let my head fall onto my shoulders and roll it from side to side, taking a deep breath in so I don't strangle anyone. Safe space, my ass. I've met some of the nurses and orderlies here, like London. The last thing this rehab center is safe. The guy clears his throat and picks at the carpet. Hi, everyone. I'm Rob. So sorry. I get nervous when I talk and stutter. Well, fuck me. I'm no psychologist, but I'm going to go ahead and assume his stutter drove him to drinking. Hi, Rob, everyone says in unison again. Am I the only one who didn't get the memo to do that? I'm 40 years old. I started drinking 'cause my mom died. And the biggest asshole award goes to me. He tears up and his chunky cheeks turn red. Yep, I am a dick. You don't have to get into your story today, Rob. We are introducing ourselves. It's about getting comfortable. Flower places her hand on his shoulder, and he nods spastically and blows out his cheeks as he exhales a breath. I remember being in school, and it was time to read out loud. Every kid would take a turn. One would read one paragraph, and the person behind them would read the other. My stomach would flip with anxiety because what if I sounded like an idiot reading? That's how I feel right now.
I'm Amber.
I'm Steven.
I'm Isabella.
And round we fucking go like a damn merry-go-round until it's my turn. I stretch my legs out. I'm too big to be sitting on the floor with my legs crossed. I'm Pirate. I wave my hand in greeting with a closed smile stretching my lips that says I really don't want to be here.
You think you're a pirate?
Amber asks, an older lady with chin hair. No, I reply simply.
It's a nickname?
Flower asks. I thought we weren't getting to know each other. I make sure to lift my hands and finger quote what she said moments before.
Well, it's okay to ask questions. It's why we are here.
Her brown eyes stay happy and the smile is plastered on her face, but I know better. No one is that fucking happy. Sunnie proved that to me a week ago when she came into my room, crying her damn eyes out. Damn that girl being there for me through the worst. All I could do in that moment was take her in my arms. What other choice did I have? Her worst is my best. That is how different we are.
Pirate, can you please explain your name?
Flower asks. No, I say simply. It's no one's business but my own.
Why not?
Rob stutters. Oh, come on. That's not fair. How can I say no to a guy who stutters? I clean the dirt out from under my nails, wishing I had one of tongue's sharp knives to help me out. I debate for a minute, trying to see what I want to share with people and what I don't want to. Being here is hard. Real fucking hard. It's making me face issues about myself. I don't like that. I was content with who I was before. I was ready for death. I had given up. Everyone around me, mostly Sunnie, they are showing me other ways to live, and it's overwhelming. How can I let go of 18 years? I've made myself suffer for so long. I've convinced myself of what I deserve. My battle is a tug of war, a push and pull between what I deserve and what I don't, a choice that's being forced on me. It's like swallowing lie, but the more I'm pushed, the more I want a normal life, and the truth fucking eats me alive. I'll never say it out loud. I'll die with that secret. I lift my eyes from my hands and stare at Rob, who is waiting for my answer, legs shaking with anxiety. I turn my head, staring at everyone in the circle who is apparently an alcoholic like me, and Flower is right. Let's hope lightning doesn't strike me down for saying that, but she's right. There's comfort in knowing I'm with people that understand me. I scratch the stubble on my chin and anxiety twists my stomach. No one knows me. Not even my brothers. Reaper doesn't know what happened to me when I was 13. The only person who understands me is me. I have never let anyone close enough to know if there is something inside me worth saving. I'm a damned soul. The devil is toying with me, and she's in the shape of a bottle filled with rum. She feels good, too, pouring the flames of hell down my throat. She burns me from the inside out, turning me to ash. Only when I'm reborn, I pick up another bottle of her essence and lose myself in the fire all over again. I'm part of the Ruthless King's MC here in Vegas. A few gasps and murmurs fill the room, but Flower doesn't seem surprised.
That must be a hard life. Is that what got you drinking?
She asks, leaning her elbows on her knees, intertwining her hands together. I chuckle and elbow the person next to me. She thinks it's the MC. I point to Flower. That's funny. No. Whatever you've heard about us, you've heard right, but that's not why I drink.
Then Pirate is your road name?
She states. I nod. It is. Seems you know your MCs.
You aren't the first writer I've treated. You won't be the last. If it isn't what the MC does, then
I thought we weren't getting to know each other. Isn't that why you cut Rob off from saying anything else?
Bring the attention back to him. I want to know more about you. Damn it, Rob. Why can't you just keep your mouth shut? I won't say why I drank, but I'll tell you how I got my road name. Everyone leans in as if it's story time and we are in kindergarten. I always have a bottle of rum in my hand, morning, afternoon, and night. I'd fall asleep with the bottle in my hand. I'd drink as a slut sucked my cock. A woman gasps from the crass language. Not even sex can bring me the joy of alcohol. She could suck me all day long, but it didn't compare to the feeling rum gave me. I lean back and stare at the ceiling. Anyway, that's how I got my name. How long did you drink? Flower asks, her handy-dandy little notebook out, ready to take notes. Long enough to be here. Time doesn't matter. We have people who have been alcoholics for 6 months. I cruelly chuckle, groaning with disagreement. 6 months? What is that, a college student? Time matters. Time always matters. Time depends on the severity of the offense. And when was your offense, pirate? I set my teeth in displeasure and cut my eyes to her from the hands in my lap. My eyes burn from the thought. It's been a week since I've seen Macy. Over the last day, she hasn't been on my mind as much lately, and now Flower has me thinking about her. I jerk my head around the room, looking for Macy to appear, but she doesn't. She isn't here. Does that mean I've forgotten her? 18 years, I admit, and I hate to say that it feels good to say it out loud. And you don't need a new liver? Stephen exclaims. I was hoping I'd be dead before I did, to be honest. I'm not afraid to admit that. Flower and another woman speak at the same time. Go ahead, Gloria, Flower offers. Have you ever killed anyone? Gloria, Flower chastises. Macy's face pops into my head, her neck twisted, eyes ink drops and her body lifeless. Yeah, I have, I say, shutting my mouth before I spill all my secrets. I don't like group therapy. It makes me say shit I'd never usually admit. I stand and head out the door, ignoring the shouts behind me asking me to stay. I only need one person right now, and she isn't in this room.
Chapter 8. Sunnie. I'm opening Patricia's romance novel when Pirate slams open my door. He steps into the room like he owns the place. He's standing straight, chest out and heaving, arms flexed, hands clenched into tight fists. And then he kicks the door shut. My body jumps from the loud sound, and I lay my hand against my chest. Why, please, come in and make yourself at home. Thanks, he says, and sits right next to me. My twin bed groans from his weight, threatening to fall apart from under us. He has to know I was being sarcastic. Pirate lays against my bed and throws an arm over his eyes. I watch his chest expand, and my eyes roam him in a way they shouldn't. He's sexy in a way that's bad for my health. 2 addicts being together would be destructive. We aren't strong enough to resist the temptations that are bad for us, and I know without a doubt that Pirate is bad for me. I can't stop staring at his bulge. He is by far the sexiest man that has ever been forced through these doors. I'm going to take a wild guess and say he doesn't wear underwear. His package is leaning to the left, and I'm able to see the girth and length with my own 2 eyes. The brim is pronounced, giving me a tease just before the width of his tip ends mid-thigh. Good God, this man is flaccid? Imagining him hard would be like imagining him with a baseball bat between his legs. An ache forms between my legs for the first time in 6 months, and I bite my lip to hold a whimper in. I've always been a size queen. The bigger, the better, and I have yet to lay my eyes on a specimen as rare as Pirate. He's an alcoholic. You're a heroin addict. The two do not add together to become a painted picture of the future. What do you want? I finally force myself to speak, but I end up talking to his cock. I'm so thankful he can't see me right now, since he's blocking his eyes with his arm. I needed a friendly face. Group therapy is stupid. Whose idea was it to do that? My counselor is a flower, literally. I'm not the kind of guy who holds hands and wants to share stories over pillow talk. I feign shock. You aren't? Oh my gosh, since when? Well, this is news to me. I don't think we can be friends. Opening my book again, I read the first sentence once, twice, 3 times before giving up and closing it. You know, you don't have to talk during those sessions. You can sit there and listen to everyone else. I got ganged up on. You got. I pinch my nose and then slap the book against his thigh. Ow! What the hell was that for? He sits up, and I have to tilt my head back to see his face. Do you hear yourself? You're part of an MC and you're getting ganged up on by group therapy? You have got to be kidding. You sound like a baby. I haven't been a true active member in a long time. My lips have been attached to a bottle, you know. You don't say. I'm a little bit amused. I think Pirate is more sensitive than he lets on. Well, what did you guys talk about? Ugh, not you two. You can't come in here all moaning and groaning and not tell me why. I fall to my side and land on the bed, propping my arm up just in time to catch myself and pat the bed. Tell me all of your issues, and I shall judge and harp on you like a horrible person. I rub the mattress, tempting him to lay down, and for the first time since he has been here, he smiles. A real, actual, genuine smile. And the sight has me holding my breath. I want to say something about it, but I'm afraid I'll scare the feral animal into a corner if I mention it. He might not even know he's smiling. I bet his cheeks hurt from his face muscles actually getting used instead of frowning. He's breathtaking. Now, that sounds like just what I need, he replies and mimics my position. He's closer than I thought he would be, by a few inches, and my heart starts to gain speed, thumping and slamming against my chest like an angry bull trapped in a cage. We stare at each other for a few seconds too long, and I jump further into the fog color of his eyes, getting lost again. If I keep going, I won't be able to find my way out. I can't afford to get lost in him without direction, and he isn't able to give me a way of escape. He isn't capable. At least, not yet. Damn him and his beauty. He has no idea, and I want to show him, tell him, shake him to believe he is better than what he thinks he is. All I can do is stare, but Pirate meets every second of my gaze. His pupils are dilated to pinpoints, the clouds of his eyes dark with specks of yellow, reminding me of lightning. The whirlwind between us brews like a tornado, and I'm barely strong enough to keep myself on the ground. Pirate's eyes drift to my lips, and I know he is thinking what I'm thinking. But there will be no going back if our lips meet. We can't ever go there. 2 addicts together will be a disaster. There's the chance we will let each other cave to our weaknesses, and I can't allow that to happen to him or me. He's come far in the 2 weeks he's been here. He's gone from not being able to decipher what's real and fake when he saw Macy, to seizures, to being able to walk to group therapy without help. He's making progress. And isn't that what we all are? A work in progress? He's still a bit pale, and I can tell when he gets anxiety and the itch to drink because he starts to sweat profusely and gets edgy, which is 95% of the time I'm with him. The other 5%? It isn't what counts, but I see the diamond under the rough, and he is goddamn gorgeous. Pirate is waiting for someone to notice his worth, since he can't. I tilt my head down to break the intense eye contact that has stolen my breath and take some air into my lungs. My hair falls in my face, and the electric buzz of his fingers graze my cheek as he tucks the runaway strand behind my ear. When he's done, he skims my jaw with the calloused fingers, probably the same fingers that have been wrapped around a bottle for far too long. No matter what his hands have felt, the shivers along my skin only feel warmth and the promise of the future, not the cold dread of the past. Closing my eyes, I hold my breath. I'm too afraid to look at him. I don't want the moment to be broken or to end, but I need it to if I'm ever going to think straight again. I've fucked lesser men with more selfish desires than I have right now. I have nothing to gain by having sex with him, and it's confusing the hell out of me. Finally, his hand falls, and I'm able to open my eyes. He's right in front of me, nose almost touching mine. His scruff tempting me to rub my cheek against it like a cat, and when he leans forward, my eyes falling to his plump bottom lip, he pulls away. I'm relieved and disheartened. So, I smile, and my happiness has his eyes rolling. Pretty typical. What happened in therapy? The happier I act, the better I'll feel, and the rejection stings like a million bees. He flops to his back, and with no control, I stare at his bulge as the plain gray material stretches over his much bigger bulge now. Jesus. It's a good thing Pirate isn't perfect. How unfair would that be? Thank goodness for flaws. They wanted to know how I got my road name. We weren't supposed to get to know each other today. Apparently it was more like puff, puff, pass. Say your name and move on to the next. But I say my name is Pirate, and people wanted more than one puff. How greedy, I tisk with a shake of my head. Damn people and them not sharing their puffing or passing. Pirate chuckles. Oh my God, he can laugh. I know, he says. Anyway, I didn't tell them why I started drinking, but somehow we got on the topic of how much time makes an alcoholic, and I laughed when she said she treats people who have been drinking for 6 months. 6 months? What the hell is that? I've known kids drinking longer on the tit than she said about alcoholics. 6 months? What a fucking joke. If I had only been drinking for a few months, I wouldn't be here. So, what happened? My rebellious finger finds his arm, and I swirl the hair as I draw tiny circles on his skin. I said it was bullshit, and she asked how long I'd been drinking. I said 18 years. A few people were shocked. My finger stops moving, and I turn his face to me by his chin. Pirate? 18 years? That would make you, what, 15 when you started? 14, he corrects me, and lets out the heaviest, longest sigh I've ever heard. Longest years of my fucking life, sunshine. My chest warms when he calls me by my full name. Not many people know it, but I like it when Pirate says it. It sounds new and unique, beautiful, in a dangerous, rough way that I can add to the list of things I can become addicted to. Does it have to do with Macy? I dare to ask, and his entire body tenses. I'm ready for him to get up and bolt, but he doesn't. He lays there. I don't... He swallows, and the knot in his throat bobs. He turns his head to the right, away from me, and I lay my hand on his chest. His heartbeat is strong, drumming steadily. Now that I know him, if he were to ever die, not being able to feel his heartbeat against my palm like this has my eyes swimming with tears. I don't want to talk about Macy. Please, Sunnie. His voice is pleading, breaking in half as he whispers my name. What could have happened to break a man as big as Pirate? The familiar emotion of relatable pain wells in my chest, and I scoot toward him, nestling my body against his side again like I did a week ago. I gather my hair out of the way and push it over my shoulder, settling my cheek on his shoulder. Okay. Whenever you want to talk, I'm here. He plays with my hair, and the pampering, whether it's known or not, has another little chunk of my heart gone forever, never to be found. He's a pirate, and I'm lost in his sea, and he has no idea he has taken me under siege. I don't know how long we lay there, but I hear a slight sniffle from above me. Is he crying? I can't turn my head to look, or he'll never speak to me again because men have to be macho and bang on their chest to prove their masculinity. I stay still, bouncing with every bump his chest gives from him giving into his emotion. I can bet he has never done that before. Giving in is hard, but letting someone experience it with you is even harder. My left arm circles his midsection, and I squeeze, telling him silently, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for him. And his agony brings my own out, and the tears I thought I was done crying slip free. I think about my baby as I held her. She was so damn small, pink, and tiny. Her little body shook with withdrawal symptoms. My horrible habit. The one I sacrificed for her. She couldn't handle it. She was born 4 months early. She fit in the palm of my hand. Hope was beautiful. More beautiful than I ever could be, inside and out. We are fucking saps, he coughs. Yeah, but who cares? It's just us here. I slide my cheek against his shirt to dry my tears. It is, isn't it? He asks, as if he's just now noticing that little detail. His arm snakes around me and holds me close. I might be falling apart, but I've never felt more put together in my entire life. We fall into a lull of silence. There is a muted sound of the staff working outside my door. It needs to be open. Right now, I'm breaking a rule. 2, actually. Doors shouldn't ever be shut, and a member of the opposite sex should never be in the room. I'm never one to listen to rules. They are meant to be bent, broken, and rewritten anyway. She was lively, Pirate starts. I don't ask who he's talking about. I'm not dumb enough to stop him from trusting me with this information. I run my thumb up and down his side, lifting his shirt slightly by mistake, and I accidentally touch his ribs. He's softer than I expected, and his skin pebbles, either from the air or from me. I keep the innocent glide of my finger against his side, even though we both know there is nothing innocent about it. Macy had this big personality, bubbly. She was always happy and smiling. Even when she fell and scraped her knee, she'd grin through teary eyes to be tough. She said she didn't want to cry because she wanted to be just like her Bubba. His voice got a bit higher when he said the last word, and his breath hitches. Nothing affected her. No wonder he doesn't like me. My happiness reminds him of his sister. I don't say a word. There are times when advice is necessary, and there are times when people want someone to listen. Advice is asked for. Listening is a privilege. Someone is trusting you to hear them without cutting them down. She had blonde curls that were white, way blonder than yours, and she always wore them in braids. Macy was smart. He whistles, remembering how impressed he was by her. She already knew some basic multiplication. She was a few years ahead mentally when it came to academics, but no matter how smart she was, it didn't take away from the girliness. She loved tea parties and makeup. It took hours to get that fucking glitter off. Once that shit is on you, it stays there, and it multiplies. I never complained. I'd do it to this day if she were alive. I'd wear a tiara, put on an ugly dress, and sit at a table with fake tea if she asked me to. I'd let her do my makeup if it meant she got better at putting on her own. She was my best friend. She trusted me with everything, including her life. I pinch my eyes shut and hug Pirate as tight as I can. I couldn't get out. He sounds far away, in a trance or locked in a memory. I tried, Sunnie, but I couldn't get out. I know you did, Pirate. Patrick, my pirate. I know you gave it everything you had. I miss her so much. I'm baffled that he's telling me so much about Macy. He isn't telling me what happened, and I'm not sure he ever will. That's very personal, and it's a trip down memory lane that can cause a relapse if we aren't careful. It's only fair I tell him something about me, too. I'm a heroin addict. I hate to say. He probably thinks I'm disgusting now. I lost someone, too. My dad is the one who makes me stay here. He's running for mayor, so he can't have a drug addict of a daughter. Heroin, huh? He asks. Who did you lose? In for a penny, in for a pound. My bottom lip trembles, and the words are on my tongue. They are right there, but I can't manage to say them. That's okay, sunshine. You'll tell me when you're ready. Maybe when your skies aren't so glum. Being with him is easy. Too easy. And I know once he knows the truth about my addiction, how I got pregnant, how I fucked anyone who would give me the slightest handout, he'd think badly of me. I don't want to lose something that feels this good. Not when I'm used to feeling so fucking bad.
Chapter 9. Pirate. Today I get to learn about the first step of coming to terms with my addiction, whatever the fuck that means. I had no idea there were steps. I thought it was detox, do some talky, tears, boo fucking who's, and then I'd get to go back to the real world and grab another bottle again. I sound miserable, and they say misery loves company. Lie. I fucking hate company. Unless it's Captain Morgan. My fingers scratch against the table. I miss alcohol so much. It fixes everything. It makes everything better. I'm a train wreck without it. Patrick? Gail calls out from the front desk, and I set a puzzle piece in its spot. That's what I'm doing with my day. Fucking puzzles. It's my alone time. I used to get my dick sucked in the clubhouse while getting blitzed. Now I glance toward the picture on the box, putting together a damn puzzle of puppies running in a field. They're cute, but I'm a fucking biker. We don't do cute. Yeah, Gail? You have a visitor, she informs me. I stand so fast the table tilts, and the progress I made on my puzzle disappears as it slides off and hits the floor, breaking apart into 100 pieces. Damn it! I slam my fist on the table. Patience, Patrick, Gail says in warning. Patience, Patrick, I mouth as she turns her back. Fuck patience. I plop down in my seat and pout. I spent an hour on that puzzle, and I was just about to see the golden retriever. Jesus, what have I become? My brows pinch together when I remember I told Gail I didn't want any visitors. Ever. Including guys wearing leather cuts. I'm not ready to see them. Right when I'm about to ask who is coming to see me, Doc walks through the door. His pretty boy looks are impossible to miss. All the women turn their heads as he pauses and tugs at the hem of his polo shirt. He isn't wearing his cut, which is probably why Gail let him through. Well, he is a big bad biker, Gail. Joke's on you. When his eyes fall on mine, his shoulders sag with relief, and he hurries to me, pushing an orderly out of the way. I don't have time to tell him to fuck off before he throws himself at me, wrapping me in a bear hug. He's strong. Shit, I can't breathe. Man, it's good to see you, Pirate. Doc's palm hits the middle of my back in greeting, but I don't hug back. I'm too pissed off at him, at myself, at the club. It makes no sense to be mad at them when I know they are trying to help me. The alcoholic inside me is clawing against the inside of my skin, begging to be released. But it's impossible in a place like this. It's that part of me that is mad at them. It's because of them I'm here without a bottle to drink from, and I'm being forced to deal with my issues. Issues I want to drown. Doc leans away and slides his arm between his legs to pull a chair up to the table. He sits with a big smile on his face, and all I can do is muster a small, closed-mouth grin. You look good, Pirate. Real good. Really? 'Cause I feel like shit. I sneer. I glance around the room for some type of life support to keep me rooted in place when I see Sunnie creeping behind the counter, no doubt probably trying to steal Patricia's book again. She must feel someone staring at her because she lifts her head as soon as her hand snakes into Patricia's purse. Sunnie takes in her surroundings, and when her eyes land on me, she grins, waving, and then pulls the book free. She points to it, nodding, which tells me she wants to read it to me again. God, anything but that book. I swear, if Samuel doesn't come to a horrible death, I'll burn the book myself, and Patricia will have to buy a new one. Pirate. Doc says my name with concern, touching my arm with his hand. I jerk away and lay my hands in my lap. What are you doing here, Doc? I don't want visitors. I know. A lot of the guys have come to visit you, but Gail is protective, tougher than a lot of bikers. She said she had strict orders not to allow anyone from the club in, but I'm a doctor, so that's how I got in to see you. I'm just doing my duty as your physician and checking in on my patient. I'm not your patient anymore. Do you know the shit I've been through? It's been hell, Doc. Why couldn't you just let me be? I was content with dying. That's all I wanted. I'm defeated. All the anger and resentment I felt just disappears. And now I'm tired. I want him to leave, to go tell the guys I'm fine, and when I'm ready to see them, I'll call. My energy levels are depleted now that I'm on the mend of being a normal man, someone I've never been. I'm seeing things I want clearly for the first time. I want Sunnie. She gives me hope. She understands me. She knows I'm not perfect. She eases the ache inside me. She subdues the drunken monster lurking in my veins. And what scares me even more is she brings me the kind of peace alcohol never could. I want peace, but I can't give in when I want the taste of rum on my tongue just as much. Until I know I can beat my addiction, something I don't know I want to do yet, she's better off without me. Doc rears back, and the pulse on the side of his throat jumps. It's clear he isn't happy, but I don't care. You think we were just going to let you keep drinking your life away? We were stupid, me included, and I'm a damn doctor. For so long we thought you liked alcohol, but as the years passed we saw it for what it was. We weren't going to feed into your addiction. We weren't going to let you kill yourself. He spews angrily. I press the palms of my hands against my eyes and shake my head back and forth. My legs tremble and I start to rock. I want a drink. Right now. I need a drink. It's the only thing that can ease the ache inside me. Why won't Doc leave me alone? I knew what I had to do when you were licking broken glass off the ground. Eating fucking dirt so you could get every last drop of rum. I still want rum, I whisper, and stop rocking when I imagine Sapphire Island staring back at me. You'll always want it, Pirate. That's the worst thing about addiction. It's a constant fight. We care about you. We want to see you better. We want you to come home. I know you think we turned our backs on you bringing you here, but we didn't. We are fucking worried sick. And I've been chomping at the bit to see you.
I know what happens in severe detox, Pirate, and I can bet you experienced pure hell. It's a decision I came to terms with bringing you here. You didn't have a right to make that choice. Yes, I did. As your doctor, your friend, and your brother. You were in no shape to take care of yourself. You have no idea. I don't, because you won't talk about it. We don't really know you, Pirate. We want to, but you have to heal yourself in order to let us in. I'm hoping this rehab center helps you because they'll call me when they think you might be ready to come home, and it will be up to me to give them the final word. I need you to try, or you're going to be here for a long time. We want you home. Don't make me the bad guy for trying to keep my friend alive. He's doing more than I ever could for Macy. I don't know how to be alive, Doc. You don't know. I need you to go. Okay? Please, go. Pirate. I said to fucking go. I roar and push the table toward him as I stand. Doc's chair tilts back and he staggers upright, catching himself from falling to the floor just like the puzzle pieces earlier. The only way this can work is if I'm put together again, a jigsaw, only I'm an impossible feat. None of the edges match. Pieces of me are jagged, and none of me aligns how it needs to in order to succeed. My soul is lost, and I have a feeling a few pieces of it are at the bottom of a bottle somewhere, never to be found. Doc backs away, slow and steady, nodding when he sees the desperation on my face. I'm not ready to face my future yet. He needs to get the fuck out of here. Okay. Just know you have us, okay? No matter. We're family. Family. Please, I choke, closing my eyes as a wave of disgust hits me with what I'm feeling. You know what I want more than the family you're offering. A bottle of fucking rum. I shouldn't have come. It's too early in your recovery. I wasn't thinking. Gail comes to the rescue and has a frustrated expression on her face, hands on her hips as she glares at Doc. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Now. Two orderlies flank her sides, and since she is so small, they look like the muscle. I'm glad neither of them is London. I'm going, Doc says, his eyes cast downward before glancing up at me one last time, and then he makes his exit, leaving me to stare at his back. I flop down in my chair and bury my face in my hands. Why is this so damn hard? I'm tired of feeling so weak, so insecure, so fucking sad. I'm a sorry excuse for a man. How do I beat this? This hunger and thirst inside me before it consumes me. Right now, I'd rather die if it means going another day without alcohol. The only progress I'm making is realizing the conclusion of my story is me, giving in to temptation all over again. A hand lands on the back of my neck. Cold fingers graze along my hairline, and by the tentative touch and how relaxed I feel now, I know it's Sunnie. Are you okay? She asks, her hand running along my shoulder as she takes the seat Doc vacated. When the comfort of her hand drops from me, the gut-wrenching ache for my sin returns. Yes, I say, and then scoff at the lie. No, I'm not. You will be. Her hand journeys across the tabletop, the remaining puzzle pieces on the table askew since she's pushing them out of the way. Sunnie lifts her hand and lays it on top of mine, rubbing her thumb across my knuckles. Solace finds me. This isn't good. I don't want to depend on her like this. She's as good, if not better, than Captain Morgan in the morning. There's nothing like the first drop to start the day, and that's exactly what her touch feels like. Instead of sluggish, she gives me something else, something I haven't experienced before because I've been too drunk and numb to know what serenity is. Patrick, you need to get going to your group meeting. Gail shouts from the front desk.
The corded phone is laying against her shoulder, and she has her body turned in such a way that she doesn't stretch the cord so far. Gail points her blue pen at me and then slices it through the air, pointing it toward the door where my meeting is held. No doubt Flower is waiting for me. I don't want to go, I whisper. Want to skip? We can ditch this shindig and go hit the town, paint it yellow. I tilt my lips in a pleasant smirk and flip her hand over, awed by how much bigger I am than her. I believe the term is painted red. She waves my correction away and twirls a piece of hair around her finger. Yellow, blue, green, does it matter? Paint is paint. Now, Patrick. Sunnie snickers, covering her mouth so no one can hear her. Gail is getting testy. You better go. Shit. I don't want to leave her. I lace my fingers through hers, and I know I'm making a face that's probably off-putting, but what I feel toward her confuses the hell out of me. I'll be in my room when you're done. We have our reading session. Wouldn't miss it, I say, and do something I've never done before. I bring her knuckles to my lips and kiss them. I release her fragile fingers regretfully and pause next to her. I stare down where she still sits, and her blonde hair shines brighter than the sun and more like a constellation. I want to bend down and kiss the top of her head, inhale her scent, and let it be the one last thing that cloaks me in safety before I have to come to terms with something I'm not sure I can. But I don't. I put one foot in front of the other and try to figure out what the fuck fate has in store for me, because apparently it isn't the path I wanted to go down. As I open the door to the room, I see London leaning against the counter, staring at Sunnie. My teeth grind. I know I'm not a good enough man to love someone like her. I'm not even sure if I'm capable of love. But I do know one thing. As long as I'm here, London won't touch her. He has the upper hand now. But once I'm at full strength, he won't stand a fucking chance. The only reason why I step into the meeting and close the door is I have comfort in knowing Sunnie can take care of herself. If she can handle a temperamental grizzly like me, she can handle London. So glad you can join us, Pirate. Today is the day we tackle the first step in overcoming your addiction. Flower's hair is big and poofy, reminding me of Poodle in a way. But Poodle takes better care of his hair than she does. Does anyone know what the first step is? Amber raises her eager hand and is nearly out of her chair with excitement. Overachiever. Yes, Amber? The first step is admitting we are powerless over alcohol, and we are not able to manage life without it. I grip the edge of the desk I'm sitting at and gulp. Fuck me. How can I admit that out loud when I can't even admit it to myself? Is anyone willing to admit that? Flower looks around for any volunteers. I want to raise my hand. I want to shout that I become a damn nobody, worthless, and a waste of space because of my addiction. But I sit, frozen. Everyone around me raises their hand, and I'm stuck glaring at the plain desk. It looks like it's been donated by the school. It has the shelf beneath the top where students can put their books, and the chair is connected to it by silver metal. In a way, I suppose I am in school. This time it's to help me get my life together. I think about what Doc said when he visited me. I was found on my knees, licking broken glass, cutting myself until I bled, and I tried to eat dirt. All to have another taste of rum. Yeah, I guess my life has become unmanageable if I'm eating fucking dirt. My arm shakes as I lift it in the air, adding my hand to the sky. Flower's eyes smile, and they somehow tilt up as she looks at me. My goal here is to help all of you. I'm 30 years sober, and I'm telling you, if I can do it, you can do it. I know everything you're thinking because I've been right where you are. The doubt, the agony, the craving for another drink. And it's always another drink, not just one more. Us alcoholics know that one more means many more. You have to really want this, guys. You have to want to fight it.
Or when you are done and out there again, tempted with bars, tempted with going in the grocery store and going down the wine aisle, you'll relapse. Have you ever relapsed? I ask. 3 times before I finally earned my first chip. It's a 30 token. It might not be special to anyone else, but it's a milestone for us. A proud one. Don't be ashamed to be here because a lot of others would rather drink themselves to death than to ever admit they need help. That's me. I never wanted to be here. I wanted the alcohol to kill me. Doc forced me here. I didn't come by choice. But now that I'm listening to what Flower is saying, maybe I owe Doc more than an apology. I owe him my life.
Chapter 10. Sunnie. Hey, sweetheart. My body freezes when I hear his voice. My hackles rise, and I want nothing more than to tell him to get the fuck out of my room. I'll always be at the ready when I hear a snake. Dad? I greet with no emotion in my voice. I close my journal, something my therapist recommends. I find that I enjoy writing my thoughts down, whether good or bad. It's easier than speaking, admitting, and hearing the weakness in my voice. There isn't a voice in this journal, only haunted words and pain, masked with happiness. Feeling like a teenager, I lock my journal closed and keep the book pressed against my chest. My dad is the last man I trust. I know he's curious about what I write down. I see how he eyes the book as if it's his Bible, and all the answers he seeks are in it. I don't know what his plan is with me, but I know a lying, conniving, rotten politician such as himself is always up to no good. What the hell are you doing here? Is that any way to greet your father? He asks, kissing my cheek. His presence has evil seeping into the room, nearly choking me with his bad intentions. He's biting at the bit for the doctor to say I'm ready to get out of here because when I do, my dad has to watch over me for the first 60 days. He can't wait to control me. I'll be switching one prison for another, and I'd rather be here or on the streets than in the hands of a monster like him. If it were up to me, you wouldn't be my father. He wraps his hand around my throat and slams me against the wall. His lackey shuts the door behind him and locks it. Tom, the biological man to blame for my existence, has his thumb pressed against my jugular, and his cigar-ridden breath has me holding my breath instead of trying to gasp for air. Listen here, you fucking bitch. You aren't going to talk to me like that, okay? Just because you're my kid doesn't mean I actually give a fuck about you. You're here to get well. Not for me, not for you, for them. He points to the wall, telling me he means the people of Vegas. I don't care about the people. He can go fuck himself for all I care. You are nothing but a waste of goddamn space, a leech. People like you are good for nothing to this world, but I'm stuck with you. His words don't hurt because I've heard them one too many times to give a shit. Tom leans in closer, and the hot acid of his breath dries my mouth, and for a second I think he's about to kiss me. You're a parasite, you understand? You like to suck the blood from your host, but I can always find a way to use you. I finally gasp for air and claw at his hands, but he doesn't let me go. He eases the pressure around my throat, and his lackey stands beside him, chuckling when he sees the fear on my face. I made a good-looking kid, didn't I, Ross? Tom asks his right-hand man. Go on, feel her. I need to know what I'm going to be getting paid for when she's out of here. I struggle against him to try to get away, but Tom is stronger. Part of me wonders if he's my real father. Where I have blue eyes, both of my parents have brown. I have blonde hair, where they have black. My skin is an olive complexion, and they are as pale as the moon. I'm not going to be able to win the election with her drug-ridden pussy being clean. He talks about me as if I'm not even here, hanging by the strength of his fingers. Ross flicks my nipple and groans as he cups my breast. I whimper, tears forming in my eyes when I realize what's about to happen. I gather as much spit as I can and spew it at him. "Don't touch me!" Ross backhands me and then shoves his hands down the front of my sweatpants. "I bet you're still as tight as I remember. I bet you don't remember screaming around my cock, do you, Sunnie? You fucking loved getting drilled." He's right. I don't remember. I was always too high to know what was going on. I just remember waking up, cursing when I saw myself naked and with dried cum between my legs. I never knew how many men took me, but I do know one thing. My addiction is Tom's fault. When my mother died, he gave me heroin to try, and I got hooked. I wanted more, needed more. He would say I'd have to fuck the men who brought it to me if I wanted it without a fee. So I did. I was a whore. Something I've yet to truly come to terms with. No woman wants to admit she was a slut. Hopping from dick to get that hit was worth all the pain and suffering. None of my past made my addiction worth it. "Oh yeah, I forgot that you fucked Ross. Is there anyone you haven't slept with in Vegas, Sunnie?" "Just you," I snarl and lean forward against the grip he has on my throat. I'm no longer afraid of what he can do to me. He's taken everything from me. Tom pushes Ross away, and his hand jerks out of my sweatpants. Tom slams me on the bed, cupping my left breast and licking the side of my neck. "We can fix that, Sunnie. Is that what you want? You want your daddy's cock. All the others not good enough for you? You're fucking disgusting to threaten that to your own—" He muffles my words by throwing a hand over my mouth, and his knee presses between my legs while his upper body holds me down. I fight, strain, and try to push him away, but it's no use. "Don't even say you're my daughter when we both know the chances of that are slim. Your mom was another whore, just like you, and even if you were, what's so wrong with me getting a taste of what I've let everyone have?" I close my eyes and sob when his hand outlines my torso, curving around my breast and drifting lower. I know this is it. He came to see how much I've healed, to see if I'm ready to get back to work. Lawyer by day, secret pimp by night. A loud pounding at the door and the jiggle of the handle has me blowing out a relieved breath from my nose. "Sunnie, you in there?" Pirate's voice has Tom turning his head from my neck and staring at the door. "Fuck," Tom says, scurrying off me. He straightens his tie, and Ross brushes off his blazer, getting the wrinkles out. I sit up quickly and curl in on myself, laying my chin on top of my knees. Tom points a finger at me. "You better fucking act like nothing happened. Do you understand me? I'd hate to have to kill you. I've invested too much in you. Understand?" "Yes," I say. "Good." He tilts his chin to his chest and readjusts his erection so it isn't as noticeable. Ross does the same to his. I fucking hate them. I wish they were dead. I'd be free if they were no longer in my life. Ross walks toward the door, unlocks it, but he doesn't have time to twist the handle before Pirate is busting through it, chest heaving and eyes wild. The gray irises are flashing with the threat of a storm, ready to leave a path of destruction. "Wow, guy!" Tom laughs, pulling Ross back by his suit jacket just before Pirate slams against him. "I'm Tom." My dad reaches a hand out, and Pirate stares at it with an untrusting expression and an arched brow. He glares at Ross, checking him out, then Tom, and then Pirate's eyes land on me. I try to give him a reassuring smile to let him know I'm okay, but I'm not. I'll never be okay. Pirate isn't a dumb man. He knows something is wrong. He slaps Tom's hand away and points toward the door. "I think you need to get the fuck out," Pirate warns. "I'm just visiting my daughter," Tom says, eyeing Pirate up and down, noticing he's in the same clothes as I am. "A threat coming from, let me guess, an alcoholic? I'm shaking." "You should be," Pirate says. A sardonic gleam in his facial structure has me cowering against the wall. Tom and Ross take a small step away from Pirate. He's intimidating. Over 6'3", and he has to stare down at the men who came into my room to take advantage of me. "You have no idea the kind of people I run with, Tom." Pirate sounds out his name in an unimpressed, boring tone. Tom and Ross break apart and walk around Pirate. "And you have no idea what I'm capable of." Tom takes a step toward me, and Pirate places a hand on Tom's chest. My dad looks down at Pirate's hand, and Ross reaches into his inner suit pocket. "Get your fucking hands off me," Tom seethes. "Get the fuck out of this room. You aren't touching her." Pirate does the one thing he shouldn't. He pushes Tom toward the door, and Ross pulls out a gun, the barrel pointed to Pirate's head. I stand, but without looking back, Pirate holds out a hand to stop me from coming closer to him. Pirate laughs maniacally and crowds the two men until they have to take a step backward toward the exit. Pirate presses his forehead against the gun, smiling at Ross, and the gun trembles in his hands. "You think death scares me? Go ahead, pull the trigger." "Do it," Pirate urges, and Ross cocks it. "Pirate." His name is hidden beneath the knots in my tongue as I try to stop him from getting himself killed. "Do it," Pirate continues, staring in the dark tunnel of the barrel. "Do what alcohol couldn't." Ross isn't the kind of man to hesitate to pull the trigger. I'm waiting for Pirate's head to explode and blood to spray everywhere. In a quick move, Pirate breaks Ross's wrist, bending it back until Ross's knuckles touch his arm. Pirate takes the gun and shoves it between Ross's lips. "Get the fuck out of here before I fuck your throat with your own weapon, and when I unload, it will be bullets pooling in your stomach." Pirate kicks Ross in the stomach, and Ross grunts, tumbling back until he hits Tom. When they are in the hallway and I can no longer see them, I fall to the bed and let the fear rain down my cheeks. My entire body shakes. I can't stop shivering. If Pirate hadn't come in... "I'm going to be keeping this, but you can take the ammo." The clip slides out of the gun, and bullets clank to the floor. "You just signed your death warrant. This isn't over," Tom threatens, his voice bouncing off the cement walls. "I hope it isn't. It's been a while since I've given a shit to fight for something. Bring it, asshole." Pirate slams the door in Tom's face and locks it. I watch as he stuffs the gun in the back of his pants and then tightens the strings up front, tying the knot tighter so the gun doesn't slip into his sweats. When his eyes meet mine, recognition registers in his eyes, and he rushes toward me, taking my face in his hands. "Fuck, Sunnie. Are you okay, babe?" His thumbs brush over the tops of my cheeks, and he lifts my head so he can get a better look at me. His eyes are amulets on fire, tight rings threatening to burn anyone who gets too close. I want to risk it. Will he hurt me if I get too close? Or is his heat something I can handle? "He hit you." His fingers are gentle for a man who just stared down a gun. I expect his need for blood to hurt in his touch, but the calloused pads are a kiss against the bruised flesh. I should have shot him when I had the chance. I'm glad you came when you did. I close my eyes, compelled by him, and I gravitate to his hand. So safe. I bite my lip to keep a sob trapped in my chest and grip his arm for dear life to tug him closer. I'm here, babe. I'm here. You're okay. He heaves me into his embrace, and one hand cups the back of my head to keep me pressed against his shoulder. You're okay, he repeats. Patrick. I clutch his shirt in my fists and inhale. I never thought the fragrance of a bar of soap could smell so good. I guess it all depends on the man wearing the freshly showered scent. I need you to tell me what happened. Who were those guys? I know he isn't your father. Tell me everything. No. The last thing I want him to know is the truth. He draws back, his whiskers scraping against my flesh, and his hands fold across my cheeks. Pirate treats me like delicate linens, a soft fabric he's afraid to tear or wrinkle from his touch. I wish he'd treat himself with the same delicacy. He deserves it. Anything you say will not have me turning away. I'm here, regardless of the bad shit in your life. His eyes lock on the bruise against my cheek, and it has me becoming self-conscious, so I turn away. Don't, he says, forcing me to look at him. I want to remember your face the next time I see them, because I won't be so forgiving. I can tell my MC about them. Are those guys trouble? Can I help? Tell me. He urges, holding my face a bit tighter when I don't say a word. He isn't hurting me. Pirate is desperate for me to tell him something, anything, but I don't want to. I'm too afraid if I do, I'll never see him again. I'll tell you if you tell me. His mouth parts and his hands loosen, dropping to his lap. He stands and his shirt stretches against his chest, his nipples tight and peeking against the material. He's a dangerous creature, the kind that haunts the darkness to keep me awake at night. I can't. I know he can't. It's why I said what I said. I'm not about to throw myself out there and get nothing in return from him. You can't be the savior and not expect to get saved, Pirate. You think that's what this is about? I'm not your goddamn savior, Sunnie. I'm the kind of guy you will wish you never met. That's who I am. I crawl from the bed and stand. My bare feet stick to the cold floor as I walk toward him and lay my hand in the middle of his back. That isn't who you are. You've convinced yourself of that. Did you ever think I don't need a savior? Maybe what I need is darker than that. He turns his head and his chin touches the round, muscular curve of his shoulder. He can't see me, but I can see the defined profile of his face. Sharp jaw, perfect straight nose, and high cheeks. A fallen angel. A man who has lost his wings, but he still holds the ability to protect when he needs to. Before I can blink, he spins around, and I back up on instinct, my heart thumping in sync with my footsteps. My back hits the wall and he lifts his arms, the biceps flexing and tightening the sleeves of his shirt as he supports his weight on his forearms. He locks me in his dungeon, a place where only the wicked can go. You should be afraid of me. He rubs his nose against mine and tilts his head to the left, the promise of his kiss keeping me on the brink of despair if I don't get it. I'm not afraid of you. I'll hurt you. That's what I do to people. Every word he speaks is a hot temptation against my lips. The energy between us crackles, and my hard nipples rub against his chest. His body heat engulfs me, and the shivering fear I felt when my dad was here thaws. I've been hurt, Pirate. You won't hurt me. You don't know that. He speaks through closed teeth. I do know. You aren't the kind of man to leave a mark on me. Don't act like you know anything about the man I am, Sunnie. I think I hear his nails scratch against the wall, and when I look up above my head, I see he has tightened his fists. He inches his way closer, and I stay completely still. I can't trust myself, and the ragged pumps of air leaving my mouth make me lightheaded. I whimper when he gets closer, unable to control the desire. It's as if he's made his way inside my mind and has taken control. If he doesn't give in, I don't know what I'll do. Tell me to leave, he says against my lips, the pillows of his mouth brushing against mine. I flick my tongue out to wet my own, and he groans when I mistakenly lick his as well. Tell me to leave, Sunnie, he repeats, his forehead rocking against mine. Pirate's hand clutches my hip, squeezing to release the pent-up sexual aggression. Tell me. No. I want the man hiding beneath the skin to come out and play. It's time to shed the fear and give in to the temptation we've been fighting. He growls and tightens a hand behind my neck. Come closer. Edging forward, he dips his head and then inches away, unsure if he needs to close the distance between us. The dance usually grinds my gears, but this back and forth between us, this tenacious tango, is a tease. I want it to end, and at the same time, I want it to last forever.
Chapter 11. Pirate. This isn't a good idea. I need to push off this wall and walk away. I should do right by Sunnie and leave her be. I'm not the man I need to be for her, not yet, and I'm not sure if I ever will be. Having her by my side through this dark time in my life is selfish. She doesn't deserve to be with a guy like me. We have too much shit to overcome. If two hurricanes meet, we will engulf one another, creating destruction of epic proportions. And yet, I can't move away from her. My lips are dangerously close to her mouth. The puffs of breath sliding free from her give me the similar feeling of being tipsy, yet my mind is still clear. Sunnie is the equivalent to a bottle of rum, and I haven't had a taste. What will happen to me if I give in? I'm fighting one addiction already, and I'm not sure if I can handle another. Fuck it. I smash my lips against hers at last, hard and demanding. I can feel her teeth under her lips as her mouth meets me with equal force. Our tongues lash out, striking each other like whips. The kiss is punishable as we ravish each other, because we know we aren't supposed to be doing this. Nothing good can come from two addicts being together. But feeling her mouth on mine, her body beneath me, I'm a new man. My hands inch down the wall, and the cold painted cement blocks do nothing to cool the rising temperature of my skin. I cup her face and devour her. If there is one thing I've never done, it's kiss. I liked my mouth on a bottle more. Kissing is intimate, and I don't get close to people, but I want to get close to Sunnie. I can feel the good in her seeping into me with every glide, every twist of her tongue against mine, and I know I'll always want more. And my initial thought of her lips was right. They are as soft as rose petals. She's velvet, and I bet she thinks I'm sandpaper with how rough I'm being with her. Sandpaper destroys. Velvet comforts. But she's the one who's slowly grinding down the barricade I keep around me. She's the strong one. I'm fucking crumbling beneath her. I'm aching beneath my sweatpants. I've never experienced being so hard before. My cock is throbbing to be inside her, but I'll ruin whatever it is between us if I do that. She is more than a piece of ass at the club. I want to be different with her. She brings out a side in me that's better, a part of me that's been hidden beneath agony and fear. I don't know how to approach this with Sunnie, but I can't have her close anymore and not touch her. The strength I'll need to continue the torture is impossible to have. Giving in is the best thing there is. Isn't that what's so great about being an addict? It's easier to fall to your knees at temptation. I pick her up and she wraps her legs around me, letting my cock settle between her legs. Our sweatpants block what we really want from one another. I break the kiss for a second and both of us gasp for air. I'm about to shake the lust from my head when she tackles my mouth again, fisting the front of my shirt to pull me close. I slow the kiss and relish in her. I've never felt something so good. I want to take my time. I don't know if this will ever happen again, not if I get in my own head and push her away. Her fingernails dig into my shoulders, scratching down the planes of my arms. She uses me as her canvas to desecrate. She can cut me up any which way she likes as long as she never stops. Sunnie. I say her name against her lips, hoping she hears the unspoken question in my tone. What the hell is happening to me? What is she doing to me? I run my hands up to her shoulders and drift over her chest. A moan slips free from my mouth when I cup her perky tits. They fit in the palm of my hand, as if she were made just for me. Patrick. The way she says my name has my balls pulling tight against my body. I bury my face in the nook of her neck and kiss along the lean muscle. I don't want her to see the vulnerability in my eyes. She's making me feel things I've never felt before. It's this unexplainable build in my chest, and it has me wrapping my arms around her, pulling her tight against me. She rocks against my cock, dragging herself along the hard shaft between her legs. I gasp and she groans, tossing her head back to expose her throat. I eye the field of flesh and I strike. I don't know what's gotten into me, but I bite her hard, until she's crying out with pain and trembling in my arms. I pull away at the slight metallic taste of blood, and my eyes widen when I see what I've done. There's one indentation where my teeth sank into her skin, and the flesh broke. It isn't too deep, but it's enough to question if I'm out to hurt her. I should be horrified, but I'm not. If anything, it only spurs me on and has me losing control. I kiss her again, and she greedily licks every corner of my mouth, tasting the hint of blood from her shoulder. I didn't mean to bite her so hard, but I think she liked it. And if she likes it, I'll never stop doing it. I put her down, flip her around with a savage snarl, and yank her pants down. Yes, Patrick. Yes, please, don't stop. She begs, and I drop to my knees, spreading her beautiful round ass cheeks that I haven't been able to tear my eyes from since she forced her way into my life. Look at you. I praise her, taking each globe in hand and jiggling the flesh. A rumble fills my chest when her pink star winks and her pussy is shining, dripping for me. I lean forward, readying myself to fucking feast, when a knock at the door interrupts us. You have got to be kidding me. Sunnie does a decent growling impression of her own when she glares at the door. She slaps the back of my head. Ignore it. It will be fine. She pushes her ass against my face, begging me to bring her to orgasm, and there is nothing I want more. I haven't had time to think about the consequences of our actions. My cock is still rock hard, and her drenched sheath is beckoning me closer. If you do not answer this door, I'm afraid I'll have to enter by force, Gail threatens. Damn it, Gail. You ruin everything. Fuck. I hiss under my breath. I'm not leaving this goddamn room until I taste her. I wrap an arm around her waist, yank her closer, and plunge my tongue inside her pussy. My eyes roll to the back of my head from her honey gliding down my throat, smoother than any top-shelf alcohol has ever done. Sunnie thrusts her ass against my face, fucking my tongue to bring herself to orgasm. How have things gotten so out of control? We weren't supposed to kiss, yet here I am, eating her sweet cunt without regret. I haven't tasted a woman in a long time, been too drunk, and I haven't cared to. Most of the time I just want my cock sucked, and to feel something good after living through something so bad. But I could never come, unlike right now. I know if I reach down and touch myself, I'll blow for the first time in years. Alcohol has blocked every other sensor in my brain for far too long. Now that it is out of my system, and I've survived the agonizing pain of my body ripping in two to see which half conquers, I can enjoy the finer things in life. Like Sunnie. "What's going on in there?" Gail repeats and knocks again, tapping like a woodpecker against a damn tree. Persistent and annoying. I pull my mouth away and kiss each cheek. We have got to stop. We need to slow down. "Fuck slowing down. You have me burning up. Please don't leave me like this." Sunnie flips over and shoves her hand between her legs, pumping her fingers with ferocity. I watch, entranced by how much wetter her fingers are with every stroke. "You're the hottest thing I've ever seen." I fall back to my ass and pull my cock out of my sweatpants. The gun tucked in the back of my waistband digs into my skin, but I don't give a fuck. Not when I have the hottest woman alive putting on a show for me. Her nipples are tightened to beads, pressing against her shirt. Her back bends and her lips press together so tight they turn white as she watches me jerk myself to the side of her. I know I won't be able to come this way. I'll get close to the edge, but I won't fall over. I haven't been able to. I'm closer than I've ever been. My fucking shaft burns with the need to release, but something stops me. There's a blockage in my brain. I've convinced myself I don't deserve pleasure, and I don't know how to get around that. "I'm opening this door right now," Gail yells, and the door handle sounds again from the key sliding into the lock. "I'm fucking busy, Gail." Sunnie moans loudly to get the point across, and the other side of the door is silent. "Damn it, no. No, no, no." Sunnie circles her clit so fast it's nearly a blur, and I reach out to stop her before she ends up hurting herself. It isn't pleasure anymore. It's pain. Not physically, but mentally. It looks like someone else has a block too. "Stop," I whisper, wrapping my hand around her wrist. I hate seeing how she's on the familiar edge, dying to jump off but can't. I want nothing more than to see her fall apart, but neither of us can right now. Not when I have no idea how to put her back together. I tuck myself in my sweatpants and kiss her blonde bush before pulling her pants up. I'll have her one day when I deserve her. Her cheeks are flushed, and her eyes are glazed over. I gather her in my arms and set her on the bed, holding her as if she's about to fly away. I don't know if what happened between us is a good thing, especially when we each have issues that don't allow us to feel pleasure. "We rushed that," she says, laying her head on my chest. "I know," I reply. "I don't regret it, but maybe it shouldn't happen again for a while." "I know," I repeat. I never should have pulled her pants down. I should have kept kissing her until our lips numbed, but I got ahead of myself. I'm annoyed. With her, with me, with this damn situation I found myself in. Women aren't meant to get lost in, yet here I am needing directions to the middle of nowhere. Both of us are searching for more than what an orgasm can give. What can beat the high of heroin or the taste of alcohol? It isn't about pleasure between us. It's about learning to find it. I don't think either of us know where to start. "Do I still tick you off even though you got a taste?" I hide a grin as I look down to see her blue eyes squinting from the large smile across her lips. Happy fucking go lucky. She figures out how to shine no matter how bad she feels. "You'll always tick me off," I tease her. But she hasn't gotten under my skin. Not in a bad way. Just in a way I wasn't ready for. She's too bright for me, and I'm too dark for her. "Good. If not, I'm not doing something right," she says with a delicate squeeze of my midsection. I grip her chin and lay a soft kiss against her lips. Everything is right, but the timing couldn't be more wrong.
Chapter 12. Sunnie. The V between my legs is still throbbing with the need to be touched. The last time I had sex was when I was high, and I can't remember when I last had an orgasm. I was always too out of it to really be present. Patrick awakens the desire I thought had died when I lost myself to addiction. It had been years since I wasn't blinded by the high of the drug, and when Patrick touched me, kissed me, caressed me, and plunged his tongue inside my depths, I thought I'd lose my mind if I didn't orgasm. And I couldn't. I'll never be able to. It doesn't matter who I'm with and how strong the need is, how it scolds me from the inside out, making it unbearable to move because of how sensitive I am. This isn't a marathon, but we can't seem to stop sprinting to the main goal. We are forgetting there are steps we have to take to fully heal and rejoice in special ideals like sex. We aren't like normal people. We are damaged, a bit broken, and maybe beyond saving. That's what makes the journey so hard, because at the end, I don't know if there will be a happy ending for me. The journey is painful. The need for my next fix is always there, a low simmer in my tainted veins. When does someone like me realize the battle isn't worth the war? I think it's time we tell each other what's going on to better understand the situation we are getting ourselves in, he says, after a few minutes of silence. And what are we getting ourselves involved in? Patrick flips us over until he is laying half on, half off me, drifting his hand across my chest. I don't know, honestly. His brows cramp together as he thinks. Well, this is comforting. He looks as sure as I feel, which is a bad thing, considering I'm not sure at all. He falls to his back and tucks an arm behind his head, using it as a pillow as he stares at the ceiling. The last thing I expected was you. I didn't want anything to do with you, with anyone, really. I have my own shit to deal with. I don't want to have to deal with yours too. No offense. None taken. I understand what you mean. But I have this overwhelming... Letting his thoughts trail off, he thinks of the word he needs to portray what he means. He lays a wide palm across his chest, over where his heart beats with unknown determination to conquer the wicked grip of alcoholism. I want to be around you, he finally says, with a small shake of his head, and then lets out a sarcastic laugh. It makes no sense to me. I never want to be around anyone. I'm fucked up. I have a lot going on inside me. My goal was to get the fuck out of here and get another bottle on the way out. I don't know much, Sunnie, but I know this. He rolls to his side and places his fingers along my jaw, staring at my lips like they are his next meal. I know when I'm with you, the urge to ruin myself isn't as strong. I like who I am with you. Even the urge to drink fades. It's still there, but inside of this boiling craving, it's a slight slimmer. There's only so much you can do, I realize, and I have to give this place a fair chance if I ever want to... I rub the middle of his brows to stop him from thinking so damn hard. If you ever want to... what? If I ever want to be someone who deserves you. I want to get to that point, Sunnie. You make me want to. I never wanted that for myself. I never cared enough. I need to be strong enough and be the reason for my change on my own. But if I'm honest, if I leave it up to me, I'll grab that bottle again. I know myself well enough to know that much. Oh, my heart. Don't tease me like this. I'm not the kind of man to want things for myself, Sunnie. I don't want to want you. I want alcohol. I want rum. I want vodka, whiskey, gin. Anything that will make me feel good again. I want it so bad, my fucking mouth waters for it, Sunnie. Then you come into the picture, driving me crazy with your smile. And I think I want you more. I think I want you more than the thing that's meant to kill me." He rolls his head to the side, our gazes meet, and I hold my breath with the uncertainty etching the lines on his face. His frown deepens, something he must do a lot since the deep grooves on either side are so pronounced. "What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with you?" He sounds so doubtful, a bit angry, and I want to tell him what I want him to do with me. "We can be friends?" I offer, wanting to give options so he doesn't feel caged in. "I have plenty of friends, Sunnie. I couldn't be your friend. I'm too goddamn selfish. Seeing you with someone else, flashing that annoyingly bright, positive smile at someone else, fuck that." "I'm getting the impression you don't like me very much," I tease, letting the small bit of insecurity seep out. He scoots closer and spoons me, his arm falling in the dip of my waist. "Are you kidding? I like you too much. That's the problem." His thumb traces my lips and I close my eyes, remembering our kiss and how he outlined me with his tongue. "Your smile crumbles every reason for me to be angry. I've been an angry man a long time, babe. It's hard to let go of when it's all you've known. What the hell you see in me, I'll never understand." I lay my cheek where the curve of his neck and chest meet, thinking about the first time I saw him. I didn't think much of him at first, just another addict going through withdrawal, until I heard him scream for Macy. I see a kindred spirit, someone who understands what it means to lose the other half of your soul. We fall into quiet again. The air conditioning kicks on at the same time as a violent strike of lightning cracks outside. I'm not expecting the sound, so I'm startled and my body jumps, just as fierce rain bullets against the glass. His chin rubs across the top of my head and he croons, "It's all right. I've got you." His arms tighten around me, protecting me, even though I'm not scared. The storm is unexpected, is all. I get cozy, lifting my leg and wrapping it around his waist, burying myself until all I feel is his warmth, and all I smell is the fresh burst of soap on his skin. That damn soap. It gets me every time. It's so silly because it doesn't even smell that great, but on him, it makes my body go from 0 to 100 in record speed. A flash of light illuminates the sky, and the clouds are a dark plum color, vicious and evil with fury. A second later, the ground shakes from a rumble of thunder. I think it's fitting, an exact representation of how we feel in this very moment. Our feelings are dangerous, relentless, and can cause someone to get hurt. The lightning is my heroine, using me as its sky. The rain is Patrick's alcohol, every drop dripping down his throat. A storm wouldn't be what it is without the other element. We're a perfect fit, in the worst way. "Why did you become a heroin addict?" he asks out of the blue. Are you going to tell me why you became an alcoholic? Or are we going to sidestep the issues forever? He wants to tackle my problems, but he won't tell me what causes his. I have a problem with that. It isn't how relationships work. Someone can't give just so the other person takes. I need honesty too. His chest rises like a wave as he inhales, and as he exhales, the wave crashes, laying me flat against him once more. Yeah, I'll tell you. I haven't ever told anyone. I lift up onto my elbow and give him a perplexed, questioning stare. Never? In 18 years? He shakes his head. No, not ever. I replay what happened over and over again, Every day, every second, until I feel so insane I drink to try to forget it. Drinking helps to a certain degree. Alcohol slows my mind down, but I still don't have peace. Something is better than nothing. That's a long time not to confide in anyone. Not even your MC? Your little boys' club? Boys' club? Patrick's laugh is loud, boisterous, and with every shake of his chest, my head goes on a rocky ride. That's fucking cute. Jesus, is that what you think I'm a part of? I can't fucking breathe. What am I supposed to think? Your friend who visited looks like he works at a yacht club. Doc? Damn. Don't I know it? Patrick maneuvers us in a different way, so I'm off his chest, which makes me frown. I liked it there. Now we are face to face, which is a cautionary game to play because all I want to do is kiss him. But he wants to get serious. Doc is the doctor of the club. His real name is Eric. All the guys have road names. I guess it's a boys' club since there are no female members. It's a rough way of life. Reaper keeps our noses clean as much as possible, but we bend the law every now and then when we have to. We like to do more bad than good, he says, staring at his finger as he plays with a strand of my hair. You're beautiful, you know that? Really beautiful. I glance away from his compliment, and my cheeks tint. No doubt he can see the bright pink flush on my face. I'm not used to compliments. No, don't look away. Look at me when I tell you. I've never told anyone they are beautiful before, so I want you to see that I mean it. Patrick, look at me. His tone is domineering, sending shivers down my spine. I don't expect a man like him to be so gentle. The pads of his fingers glide along my jawline and apply the slightest pressure to turn my head back to him, and it's like gravity pulling me toward him. He places a kiss on the tip of my nose. Look at me, he repeats. I shake my head, but lift my gaze from his wide chest to his face. You're beautiful, Sunnie. I don't know what to say. I know thank you is the appropriate answer, but I can't seem to form the words. So are you, is what I say in reply. His eyes widen in shock, and he looks terrified. Nothing about me is beautiful, he answers, just as someone who considers themselves a beast would. We can agree to disagree. I lay a tender kiss on his lips, showing him that no matter what he thinks, I'll find him beautiful regardless of the pain he cloaks himself in. We have a long way to go before both of us believe the compliments we give one another. I don't deserve to feel this good, he mumbles, his words a quick breath puffing between my lips. Why not? Because I couldn't save her. Why would I be enough for you if I wasn't for her? Lightning veins across the sky, illuminating the room again, shining against the weary mirrors of his eyes. I see my reflection before the room darkens, and whatever he is holding inside him needs to be released. His agony is a whole other animal, lurking beneath the surface and dying to be set free. I want to be his rescuer. Can his animal trust me? Or will trusting him be the death of me? You were 13, right? There isn't much a 13-year-old can do. I don't know if I can talk about this. He sits up and pulls away from me. His fingers catch in the tangles of his shaggy hair. He does that a lot, I notice. I think that's why his brown strands have a constant shine to them, from the oil transferring from his hands. I don't know how to talk about this. You don't have to. If it's rushed, we can wait. Maybe you need a few other meetings with your group. The group? If there is one person in this damn place I can talk to, it's you. Fuck everyone else. They aren't getting more out of me than they already have. Some of them have been addicted for 6 months. Please. He scoffs. 6 months? 6 fucking months. I wish my addiction was only 6 months. Maybe then it wouldn't be so hard to break. He pushes himself off the bed, and my eyes fall to the curve of his ass, the blunt block of the gun outlined in the back of his shirt. I gulp, hating how quick he knew how to use it. He deserves answers if he sticks around with me. Tom isn't a man to ignore. Once he has you in his line of sight, it's that simple. You somehow are in his hands, life ruined, future damned. Patrick walks over to the window and grips the bars that are there to block the patients from breaking the glass. Is this rehab or a mental institution? I'm starting to think it's both. His head drops between his shoulders, and the weight of the world has him slumping, the strong posture that defines his back gone, and the strength usually exuding from him drained. He turns to look at me and opens and closes his mouth. But he can't form the words. I was pregnant, I blurt out of nowhere. I don't know who the father was. I had been with too many men. I sit cross-legged on the twin bed and twist my hands together. I don't want to see his disgust. I'm sure it's on his face. I was a whore for Tom, my dad. At least, I don't know if he's my dad. He said as much when he walked in earlier. I've only ever known him, and I've been working for him since I was 16. 16? Patrick roars, and then remembers we need to be quiet because patients aren't allowed to be in each other's rooms this late. He lowers his voice. You were a child. 16 is the legal age in Nevada. I lift my shoulders in a shrug. He kept me pretty doped up. It got to the point where he'd threatened to not give me my next hit unless I worked for it. And I did, Patrick. I lift my head and try to sound strong and brave. I fucked whoever I could, if it meant getting my heroin. God, I remember going so long without it my body would tremble, and when I'd finally get it, it was the best high. I moan, a phantom memory tickling the suppressed craving in my core. My eyes water, but I don't notice the tears falling. Not until Patrick is there in front of me, kneeling and wiping them away. I didn't care who I fucked, Patrick. How does that make you feel? That I took cocks in every hole, multiple men at a time. Sometimes women, too. I fucking wanted it. All of it. The more I had sex, the more money Tom made, and the more heroin I got. It was an evil circle, but one I'd loop 100 million times if it meant getting the same result. I don't care. Liar! I spit, pushing off my ass to stand. He straightens too, towering over me in his full height. Of course you care. Like you want to fuck a whore? Please. My laughter is maniacal, and I scratch the worn, scarred space of skin on my inner arm. I don't care, he repeats, snaking his fingers around my wrist. You did what you had to feel good, to feel what you were trained to feel. I don't hold that against you. It's the life you've known, Sunnie. The only way of life you've ever lived. Plus, I'm not a saint. I've fucked plenty of women, too. We have whores at the clubhouse, ready to serve, and guess what? I had their lips wrapped around my cock more often than not. People like us aren't angels, babe. I know that. You really don't care? I only care that you had to live that life for so long. I only care that you were hurt repeatedly. I care your addiction was forced on you and used against you. That's what I care about. I didn't know who the father was, I repeat, trying to make him see the woman I am. Do you get that? All that unprotected sex with men. Doesn't that bother you? I realize I'm trying to push him away. I want him to see what he might settle for. I go to shove him again, but he catches my arms. I hated the baby. I cry. I hated her. I felt like she ruined my life. I wanted drugs. That's all I cared about. Men liked fucking pregnant women too, you know? I worked until I was around 6 months. Strangers' hands would cup my stomach, and Tom would sit and watch me get used, Ross by his side enjoying the show. Sunnie. I gave birth to her early. My sobs break my words, and I hold out one hand, showing him how tiny she was. She fit right there, smaller than the palm of my hand. Her body shook because she was born addicted. And Patrick, I died in that moment. I didn't understand how important she was until it was too late. I wanted her, but I wasn't allowed to have her. I was too late with my love. There was nothing the doctors could do. She died as I held her. Fighting the addiction was too much for her little, premature body. I knew then that I needed to change my life because I never wanted to feel so damn worthless again. My baby died because of me, because of my actions. And missing her is the consequence that I deserve. Babe. Patrick's voice breaks for me as he pulls me to his chest. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. She was so little. I wail, burying my hands in his chest, clutching onto his shirt so hard it might rip. I'm a bad person. No, you aren't, he begins. You aren't a bad person. A bad person changed you into someone you didn't want to be. It makes Tom bad, not you. I'm so fucking sorry you lost her. His arms are so big as he circles them around me, and they overlap one another across my back. Patrick sways us back and forth, like a mother does an upset child. We stand there for a long time, rocking to the sound of the rain and the thunder. I always hated dancing, but this I could do forever. My sister and I were kidnapped on the way home from school. We walked like we always did. I was 13, she was 7. I woke up in a place that looked like a dungeon, caged like an animal, he says over my shoulder as we hold on to one another. Macy was in the cage across the room. She was scared, and there was nothing I could do. His fingers claw the middle of my back. Then he came in. Long hair, beard, smelled of beer, and he gave her a Barbie doll. I told her not to take anything from him. I told her, but she was 7, and she loved dolls. I yelled at him to not touch her, and he smashed my head against the cage. I could hardly move. My head killed me. I remember the room spinning, my stomach turning, but I couldn't roll over. Patrick's breathing changes. It's fast, too fast. I lean away and see his eyes are glossed over, and he's in the beginning stages of hyperventilating. He raped her right in front of me. He raped her. I couldn't stop him. I tried so hard. The words are familiar since I've heard him say them so many times before. He's lost right now, reliving a memory that's burned into his mind and soul. Oh, God, to witness this. No wonder he turned to alcohol. She cried for me. His eyes well over, matching the rain falling outside. He doesn't blink. He stands still. His eyes are cast on the floor, and his hands shake as if he is reaching out for her. I tried to get to her. She cried. His tone dips. For me. And then her scream stopped. Quiet. Nothing. He picked up her body and dropped her in front of my cage. Her neck was broken. Her dress was torn. I saw everything. He says the word slowly. I can't unsee it. I can't scrub my mind clean. He rubs a hand over his mouth and muffles a sob. I offered myself to him, and he pushed me onto my knees. I don't know how I managed, but I fought him and hit him over the head with the shovel he was going to use to bury Macy in the ground, in the same fucking room as me. A sly, demonic grin crosses his face. It took a while, but I cut off his hands with the shovel, making sure he could never hurt a kid again. I locked him in his cell, carried my sister's body upstairs, and called 911. Oh my God, Patrick. I lay my hand on his face, and he jerks out of my hold, blinking for the first time in what seems like minutes. Sunnie. He takes 2 steps and picks me up off the ground, holding on to me like he is relieved I'm his reality, and he isn't in the past. Patrick's hand buries in the back of my hair, and he kisses the side of my neck. My son, he whispers, and I wrap my legs around his waist, clinging onto him like a tree. I hate that happened, Patrick. I can't imagine. I wish I could take it away from you. I wish I was enough, but I know I'm not. All I can do is be here. That's more than enough, he says. Our journeys might be different, but our pain is the same. Patrick bends me in the air, and that's when I feel the bed pressing against my back. He crawls over me and rubs his hand up my leg, stomach, until he is in control of me, bringing my head forward to kiss me. You're more than enough. His tongue dips into my mouth and I can taste the salt from the tears. I'm hoping all of this healing is worth it, because between the two of us, we have cried the Pacific Ocean. I'm not sure how long we kiss, but that's all we do. He is hard beneath me, groaning against my mouth, and my nipples tingle into beads as his chest glides across mine. Patrick deepens the kiss, pouring his want, heartache, and hope into me. We don't rush, but something is different between us. A part of us, somewhere, some piece, has healed.
Chapter 13. Pirate. And just what is going on in here? What an annoying voice. Who the fuck is waking me up shrilling like that? Patrick. Sunnie nudges my side, and I pull her against me so her ass can feel how much I want her. I've never slept so well. She does what the alcohol couldn't. She silences the nightmares. Good morning, babe. I kiss the back of her neck, wanting another makeout session. Damn, my lips still hurt. Is that what I've been missing out on? Nah, I haven't missed anything. I doubt kissing one of the cut sluts is comparable to kissing Sunnie. She's a rose, her lips are enough to prove it, and I'm the thorn, drawing blood just so I can feel the plush petals against mine. Patrick. She nudges me, and her elbow hits between my ribs. Ow! What the fuck, Sunnie? I grumble, waking up from the sweetest damn slumber of my life. I rub my eyes and blink away the sleepiness, and my eyes focus on the figure in the middle of the room. Fuck. Gail. Damn it, Gail. Ruining everything once again. Good morning, Gail. I greet with a crooked smile. Her hands fall to her hips and she shakes a finger at us. Don't you good morning Gail me with your deep voice, which is nice, but I'm old, and I've been around the block. I know a man's way, and you aren't getting your way out of this, Patrick. And Sunnie, I'm not surprised. You love breaking the rules. Sunnie? I turn to see a sexy blonde next to me with tousled hair that I want to grab and use as reins to yank her to me. Her lips are still swollen from all the kissing we did, and it's causing my cock to take notice. How did I get in here? I must have been sleepwalking again. I steal a quick grab of her ass before rolling out of bed and stretching, eyes widening when the gun rubs against my skin. Shit. Forgot all about that. I lower my arms so the shirt fully covers the weapon and scratch my head, yawning. Well, I'll get out of your hair. Sorry to bother you, Sunnie. Don't even think about it. Gail's red-polished fingernail presses against my chest as she stops me from walking out the door. I know good and well what you two were doing. I might be old, but I wasn't born yesterday. Your room was empty, Patrick. Your door was locked, Sunnie. Patients are not allowed to be in the same room with one another. Do I make myself clear? For the next week, if I see you two together like this again, I will request one of you to be transferred to another facility. Gail, I start, but she lifts her hand to shut me up. I'm pretty slack, I know. Sunnie, I know you take Patricia's book. I don't care. It's a damn book. I know you sneak down the hall, and I know you love giving the orderlies you hate a hard time. Whatever. They are dicks most of the time, so I don't care. But this? I'm sorry. I have to follow the rules. Her gaze softens as she looks at the both of us, the wrinkles vanishing around her eyes. Two addicts cannot be together until therapy is complete and the patient is released. You don't know if what you're feeling is real or the addiction switching paths. The worst thing you can do is get addicted to each other. Gail, please, Sunnie says in desperation. He has helped me. He's my best friend. He has done more than any of those damn therapy sessions have ever done for me. You can be friends, but you cannot be more. Not as long as you are here. Am I clear? My happiness is gone in seconds. What the hell are you talking about? I snap, taking a step towards her with my fist clenched at my sides. Gail takes a step back and she hits the door behind her. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. If I want to be around Sunnie, I'm going to be around her. You can't just... I stretch my fingers and try to relax, but it doesn't work. The longer Gail stands in the room, the more pissed off I get. You can't just do that. I finally feel like I've made progress in this shithole, and it isn't because of you. It's because of her. I'm starting to feel panicked, closed in with no way out. Another damn cage. I'm sorry, Patrick. Gail swallows, and I have to hand it to her. She's a tough old bitch for standing her ground and barely flinching. You can be friends. That's it. If I see what I saw this morning, I'll put you on the transfer list. This is the reason why two people here can't be together. Addicts feel deeply. You're very empathic, whether you want to believe it or not. When you come together, it's intense, and it takes your focus off getting well for yourself. For myself? What the hell makes you think I give a damn about myself and the damn circle jerks you make me go to every day? I go to group therapy because I have to. I talk to her, I'm with her, because I want to be. Patrick, if you don't calm down... Hey. Sunnie's hand lands on my lower hip, her thumb grazing the skin under my shirt. Gail, can we have a minute, please? Gail pinches her lips together, her red lipstick creasing between the lines surrounding her mouth.
I don't know. Please. Just a minute, and then he'll go, and we will be friends. You won't have problems out of us. Okay, she relents, eyeing us on our way out as she shuts the door behind her. Friends? I hiss. My anger is climbing by the second. I don't want to be your fucking friend, Sunnie. I've never... You can't be serious. Not after last night. The panic is back and setting in. I feel like I have the emotional range of a 20-year-old, since I've never given a damn about anyone before. I'm emotionally goddamn stunted. I have the past of an adult and the heart of a teenager being in love for the first time. Fuck. Is that what this is? Love? No, I'm not capable of such a thing. That much is clear. I'm an asshole. I've treated cut sluts horribly, and I've been vulgar to one of the old ladies back at the clubhouse. I can't remember who. I was too drunk at the time to care. I was always drunk. Fuck Gail and what she says. Sunnie blows out a puff of air, mean-mugging the door. She's right, though. We are going to have to be careful. We have to be friends for everyone else. Maybe we can leave notes somehow to each other throughout the day when we want to have a minute alone. We can figure it out. I don't want to be your friend, Patrick. I don't know what we are, but it's more than friends, even if we aren't ready for it or don't know what to do with it. I lift a brow at her in charge, letting my hands roam down her body until I have the plump globes of her ass in my hands. I know what I want to do with it. I growl, throwing my mouth against hers in a savage kiss. There's no way all lips feel like hers. This is the only pair of lips I've ever gotten lost in, I say, not wanting to tell her I have never kissed before. How stupid does that sound? Grown man with plenty of experience in the sex department. Only I can never come, and I never bothered kissing because I like drinking more. Yeah, I'm a real fucking winner. Gail knocks. Okay, time is up. Get out of there, Patrick. Please don't make me put in a transfer. I stare at the door, wishing it would burst into flames, but Gail sounds like she'd rather do anything other than what she is threatening to do. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I say, not sure how we will get away with it. If there is one thing I know for sure, I can't let this feeling slip between my fingers. This is what happiness is. This is what it feels like. It's freeing. I forgot what it's like to live without that poison running through my veins, and I'm starting to see I can live without it. My mind isn't clouded. The memory of losing Macy is still there, and the pain is manageable. Now more than ever. I slip in one last kiss before taking a step to the right and opening the door to see a frazzled Gail waiting, looking left and right to make sure no one sees me coming out. Right as I do, London comes down the hall with his cart. When he sees me, a cocky smirk crosses his lips. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving that fucking creep in that room with my friend. I almost say my girl, but I catch myself, and Gail follows my line of sight and pats my arm. I don't blame you. I'll allow you to stay until she takes her medicine, but I'm staying right here. No more of that hanky-panky. Not under this roof, you hear me? Yes, ma'am. I watch as she looks at the watch on her wrist, and Lyndon smacks the cart into Gail's hip hard. Too fucking hard. Gail tumbles, slamming her shoulder against the wall, and I reach my arm out to catch her before she falls to the ground. I got you, I say, pulling her up to her feet. She cradles her shoulder protectively, and she isn't putting her weight on her right leg. She bites her bottom lip and her eyes squeeze shut, holding back painful sounds from how red her face is. Shit, Gail. Are you okay? Someone! We need help over here. I shout for someone, anyone to come help her. I think you need a doctor, I say, letting Gail use me as a crutch, something to lean on so she doesn't fall. And that fucker London doesn't even apologize. He whistles and grabs the 2 cups. One is water, the other are pills. What's going on? Sunnie asks from behind me. Her body is close. I can feel the soft curves of her breast gliding against my back. She's so warm,
and her body heat is hard not to recognize when she's thawing me from the inside out. London here is being a fucking asshole. Ran right into Gale on purpose. I sneer. And if it wasn't for holding Gale upright, I'd punch the lights out of this guy. I didn't do it on purpose. I barely hit her. She'll be fine, he says with a roll of his eyes. Gale and Sunnie gasp at the same time when a few of my MC brothers walk through the double doors down the hall and see the commotion. Of course, it's Reaper, Tongue, and Bullseye. Tongue has a few of the orderlies back up to put as much space as they can between them. Their boots pound with every steel-toed thud, owning the hallway. London doesn't see the huge men come from behind him, Reaper leading the way. Bullseye is playing with one of the darts in his hand and he cocks his head, not liking the look on my face or how Gale cowers into my arm. Bullseye flicks the dart in the air and catches it, then pierces it through the air. It lands in London's shoulder, and his back bends as the pain renders his body. He tosses his head back and shouts, "What the fuck?" He tries to reach for it, but it's in a spot that he can't reach. I've seen the damage those darts can do. Poodle has the scars to prove it. When the dart enters the skin, the tip releases like a claw, pinching the muscle and flesh. The only way to take it out is to yank it. It isn't pretty. "We got a problem here, Pirate?" Reaper asks, and Tongue yanks London's head back by his hair and places a blade against his throat. "Let me cut him, Prez. Just a little nick. I've been bored since Nola." Right. Nola. I wasn't allowed to go on that trip because Reaper tossed me in here to get better. I wouldn't have been of use to them if I tagged along, but it hurts knowing I couldn't be there for Skirt. "I don't give a fuck what you do, Tongue," Reaper says, getting a smoke from his inner pocket. "Is this your boys' club?" Sunnie tries to whisper as low as she can, but Bullseye still hears her and chuckles, slapping his knee from finding it so funny. Reaper's eyes fall to Sunnie, and I have the urge to step in his line of sight to protect her. His eyes, typical black pools swirling with death and holding the souls of the ones he's killed, morph to a shade lighter. "And who are you? Are you friends with Pirate?" "I'm going to call the cops," a stupid orderly says, and Bullseye's arm snaps out, grabbing the guy's neck like a snake that attacks. "You do that? You tell them Ruthless are here, and I can bet they will take a long time to show up," Bullseye warns, taking another dart out and rubbing it against the guy's throat. I don't remember them being so goddamn vicious. Reaper tries to light his cigarette, but Gale snatches it from his mouth and breaks it in half. All eyes are on her now, including Reaper's, who looks amused. I haven't been able to decipher in all the years I've been a Ruthless if him being amused is a good thing or a bad thing. "I don't care if you are big bad bikers. This is a no smoking zone. You will not smoke in my building while people are trying to better themselves. Do I make myself clear?" Gale's voice shakes, but it isn't from fear. It's from pain. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple, streaking her makeup. Reaper grunts and tucks his matches in his back pocket. "My apologies. Old habits. It won't happen again." London cries out when Tongue digs the tip of his knife into his flesh. A droplet of blood runs down his throat, reminding me of a tear. "If we were in the swamp, I'd feed you the swamp kitties." "Swamp kitties?" Sunnie questions, her tone indicating Tongue is crazy. She has no idea how crazy he is. Bullseye shakes his head, and Reaper ignores Tongue, a skill no one else has been able to master. "It seems there might be some issues. I don't like that." Reaper pulls London away from Tongue and slams him against the wall, the dart digging deeper into his shoulder. London cries out and starts to struggle. Please stop. Put me down," the coward begs. "Oh, you're one of those." Reaper looks him up and down, unimpressed. "Let me tell you something, boy. We aren't like you. We aren't all bark and no bite. We will tear you to pieces. Do you understand that? You fuck with anyone here, especially her. Or her." Reaper points to Sunnie and Gale,
and I will peel your flesh from your fucking bones. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, London whines, nostrils flaring. Good. Reaper drops him and tugs on his cut. No. I came to visit Pirate because I was told none of us were allowed here. Reaper turns his dark gaze on me, and the kindness he has for the women disappears. Bullseye tugs the dart free, slinging the meat and flesh from the prongs to the ground. I'm going to need that back, thanks. He wipes the blood on his jeans and tucks the dart in the pocket of his cut. Tongue steps forward, and his knife plays on the edge of London's mouth. If we have to interrupt you again from hurting someone here under our protection, I'll cut your tongue out of your throat and FedEx that nasty bitch to the swamp. Got it? London and I stare at each other, and I see the moment he remembers my threat about a friend who will cut his tongue out. He thought I was full of shit. You guys are crazy. London's arm is limp at his side as he hurries away. Blood drips on the floor in his wake. Bullseye, clean that up since you're the reason why it's there. Pirate, you and I need to talk. Reaper walks toward the visitor area, his presence of violent, dangerous energy surrounding the entire space. People give him a wide berth, and Tongue follows behind him, cleaning his nails with his knife as he walks. One of these days he will slip up, and you know what? I bet he won't even care. He'll like getting cut. Sunnie. I turn around and lay my hands on her shoulders. I'm not sure how to process the way she's looking at me. She's staring at me like she doesn't know me, but she knows me better than any of my MC brothers do. I need you to take Gail to see a doctor. She's badly hurt. Get a wheelchair or something. I have to go talk to my Prez. Prez? She asks. What the hell is that? President. Reaper. He's the guy who was front and center. He's the president of the MC, or Boys Club, as you call it. She looks unsure, but I bend down and kiss the middle of her forehead, and Gail clears her throat. I side-eye Gail. Everything will be fine. I rub my hands up and down her arms. I got to go, friend. I make sure to direct the word at Gail, annoyed that I have to play pretend. Patrick, Sunnie calls out after me. I look over my shoulder to see her eating up the distance between us, and she crosses her arms over her chest. Yeah, babe? Be careful. Nothing to be careful for. Swear. I reach out and hold on to her fingers for a moment, not wanting to let go. As I step away, our fingers slide apart, leaving me aching for another second of her touch. Maybe Gail is right. I've become addicted to Sunnie, maybe obsessed. The fight and anger I wanted to hold against her changed into this undeniable need. The urgency for rum, the desperation for it. It's the same feeling I have for her. She's consuming me. I hope she isn't the reason for breaking me. I've been broken once, and the road to recovery is long and brutal. I won't win another shattering of my soul. Hi. I nod to one of the nurses who's holding the cross around her neck, mumbling a prayer. I don't catch all of it, but I hear an amen and savor from hell, whatever that's supposed to mean. I turn the corner and find Reaper sitting in one of the metal chairs that's too small for him. His body is crunched together, knees hitting the bottom of the table, and he's placing puzzle pieces in their correct place. Tongue is hovering above Reaper, pointing to the puzzle, and Reaper slaps his hand away. You're going to fuck it up. Am not. It goes there, Reaper. Don't fucking tell me. I know exactly where it goes, and it isn't there. Reaper proceeds to place it in the spot Tongue told him to. There. That's what I said. It isn't. Reaper grumbles. I sit in the chair on the other side of the table, and Reaper tries to lean forward and place his elbows on the table, but he can't. He's too damn big. God damn it. Is this place made for little people? Tongue stands behind Reaper and crosses his arms, the knife in his hand for protection. You need to put that away, Tongue, I tell him. This isn't the kind of place for that. I don't even know how you were able to get in here with it.
I punched the guard, he says. No one takes my knife. Right. Of course he did. Damn it. I hope them showing up doesn't cause issues for me. It's another reason why I didn't want them here. Why can't we come visit? Reaper asks, flipping a puzzle piece in his hand. Doc says you didn't want to see us. I'm recovering, Reaper. You put me in here. Part of me hates you for it. And the other part? I appreciate it, I admit. Then I can live with the part that hates me. He sighs. You were in a bad way. You need to be here. I know. I've learned a lot so far, overcome a few things, but I still want my rum. I don't know how I'll be able to be a part of the club with the bar right there, Reaper. We already took care of that. The liquor is gone. Anyone who wants to drink either goes to King's Club or they lock their booze in their room in a fridge. You can go to the club, but everyone has been advised not to serve you. It would be easier if you just kicked me out of Ruthless and take my cut. The thought of being without them tears me apart, and my arm instinctively reaches for a bottle that isn't there on the table. Why the fuck would I do that? I care about my brothers more than I care about fucking booze, Pirate. I don't know what the fuck happened to you, but I hope one day you'll trust us. It isn't that I don't trust you. I just don't know how to talk about it without looking like a weak bitch. I say honestly. I'm tired of feeling weak. Weakness is giving up, and you don't seem to be throwing in the rag, so you're far from weak, Pirate. Tongue's words of reassurance take me by surprise. Even Reaper is turning around, his arms swinging across the table as he does, and he knocks the puzzle on the ground. Men like us don't belong around tables like this. Damn it. I almost saw the golden retriever, puppy. I cough to hide my laugh. Anyway, I'm here as a messenger, and I wanted to see you, Pirate. Reaper takes out an envelope and slides it across the table. A few letters from people at the club. Sarah, too. Just to let you know we are in your corner. We are fighting for you, too. I know you think you're alone, but you aren't. You have family. Family. There's that word again. For a long time, I believed my family was dead, but that's what happens when you're stuck in the past. I have a family, people who are here, alive. They want the best for me, but I can't betray Macy. Reaper, while you're here, I want to change the subject. I don't want to go down memory lane, or the progress I've made will be ruined. I want you to look into Tom, the guy running for mayor. Why? Something happened? I look around to make sure we aren't being watched and notice we are completely alone. I reach into the waistband of my sweats and slide the gun across the table. You could say that. Tom is supposed to be Sunnie's father, but I don't think that's the case. I saw him harassing her, and apparently he's a pimp. I want you to dig up everything you can on him. He cannot be mayor. Sunnie? She's the girl with the blonde hair? Yes. She yours? He asks. If I'm ever deserving of that, then yes, I say. I'll look into it. Expect one of us back soon. And Pirate? Yeah, Press? I glance up when he stands. Reaper is a fair president, vicious, but he does what is best for the club. He's the best damn leader we have. Don't ever say we can't visit. I know it's hard for you here, but it was hard for us too, watching someone we care about want to kill themselves like that. And you look fucking good, Pirate. It's good to have a conversation with you. I don't think I ever have before. He gives my shoulder a pat as he walks away, leaving me thinking about the man I want to be. Don't give in to the demon inside you, Tongue says. He isn't worth the energy. What do you know about demons, Tongue? Enough to know that if you let them, they will take over. He digs through the letters and taps one with his index finger. Read that one first. It's mine. Will do. I watch as Tongue follows Reaper's path, and a door in the distance opens and closes, telling me my brothers have left. I stare at the stack of letters in my hand. There has to be a dozen here. I wonder if they are words of encouragement. One thing's for certain. I have more to fight for now than I have in 18 years. I think it's time I realize Macy needs to finally be laid to rest. A wound that needs to be closed once and for all.
Chapter 14. Sunnie. Meet me in the garden, the space between the pink and red roses, at 9 p.m. I reread the sloppy handwriting and butterflies float around in my stomach. It's been a few days since the fiasco with London, Gale, and those scary biker men who wear leather. Does Patrick, my pirate, wear the same outfit? My face flushes when I imagine him in only leather. Yep, he definitely looks good. We haven't been able to see much of one another because of his group sessions, and Gale put him in a timeout from hanging out with his friend because she was scared shitless of the men who threatened London. We have been writing notes back and forth, hiding the folded-up pieces of paper underneath a fern that sits in the back corner, ignored and lonely. Gale is on desk duty for her hip, but she has eyes everywhere, so we have to be careful. The clock reads 8:55 when I check the time. Crap, I nearly didn't check the fern in time. I tuck the note in the waistband of my pants and casually stroll by the front desk to see Gale on the phone and Patricia reading her book. I still want to know what happens between Samuel and Elizabeth, but my mind has been preoccupied for a few days. I make a mental note not to forget and feign right to go to my room before hurrying out the door on the left. It's a good thing the gardens exist, to give this facility a place of beauty and relaxation, because this hallway is haunted by the cries of addicts fighting for their lives. Low groans and high-pitched screams with each door I pass. The lights flicker, and the hair on the back of my neck stands up when a woman's wail crawls over my skin. To think Patrick was in this hall just a few weeks ago. It twists a shard of glass into my heart. No, please, one last time. I swear it will be one last time. One more, please. I pick up the pace to get away from the sounds, the desperate begs. It's sad and pathetic, and what's worse is they know it too. They know when they beg for one last hit, it's a last-ditch effort. I don't look down on them. I pity them. I've been there. It's one of the hardest experiences I've ever had to go through, besides losing my child. Withdrawal is like kerosene, constantly dripping through your veins, and your craving for a high is the pilot light, a tiny flame. That's it, a small, not an intimidating sway of fire. But since it's a dark lover with kerosene, they cause a continual burning blaze in the blood. It scorches you from the inside out. It's so painful. I don't wish the process on anyone. The constant shouts are finally behind me, and I release a breath. I really hate walking down that hallway. It truly haunts in its own way, holding the screams of the weak as they succumb to the torture forced upon them. I peer over my shoulder when I get the sense of someone watching me, but no one is there. Ignoring it, I blame it on my shaken-up nerves from hearing people scream. The rehab center is an old house, an oversized Victorian with pristine architecture. It's hard to believe this used to be someone's house. It's too much for a family to have, and to think of it as anything else but a rehab facility is impossible. I bet there are a lot of stories hidden beneath these walls. The trim of the doors curve in the middle, like a book when someone opens it. As I open the door to take a step outside into the garden, it's like turning a page and seeing Wonderland for the first time. Inside the home is dreary, but outside, it's a new world. There are twinkling lights that sparkle against the skies above the greenhouse. The aroma of plants hits my nose, and it's earthy, fresh, and a floral scent hangs in the air, with all the flowers blooming around me. The pathway is made up of a tan slab of rock with gravel in between each stone. I run my hands along a vine, and my fingers trail over the wet stem. The automatic sprinklers must have come on. There are tiny raindrops on the green leaves, and the water on my fingertips is cold. I wipe my hands dry on my sweatpants and continue forward, smiling when I see the rose garden up ahead. I pick up the pace and start to jog, excited to see the guy who's brought so much joy to my life in such a short amount of time. How did I live a month without him in this place? Slowing, I come to a stop before a waist-high iron gate painted a forest green. The ironwork is magnificent, with vines and leaves along the top to represent the garden. I unhook the gate and take a step forward, and a massive pink rose in full bloom brushes against my cheek, an elegant caress that reminds me of a feather. Taking a moment, I turn my head and inhale, closing my eyes as the scent carries my mind to a faraway place. "You came," Pirate says from my right. "I was worried you didn't get my note in time." "I wouldn't miss seeing you, even if it's just for 5 minutes." I pluck the pink rose from its stem and tuck it behind my ear before wrapping my arms around his lean waist. "How do I look?" I pose, placing my hands under my chin and puckering my lips. He gives me a sweet smile, staring at me as if I hung the moon for him. He plucks a petal from the rose and skims it across my lips. Like a woman right out of my dreams. I sure as hell do not deserve someone like you. I haven't been a good man, a good person yet. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to let you go. Were you ever planning on it? His eyes break away from mine, and I have my answer. Patrick? I thought about it when I knew I started to have feelings for you. I'm not what you need. You deserve better. I'm not letting you go, okay? I'm in too deep, he says, brushing his lips across mine once, twice, and then diving in for more. There's nothing like the taste of his lips. There isn't expertise in his movements. There's uncertainty, and his movements aren't always smooth. But it's the best kiss I've ever had. Come here. He takes my hand and tugs me forward, leading me by roses of all different sizes and colors of yellow, red, and white. Patrick leads me to a wall covered in thick green leaves. He pushes them apart, and a wooden door appears, almost like out of a fairy tale. I didn't know this was here. How did you find it? A friend, he says, turning the knob and opening it to reveal a small space, almost like a hidden room, filled with candles and rose petals. There's another man there, fluffing blankets and pillows. He is wearing the same boring outfit we are, which tells me he is a patient. Fuck, damn, shit, whore, fucker tits, the guy randomly blurts, and picks up a bottle, placing it in a bucket. I hope it isn't alcohol. I'll have to slap Pirate for it. He has Tourette's. Don't mind him. He's kind. He just has no control of his mouth. His name is Locke. Patrick answers my question out of the side of his mouth. Locke, buddy, you did a great job. Remember what I said. You get out of here, and you and your sister have the MC's protection. You go straight to the clubhouse and tell them I sent you. Understand? Pirate fucker! Locke holds out a hand, just as I giggle. Pirate fucker. Tee-hee. Sorry, Locke says. I curse more when I'm stressed out. Locke's eyes blink fast, and he covers his lips with his hand to stop himself from saying more. It's okay, man. We all have the thing that makes us, us, Pirate says. Thanks for setting this up for me and Sunnie. We won't be getting a lot of alone time. If anyone asks, you don't know where we are, okay? You got it. Locke salutes and bends down as he exits so he doesn't hit his head on the frame of the door. Thanks, Locke. Fuck you. Fuck her in the ass. Locke turns around, wide-eyed, and covers his mouth. I'm sorry. Fuck. Stupid fucker. You're stupid. He hits his head and slams the door. The rustling of the bushes outside tell me he is setting everything in place so no one can see the door. Aw, that sucks. He shouldn't have to feel sorry. He can't help it, I say, feeling bad for someone who can't seem to control the urge to spew mouth vomit. I don't know much about Tourette's, but I know they don't have control when it comes to certain things. Some blink a lot, some curse. It's their nervous tick. Yeah, I didn't take it to heart either, Patrick says, leading me to the blanket and pillows spread out on the ground. Careful. Patrick lifts me just in time before I miss a step I didn't see. Thank you. I look around again. It's a room forgotten. The stone is old, and the shape of the space is round instead of square. It's part of the greenhouse, or it was a long time ago. The roof is clear to allow light in, but right now, all I see are the millions of constellations dotting the night sky. Wow, Patrick. I didn't know you were the romantic type. He sits down and pulls me down next to him. Me either. Not until I found something to care about instead of the bottle. He gathers the waves of my hair and pushes the mane over my shoulder, laying a kiss on the base of my neck. I wanted alone time with you. The last few days have been torture. I settle against his chest and stare at the stars. I know. Gail really has it out for us. No, she's just doing her job. But when I want something, nothing is going to stop me. Not even a little old lady. Ice clinks together as Patrick reaches in the bucket for the bottle, and I slap his wrist, knocking his hand free from grabbing onto it. I spin around in his lap and wrap my legs around him. Patrick, you don't have to drink. I don't want to drink if you can't. I can't believe you'd relapse. I won't let you. Not for... He silences me with a kiss, drowning me in his own toxicity. I try to pull away, but he kisses me again. Patrick... But he keeps on kissing me. This is serious. His tongue wraps around mine, tying my words in a knot so I can't speak. We've gotten really good at this kissing thing. I don't mind. I can kiss him forever, for as long as he allows. He hums down my throat, and his hands tighten on my waist. When I first met him, he seemed like the kind of man who didn't handle things with care. He was brash, rude, and downright unpleasant to be around. But the more the alcoholic left his body, the more I got a glimpse into the man who has been hiding under the possession of alcohol. He's been hidden away for far too long because the man he is deserves to be seen by the world. Patrick takes a breath and leans his forehead against mine. Thanks for caring, babe. It isn't wine or anything. It's sparkling Welch's grape juice, because I know my limits. His brows draw together, and disappointment drifts in his sails. It's hard to believe I have limits. I can't even drink a glass of wine. I'll never be able to have a glass of champagne with you to celebrate something. Anything. He peels off the golden foil on the neck of the bottle and twists the top off. I can't ever trust myself. It's a realization difficult to wrap my head around. The fact that I really have a problem, that I'm a true addict. I feel like I'm living someone else's life. I can't even remember how I got here. Patrick grabs 2 paper cups from behind the bucket, and I notice they are the medicine cups London has the pills in every morning. These are the only cups I could find. Sorry. He pours us each a cup, and I take it happily, drinking the juice as if it were freshly squeezed from the finest grapes. I scoot forward, and my arm tangles with his. Everything is perfect. We take a sip at the same time and set our drinks to the side. I hate how you got here, but I'm glad you did, because I would have never met you otherwise. He wraps my hair around his wrist and tugs me forward. For some reason, I find that really hard to believe. He dips his head and licks down my neck and over the healed wound he left from when he bit me. I moan when he nibbles the same place against my neck. I didn't set this date up to get frisky. I just wanted to be with you. Patrick lifts my shirt and grabs hold of my rib cage, trying to compose himself. His cock is long and hard, pressing against my clit. I saw a glimpse of that magnificent cock once before, and I'm excited to see that beast again. Maybe I was dreaming when I saw him the first time, but I swear it was 10 inches with a vein as thick as a rope. I want to trace it with my tongue and appreciate a sculpture as fine and perfect as Patrick is. Well, fuck this taking it slow shit, because it isn't working. I rip my shirt over my head and toss it somewhere. I hope it doesn't catch fire or anything from all the candles. I want to get frisky. Frisk me, damn it. Frisk. I grab his hands and lay them on my tits. I'm sure I look unimpressive right now. I'm wearing a plain cotton bra, no underwire, because apparently the staff thinks the wire can be used for self-harm. With a quick flick of his wrist, Patrick rips the flimsy bra off me and licks his lips when he sees I'm bare. The light glow of the candles surrounding us seductively rock, the shadows dancing in love and heat. His palms are large, and he cups my breasts, bends down, and sucks my nipple into his mouth, flicking his tongue over the tight bead. My hand clenches around his neck, playing with the long strand of his hair as he drifts his way to the other side, while pinching the wet bud he just abandoned. I toss my head back. The abrasions of his rough suckles have my pussy throbbing for more than kissing, or second base. If we do this, there is no turning back. We are doing a piss-poor job fighting the need for each other, but once we give in, the addiction will be set in our marrow, the core of our bones. There will be no turning back. But it's a direction better than the last.
Chapter 15. Pirate. A kiss of her shoulder won't do. A touch of her lips isn't enough. Her body arching against mine is a temptation I can no longer fight. I'm drowning in her sinking ship of lust, and I don't care. I don't want to be saved. I need more. I have to scratch the itch. I have to give in. I flip us over, gently laying her head on the pillow and watch her tits bounce. She's goddamn beautiful. I massage the flesh and rock against her, moving my hips slowly. There's a small wet spot on my sweatpants where my cock is dripping with fluid. Another experience I don't remember having. I'm sure I have, but hey, whiskey dick was my life for a long time. A virgin I am not. A man who feels like a virgin. Maybe. I'm shaking, I'm nervous. I wish I knew if I was good at this, and maybe I'd have a little more fucking confidence. Patrick. She says my name against lips that are still wet from the grape juice. I bend down and steal a taste. The juice sweeter, as if the grape is still on the damn vine. She lifts up and whips my shirt over my head, kissing the middle of my chest, then tugs my pants down until my cock bobs free. Her hands move to my cock and pump the angry shaft. Sunnie, I hiss, thrusting myself into her tight fist. Oh, God damn it, you feel so good. My entire body is quaking, and her thumbnail dips in the slit, gathering a bead of pre-cum and uses it for lube. You're fucking huge, Patrick. I can't wait to feel you inside me. I bet you feel like you're made for me. Fuck yes, I am. I grab the back of her head and push her toward my cock. We are made for each other. Every fucked up bits and broken pieces of us. We fit. She rubs her soft lips over the crown and traces the brim. My balls pull tight, and the low swirling tingle of an orgasm sticks to the base of my spine. I know I won't come, but the rush, the static cling across my skin feels so fucking good. I haven't felt this good since I'd twist a cap off a fresh bottle of rum. This is orgasm enough. I don't need to come to feel fucking good. Your mouth is sin, babe. I urge her, and she takes me to the back of her throat until she gags and coughs, but she doesn't stop. She takes me like that over and over again, until tears are streaming down her cheeks, and spit is dripping down my heavy sack. Fuck, I growl, gripping her hair too hard when I start thrusting my hips, fucking her stretched out mouth. With one final plunge, I yank her off me and rip her sweats off. Now, where was I before we got interrupted the other day? I pick up her legs and place them on my shoulders. Her legs are smooth like porcelain, lean and defined in all the right places. I lick down her inner thigh, taking another hard bite of flesh, and when I pull away, I see my teeth marks. My cock jerks. I want to do it again. I kiss her clit and move to the other thigh, suck a big chunk of flesh into my mouth, and then let it go with a pop. She groans, thrusting her hips into my face, but I ignore her, watching the red spot on her creamy flesh turn a maroon color with busted blood vessels under the skin. Hungry for more, I latch my teeth into her skin, and she cries out in pleasure again. Sunnie is dripping. Her sweet nectar is pouring out of her like a sieve. Her flower is pink, folds parted, and her clit is engorged, waiting for my attention. I've been starved for far too long. I'm not gentle. I nurse her clit, wanting more of the honey pooling from her cunt. I groan into her, loving how she tastes. Oh, God. Patrick. Oh, God. Yes, that's good. That's so good. More. Give me more. The way she says my name has a switch being flipped inside me. I've never heard my name fall from a woman's lips because of pleasure. It isn't because I wasn't good at giving it. No, that's a lie. I was a selfish asshole. I never cared about a woman's orgasm. Only mine, because I could never seem to reach it. Maybe tonight is the night. For the first time in 10 years, I'll know what it's like to be lost in a person instead of alcohol. I flick my tongue to her hole and thrust inside, showing her how I went to fuck her with my cock. I hold her hips down with my arm as she ruts against my face for more. God, she tastes fucking good. Better than rum. Better than the bitterness of guilt. Sunnie is the reason for me to end this chapter and begin a new one, but I have to give her a reason to want to go on a journey with me. I have to be better, which means my treatment has to be a priority. I know. I need to be the reason to get better, but I'm not enough. I needed something to bring me back to life, to breathe air into my lungs and bring hope. And I'm tasting her. Right now. I need you inside me. I need you, she chants, spreading her legs wider to accommodate me. I kick off my sweatpants the rest of the way and somehow manage to rip my mouth off her. I glide up her body until I'm hovering over her. She lifts her head and steals a kiss, and I know she can taste herself on my tongue. It doesn't seem to bother her. My nerves are starting to get the best of me now. I'm shaking, nearly as bad as when I was in bed in withdrawal. She's trembling too. Her hand is a warm draft over my cheek as she holds my face to hers as we kiss in languid motions. I reach between us and guide my cock to her entrance, and then I break away from her for a minute. You're going to have to show me how to do this. Wrong choice of words. I know what I'm doing. Sunnie flinches and her sapphire eyes are as big as oceans. What? I meant, I've never done this before. Fuck, that isn't right either. No, I have. What? She wraps her leg around my hip, and my tip slips inside her warm, tight sheath. Oh, damn it. I grunt and lay my forehead on her chest, holding on to her to keep me from falling apart. I've been with too many people, but I've never been with one I care about. You're going to have to work with me."
"Me too,"
she says, and her admission has me lifting my head and staring up at her through hopeful eyes. Different paths, same outcome. My lips are against the beat of her heart as I inch my way inside. I squeeze my eyes shut from how fucking good she feels, and we moan in unison when I'm into the hilt, my sack nestled against her curvaceous ass.
"Don't feel heartbroken if you don't make me come," she warns. "I haven't been able to for a long time."
No fucking way are we that similar. Me either. The consequence of chasing the high, but I'm going to tell you right now, if I don't, it has nothing to do with you, and you are by far the best high I've ever felt. I slide out and thrust back in, gasping from the tightness of her walls around me. I hunch over her, burying my head against her shoulder. My arms tighten around her waist to pull her closer. Her nipples rub against my chest, and her breaths tickle my ear as she moans. "You're so goddamn tight," I grit.
"You're so goddamn big."
Sunnie's compliment would have me unloading inside her if I were a normal man. Her hands cup my ass and use my cheeks as support to drive into her harder. Nothing else matters in this moment. I'm not a drunk. I'm not recovering. I'm just a man. And it feels so fucking good. My cock plunges into her delicacy, soft and wet. She clenches around me, making herself tighter, and I trail my hand up her left arm, glide it over her chest, and hold on to her neck with gentle pressure. Sure, I bite, and it's rough, but nothing violent with my hands or hers. We aren't those kinds of people. We've had rough. We've had violence. It's time for pleasure. It's time for the pain to let us go so we can be free. Don't challenge yourself to make me come. I haven't in 10 years, I say, placing a kiss on her cheek. Being inside you is more than I could ever want for myself.
"I'm not. I just want to make you feel good,"
she admits. Two halves of a whole. And to think there was a time I thought we didn't fit, that we would have to force ourselves together when nothing has ever felt so right. Sunnie flips me onto my back, and she looks like a goddess sitting atop me like this. Her long hair glowing in the low light of the candles, and with how her hands are pressing against my chest, her breasts are pushed together. Real. Better than any cut slut the club can offer. My eyes lock to where we are connected, and her blonde bush is unruly from the time spent here since we aren't allowed razors, but I love it. I never want her to get rid of it. The soft curls give cushion as she rocks against me. I give them a little tug, and Sunnie's hips stutter against me, and I pull on the hair again. She digs her nails in my chest like dull knives trying to break the skin, but they leave a pinch. My hands grip her hips to help her move faster, and with every rock our shadows embrace on the wall. The candles are slowly burning out since they are small and cheap, stolen from the chapel here at the rehab center. Soon, we will be engulfed in darkness, but for some reason, being in the dark with her doesn't bother me.
"God, Patrick, I'm so close."
She fucks me faster, harder, grinding her clit against my pelvis with every drag of her pussy along my cock. Our skin slaps together, and her juices flow freely along my cock and thighs. The squelching gets louder the faster she rides, and she feels unbelievable. "Come for me," I beg. I want one of us to fly high, and I know it isn't going to be me. The more I chase the orgasm squeezing the inside of my shaft, the further away I get from it. I won't come, but I don't need to. She's still the best I've ever felt. She shakes her head and closes her eyes, her lips pinching in concentration as she focuses on the goal.
"I'm there. I'm right there,"
she says through tight teeth, and I fasten my fingers into her flesh, holding onto her hip bones to help her move even quicker. Sweat drips down between her tits, and I sit up, flattening my tongue against her sternum, and the salty drop only has me thirsting for more. I wrap my arms around her and lay my cheek against her chest. I meet her thrust for thrust, and she leans back, hands on my thighs, and she cries out to the night sky. Sounds like a plea for mercy, but mercy has no home here, not with people like us. I roll us so she's on her back, and I get a quick glimpse of the flesh on her cheeks. The hairline is damp, and her eyes hold frustration and need. I flip her onto her stomach and hold her head in place, shoving it against a pillow. I look my fill, eyeing her flawless back and round ass. A snarling growl escapes me when I lock onto us. I'm shining with her juices. My hands glide down her spine and spread her cheeks to get a better look. Fucking hell. How can I not be able to come when I'm inside a woman who looks like this? Who makes me feel this good? Her folds part as my fingers dive between her crease and see the cream painting my shaft. Her hole has the crown of my cock inside, and she tries to push back, but I stop her by inserting a finger alongside me and fill her again. What? Oh, I can't. She shakes her head, but she does. I insert another finger, stretching her wide while using my free hand to keep her left cheek open so I can see what I'm doing. This is the brink. Oh my God. I've never felt so full. Patrick, please. She begs. I want to give her what she wants, what I want, what we need. I watch my fingers and cock disappear as I enter her again. Her moans and broken breaths urge me forward, and after a few test strokes, I fuck her relentlessly. The hard pound of my pelvis shakes her ass, and she screams at the top of her lungs. I fall forward, my front against her back, and slide my hand over her mouth. Shh, babe. We can't get caught. She mumbles something, but I can't understand her. I let my hand fall away and she gasps. I can't help it. You feel so good. I've never felt like this before. I lay kisses along her neck and sigh. I know. Me too, Sunnie. She turns her head and our lips meet in a frenzied chaos. She bites my lip and I suck hers into my mouth. Sunnie is strife, an energy so powerful she's completely wrecked me on the inside. I hate the man I used to be, and with her, I want to be someone I've never been before. I don't know who that is yet, but I have a feeling I'll be better than I ever was before. Needing a break from this position because my knees hurt, I lay on my side and roll her onto hers. Our bodies are drenched in sweat and dying for breath. Our bodies shake from the exertion used to get us to that peak, that damn mountaintop. But the climb to get there is both excruciating as it is pleasurable. We're too broken to feel anything other than the drugged high we have forced upon ourselves over the years, and now we have to pay the price. Maybe once we stop comparing what is supposed to feel good or better than the heroin or alcohol, maybe that's when we'll be able to jump off the mountain. Makes no sense. Sunnie feels like a million shots of rum, an exquisite taste of the finest import, something a man only gets once in a lifetime. My heart knows what's good for me, and Sunnie is the best there is. I wish my mind would get with the program, but part of me still longs for that taste of forbidden fruit. Damn it, she cries, punching the floor with her fist, and a candle tips over, spilling hot wax on the blanket next to us. Luckily, the wick is dead, or this would have been a catastrophe. Stop. This time her body is shaking for a different reason. I do what she says, fucking exhausted and sweaty from sex in the attempt to get us to come. I turn her over and lay her head against my chest when she jerks back and smiles, wiping her under eye. You are so sweaty. She giggles, but her laughter falls short when she realizes she didn't orgasm. It isn't a tantrum. Again, I guess a normal person would say, it's just an orgasm. But to us, it's more. There's something blocking our pleasure center, and until we win, we are bound by the chains of addiction, prisoners in our own minds. Hey. The word comes out in a frog-like croak since my throat is dry. I'm pretty sure I've swallowed gallons of water. Both of us sound like we have run a marathon. So are you. And for what? She asks, taking the sparkling grape juice in her hand and guzzling it. I've been in that position enough to know she wishes it was liquor, something she can't ever have with me. For me, getting to experience you. If I get to have this with you for as long as you want me, and I never orgasm, it will still be the best sex of my life. Really? She tightens her arms around her legs, pulling her thighs to her chest, hiding the curves of her breasts, but the position gives me the view of her swollen cunt. My cock is still hard, furious and throbbing, but there's no use trying again, not tonight. I lean forward and brush my lips against hers. I realize I do that a lot. Kiss her. I can't help it. She's turned me into a fucking sap, which is ironic, considering I've been a mean, rude son of a bitch for the better part of my life. Really? Me too, she whispers, laying her cheek on her knee as she stares at me through light lashes. Reality is hard to fucking face, but with Sunnie, maybe the journey won't be so bad. Chapter 16. Pirate. Pirate, are you with us? Flower asks me. Hell fucking no, I'm not. I'm still in that abandoned room that looks like it was in the Stone Age. I'm imagining Sunnie, naked, riding me. It needs to happen again. I want her. Yeah, I lie, clearing my throat and laying an arm across my lap under the desk to hide my growing erection. Jesus. I'm a grown man in fucking school needing to hide myself. Yep, fucking high school all over again. Then will you agree to ask God to remove your shortcomings? Right. The 7th step in the program. I've had problems with the steps since the 3rd one, and I've kept my mouth shut ever since. The 3rd step was to turn my will and life over to God. Yeah, I don't believe in God or some higher power. If God existed, he wouldn't have let a 7-year-old girl get kidnapped, raped, and murdered. No, I say, tapping my pencil against the desk. Yeah, I'll admit my shortcomings, and I'll even go talk to my therapist, someone who can actually help me instead of some magical being that apparently is supposed to make me feel better. Yeah, there are a bunch of non-believers in here because no one is shocked that someone finally speaks the truth. I see, Flower says. Well, as long as you have a higher power, even if that is a therapist, that's progress. Now, she quickly changes the subject and smiles at Rob. Today we are going to share our stories. Maybe some of us can relate, and maybe some of us can't. But we are here to listen with no judgment. This is a safe space. She always says that, as if trying to reassure no one is going to get up and throw punches. Rob, would you like to share your story? Sure. I'll give it to Rob. His stuttering has improved a lot since he has been here, which makes me think of Locke and his Tourette's. The guy lost himself in cocaine because people never gave him the respect he deserved. He was picked on and eventually lost himself to drugs. Hi, he says. Hi, Rob. I can't stand that everyone does that. I started drinking when my mom died. I think I've told everyone that before. She died of cancer, and I watched her change from a beautiful woman to skin and bones. That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Rob, I tell him, hoping he can hear the sincerity in my voice. The next person tells their story, then the next, and the next. My anger climbs. These people got into alcohol because they lost their jobs. Their fucking cat died. Yet Flower expects no judgment. I'm fucking judging. Rob is the only one with actual pain he has to deal with. Everyone else here is weak. They don't know real pain. I also lost my job. Oh, give it a fucking rest. I groan and tilt my head back, hating that I have to be here. Is this a rehab center for adults with real problems or a fucking daycare? Maybe it's time I get Sunnie and I out of here. I can try to convince Reaper I'm ready to call it quits. Or I'll bust us out. Fuck reasons. Fuck responsibilities. I'll try to beat this addiction on my own with what I've learned so far.
Pirate, that's uncalled for. Flower scolds me like I'm a child. Maybe my attitude is bad, but really? Drinking because you lost a job, hit a car, pet died? I understand mourning, but becoming dependent on alcohol? That's a fucking stretch. Is it? My voice is dark, gritty with an edge I can't quite place. You all are telling your sob stories, and all I hear is pity me. I don't hear reasons for real tormented pain. Pain so fucking deep you don't think you'll ever be able to climb out of the blistering wound. I don't want to hear anymore. My pain makes every single one of your stories a cakewalk. I stand to leave, and Flower stands with me. Sit down, Pirate. Let's talk about this. There's nothing to talk about, lady. I'm done with this shit show. I'm wondering if any of you are real or are frauds. Actors to make us real addicts more comfortable, because there is no way, Amber, that you have been an alcoholic for 5 years because you hit your mommy's car. It's fucking insulting to people like me. People who wouldn't eat for days, just drink. Morning, evening, and night. I take a step closer to Amber, who looks away from me, ashamed. Good. She should be. Fuck her and fuck her bullshit story. Alcohol was my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What did you eat? I cock my head, analyzing her. Salad? A nice gluten-free fucking muffin? Pirate, I'm going to have to ask you to take a step back and return to your seat. Flower orders, pointing to my seat. I bet none of these assholes have such a severe addiction to alcohol that they can't even orgasm with the woman they are falling for. Yeah, I'm fucking falling in love with that little ray of fucking sunshine, and I'm not the kind of guy who knows how to love. Sunnie is a learning experience, just like everything else around me since I can see with clear eyes. No, I don't think so. Tell me, Amber. I push, invading her personal space. What was your choice of alcohol? Seagram's? Those little bitch wine coolers? Is that what got you through your horrible fender bender that happened in your goddamn driveway? Everyone deals with pain differently. That isn't fair. You can't judge someone because of how they handle their experiences. A flash of Macy enters my mind, and I throw my head back and laugh, holding my stomach as Heather, another alcoholic in the group, says to me. My laughter dies, and I pierce her with my eyes. I can, because none of you besides Rob have given me a reason to share my pain after hearing these bullshit stories. This place is a fucking joke, and you're wanting me to surrender to God? I yell at Flower. Where was God when... I stop myself from letting my story slip, and I turn around, giving all of them my back as I walk away. Pirate, your group therapy session is not over. You have to come back. Flower calls out from behind me, but I keep walking, putting space between me and the people who call themselves addicts. Maybe I'm just insensitive to their stories and reasons, but I find them laughable. If I were them, I'd be living a normal life, riding my bike that hasn't been started in 6 years because I was always too drunk to drive it. But if I were normal, that wouldn't have led me here. I wouldn't have met Sunnie. I open the door and head out, passing a questioning Gale. The poor woman's arm is in a sling and she walks with a limp. She's seated most of the time because of that asshole London, who hasn't shown his face since Reaper, Bullseye, and Tongue came here. I hope the fucker stays gone. I head right towards Sunnie's room and knock. Sunnie? I try the handle and it turns, and I take a step inside, glance toward the bed and frown. She's in her therapy session, Patrick, Gale says from behind me. Plus, you have visitors. When Sunnie is back, I will let you know. I walk out of the plain bare room and shut the door behind me. As I start to walk down the hallway, Gale calls out. I like you, Patrick. I like Sunnie, too. I'm begging you, please don't make me put in a transfer. I don't look back, but I keep walking without saying a word. There's no reason to give her hope or deny my feelings for Sunnie. I'm going to keep seeing her. I can't wait to get out of here and take her with me. This place helps, but at a certain point it smothers me. I'm starting to feel trapped, and I hate that feeling. I don't feel like talking to anyone.
But I walk into the main room and see 3 big bikers sitting on the couch. It's Reaper, Badge, and Skirt. I'm afraid to smile and show them I'm thankful to see them, but something stops me. Skirt gets up first, a big grin on his face. His beard is longer and his hair is up in a ponytail. He's still wearing his damn kilts. I hope he doesn't bend over and flash everyone his goods. I might not remember much, but I remember that.
Look at you.
He brings me into a big bear hug and lifts me off the ground.
Fucking hell, pirate. You look good. Healthy, a bit skinny, but we can fix that.
I chuckle and pull away from him. Thanks, Skirt. Food here sucks. I explain why it looks like I've lost weight. It's not the whole reason, but I don't want to get into the entirety of it right now.
Shite, he has a damn voice. Ha ha.
Skirt celebrates and slaps my shoulder, his cheeks turning a bright shade of red, reminding me of Santa Claus. It's the plump rosiness he has to his face. I guess they haven't heard me speak in a long time. They would forget how I sound. And there isn't a slur, Badge points out, holding a thick file in his hand. His head is shaved, giving him a mean appearance with the sharp points of his high cheekbones and tight mouth. Yeah, you look like you're making progress, Pirate. I'm proud of you. Just a few more weeks and you'll be home. A knife twists in my gut when I think about leaving without Sunnie. I don't think I'll be able to. Anyway, as much as I'd love to say we came for pleasure, we didn't, Reaper states, taking the file from Badge's hand. We have a few things to talk about. You already found information? I ask. I knew Badge was good, but I didn't know he was that good. Don't insult me, he rumbles, and Reaper sits in the chair beside the couch, throwing the file on the coffee table in the middle of us. Sit down, Pirate, he orders, lowering his eyes to the chair behind me. There isn't anger in his voice, but a softness that I don't like one bit. We dug into Tom like you asked us to, and what we found isn't pretty. Reaper clears his throat and gives Badge and Skirt a quick glance, the type of look that says they don't want to talk about what they found. Reaper studies the room to make sure we are alone, and when his eyes land on something, me, Skirt, and Badge look and find Gail sitting behind the desk filing her nails. She's staring at Reaper with a face that says, I don't know if I like you, but she's figuring it out. Her eyes are slits, studying him. That little old lady scares the hell out of me, Reaper admits, and Badge snorts in disbelief. You should be. She's threatening to transfer me or Sunnie if we don't keep our hands off each other. We have to be friends, but fuck that. I don't want to be your friend. Skirt has his elbow on his knee, chin in his hand, and he bats his lashes at me with a grin that if I didn't know him, I would think he was flirting. Skirt, what? I snap.
I've never heard you talk in complete sentences. It's nice.
Shut up. There's your blonde. Reaper jets out his chin, and I see Sunnie. My heart skips a fucking beat when I notice the puffy eyes and wet nose. She wipes her face and slams the door to her room. I get up without question to go check on her, and Reaper grabs my hand, forcing me down to the chair. She can wait. What we need to talk about can't. He flips open the file, and the first image that appears is a shot of Tom, smiling. It looks like a picture that belongs on a billboard with his straight white teeth and suburban husband appearance. His hair is parted and trimmed to perfection, and his eyes hold kindness that I know is a lie. Men like him are good at hiding the monsters lurking within. Thomas Hurst, also known as Tom. He has been a criminal defense attorney in Vegas for 15 years. He's made a real name of himself. He gets criminals parole, shorter sentences, and even got a few off of death row. Skirt whistles under his breath.
Sounds like a slimy motherfucker if he wants to defend criminals.
Well, Badge inserts himself into the conversation and flips a page. His record is clean, obviously. He's a lawyer, but if someone has been charged with something, there's always records of it. Digging deeper, I found he has been arrested for assault and battery, illegal gambling, and purchasing a prostitute. That's legal in Vegas, I point out. That didn't happen in Vegas. Anyway, Following the not-so-straight and narrow path, I went to the streets. I know people who have been there a long time. Confidential informants. I pay them for their information and let them go. Or I used to. Right. I forgot Badge wasn't in law enforcement anymore. Reaper made him choose sides, but I'm starting to wonder if that was a mistake. Badge is miserable, and he loved being a cop. Badge flips another page and points to a sentence. He has this listed as one of the many addresses he owns, but he doesn't live there. According to my informants, he runs a prostitution company. Not a ring because it's legal. Most women who work for him like to. Apparently he lets them keep a lot of the cash they earn. Most? Badge grunts and flips another page. Most. That's where Sunnie comes in. She is right, as father figures go. He is the only one she knows. One of his prostitutes, when he was just getting in the game, got pregnant by one of the clients, and the client wanted nothing to do with the kid, and neither did the prostitute. All of 22, a damn shark, he raised the girl on his own. Sunnie? I say her name on a whoosh. What next? He raised her in that lifestyle. I don't know details of that, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say she was young the first time she had sex. Probably before she was ready. Guys like him only see the dollar signs, and a girl like her, a virgin, she was a paycheck. And it helps she grew up to be beautiful. My jaw clenches when I hear him talk about her like that. I lift my gaze and see him smirking at me. Damn him, trying to get a rise out of me. Today isn't a good day for that bullshit. Badge, get on with it. Right. Sorry, Press. Badge turns another page, and what I see is my stomach dropping. No. They can't know about this. I stare at the crisp, clear photo of the dungeon I was placed in when I was 13. The dirt is dark, almost black, and the cage is open, showing a dried puddle of blood where that bastard laid to die after I chopped off his hands. Where did you get that photo? My fingers twitch, and the urge to drink slams against me hard for the first time in a few days. The room spins, and a cold sweat wraps around me, causing a chill to rattle my bones. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Get it away! Get it the fuck away! I shout, spittle flying from my mouth and spraying the file. I rock onto my feet and slap the file off the coffee table. The papers fly in a disorganized array and float to the floor. Fuck you for showing me that. Fuck you all. How dare you go prying into my life? You had no fucking right. None. Those records were sealed. We didn't mean to, Pirate. It was a complete accident. You and Sunnie are connected. Reaper stands toe-to-toe with me, but not in an intimidating way. He doesn't press his chest against mine to peacock or show his power. He pulls me into a hug. I'm so fucking sorry that happened to you, Pirate. Get off me! I push him, and I sway, stumbling as if I'm drunk again. I'm dizzy. I hear my sister's voice echoing in my head. Bubba, you let the bad man get me. Bubba! I bend down and grip onto the chair and close my eyes. I can't let the memory beat me anymore. Someone reaches out to touch me and I jerk away. Don't. Just give me a minute. I lay a hand against my head and Macy's voice starts to fade until all that is left is guilt. That's new. Usually she would have stayed until I drove myself into a drunken stupor. I'm gaining control of my mind. It takes time, that's all. It just takes time. We're fine, Gale. Reaper reassures the one person in this place that can kick them out. I wipe my brow in my shirt and snap my eyes open. How the fuck are we connected? Tom Hurst has officially gotten Hester getting parole. Badge swallows and bends down on the floor to pick up the mess of papers. No. I shake my head with disbelief. My arms tremble and my knees give out. No, that's impossible. How? Good behavior for the last 18 years. Badge finishes, but I can feel all of their eyes on me. I can feel their pity, their sadness for me, and that is why I never wanted them to know about my past. I didn't want pity. I only wanted to be left alone in my nightmare. I never wanted to share it. But he raped and killed my sister. That has to mean something today. He kidnapped me. He tried to... No, I can't let this happen. I turned to Reaper and sat down, needing a moment to get my head on straight. No, Macy deserves peace. I read the testimony, Badge says. I read what you said, and if it's any consolation, I would have turned to drinking too. We understand you now more than ever. You don't understand shit about me. Until you watch something like that, then you will understand me. But don't sit there and try to relate. You can't relate. You're right. We can't. But do you know what we are really good at, Pirate? Reaper squats next to me and grips the back of my neck, applying pressure as he speaks. We are really fucking great at retribution. That guy won't live another day if he sees daylight. Don't do it without me. He's mine. And when I'm done with him, I want Tongue to do what he does best. Reaper has a satisfied gleam in his eyes from my words, pleased that I'm being an active member of the club. And Sunnie is protected at all costs. She deserves retribution too. She's lost enough. I'll be damned if she falls into Tom's hands again. Yeah, I read on her too. I cut my eyes to Badge and try not to get annoyed at him for doing his job. But I feel like he is prying into shit that is none of his business at this point. It's just about him being curious because he is a cop at heart, and he has to follow every trail he can, getting his nose as dirty as possible. Don't say another word about her, Badge. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry that happened to her. It isn't easy losing a child. Badge gets up from the couch, and Skirt follows. Reaper and Skirt don't seem surprised by what Badge said, but I am. Did Badge lose a kid? Or is he just saying that because he has seen many situations where parents have had to mourn over their child? 3 more weeks, Pirate, and you can come home. You will go to meetings 2 or 3 times a week, and you are to stay at the clubhouse. Do you get me? It isn't a question. He is telling me the rules of being at the clubhouse. Yeah, Prez, I get you. Sunnie, too. We know all about her addiction. We have kids from NOLA at the clubhouse, and Skirt's old lady is pregnant. We don't want that shit at the club, okay? You don't have anything to worry about, Reaper. All 3 of the members start to walk away, and I don't feel right letting them leave, not yet. Guys, I rub my palms on my sweats as I run over to them. They are right next to the front desk, and Gale is still glaring at Reaper. He is professionally ignoring her. The door swings open, and a few new orderlies walk into the room pushing empty carts. Thank you. I look them each in the eye, especially Reaper. I shove my hands in my pockets and try not to feel embarrassed for being in here while they get to walk freely out the door. For what? Reaper asks, confused. He shakes his hair out of his face and then pushes it back with his hand. For getting me here. For giving a shit when I didn't. It's what brothers are for, Pirate. We aren't going anywhere. He knocks my shoulder with his fist and trudges away, and Skirt and Badge follow. My eyes fall to the file in Badge's hand and nausea hits me hard. That bastard cannot get out of prison. Hey, Gale, are there emergency therapists on call? I'm 2 seconds away from raiding the closet to see if there are bottles of rubbing alcohol. The craving is deep, clawing like talons through my intestines and tearing me in half. Absolutely, Patrick. Let me call Miss Havensworth. She's usually available. It's a step in the right direction. I'm fighting the urge instead of giving in to it. It may not be much, but it's something. I'll need to be at my best when Hester gets out of prison. He has to be pushing 60 now, and I'm in my prime. His blood is going to be all too sweet when it's spilled. I reach toward where I wish the necklace was around my neck, and long to feel the locket laying against my skin. I need to be better for Sunnie. For Macy. For me.
Chapter 17. Sunnie. You know where to go. I hold the note to my chest and refrain from squealing like a little girl with excitement. Instead, I shove the note in my pocket and check the time. It's nearly 9. I do the same as I did last time and pretend to go to my room before turning left. It's sneaky. I feel so rebellious breaking the rules, but it's worth it if I get to see Patrick. We haven't been able to see a lot of each other over the last few days. His therapy sessions have increased to twice a day, along with group sessions, and the sessions with my therapist are just going in circles. When Patrick and I have seen one another, it's to put a puzzle together, and it's been the worst torture watching him from across the table. All that man just waiting to be pounced on. I love how wide his shoulders are, the girth of his neck, the way he nibbles on his bottom lip when he's thinking about something or contemplating where to insert the puzzle piece. I'm lost in thought when an arm snakes out and wraps its hand around my mouth and drags me into a room. I kick and land my foot against the kidnapper's kneecap. "Let go of me, you asshole!" I say vehemently, jumping out of his arms. "Shh, damn, Sunnie. It's me. It's Patrick." He moans in pain. I close the door and lock it, covering my mouth with my hands when I see him hopping over to the bed. He's holding his knee and is taking such deep breaths that his cheeks are puffing in and out like a blowfish. "Oh, God, Patrick, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought you were a kidnapper." I hurry over to his side and try not to laugh at his dramatic display. I didn't kick him that hard. "I thought we were meeting in the garden." "We were, but Gail was there. I was watching you through the peephole of my door." "That's not creepy." He lifts his arm from his face and eyes me. "Babe, you have no idea the creepy lengths I will go for you." I crawl up his body and give him a quick peck. I oddly find that really hot. I drag my finger down his chest. "Oh, yeah?" he says low, grabbing my hand and lifting my fingers to see his mouth. He kisses each digit until all that is left is my palm. "What other creepy things do you want me to do?" "You took it too far." I sit up and prepare to leave, as a joke, when he pulls me down and wraps his mouth around my tit through my shirt, soaking the material. "I don't know where you think you're going, but you're staying right here with me." Feeling frisky, I shove at his chest and slip out from under him to run to the door, but he's there, slamming his fist above me, keeping me from leaving. He rubs his erection against my back and sucks my earlobe into his mouth. "You'll have to catch me first." I tilt my head to give him more access, and then remember the game I'm playing. I arch my back, pressing my ass against him, and a vibration in his chest tickles my spine. I dive to the left and out of his reach, hurrying. Nowhere, since there is no safe space in this room. I hurry around the bed, and he is still at the door, fist against the wood. And when he turns around, the irises I've grown to love are black, the color of smoke after a hot fire. He takes off his shirt, and there are a few tattoos on his torso, but the one that catches my eye is the one on his left trap muscle. Macy. It's written in a delicate cursive, yet bold and unique. "You aren't leaving this room, babe," he taunts, tossing his shirt at me. Liquid drips into my panties when his scent bombards me, nearly knocking me off my feet. I throw his shirt to the ground and let my finger drift down the plain blue sheets on the bed. "That's what you think." He feigns right, and I run left, but then he turns left and reaches out to snatch me, but I'm able to get away in time. I'm giggling up a storm when I see him in position, legs spread, squatted, arms out, and fingers wiggling. He's prepared to go either way to get me. His abs flex and his skin glimmers like 24-karat gold. He has the kind of skin that looks permanently kissed by the sun. Patrick's sweatpants hang low, and I almost pant from how sexy he looks. What is it about a man in gray sweatpants? I know it's an outfit I see him in every day, but they are seriously the hottest thing in the world he could ever wear. His hips are carved, deep divots tempting me to grip as he drives into me. The way you're looking at me tells me you don't want to leave the room. You can be nice to look at while a girl comes to her senses, you know, I say, inching to the left while my eyes drift to the tent in his pants. Fuck, he is so big. Looks like your senses aren't working because you aren't moving. He grips his cock and adjusts it to the left, the long shaft pronounced against the fabric. I know he isn't wearing underwear, and that only makes the need to feel him inside me worse. You're a distracting man. He gives a cheeky grin, one that shows a rare flash of his straight teeth, and I'm tripping over myself all over again. He sidesteps to the left, and when he gets to the edge of the bed, instead of going right, I make a crazy decision and jump onto the bed to try to cut through the middle. Patrick's arm snakes around me and throws me on the mattress. I bounce a few times and wait for my body to settle. I win, he says, before plundering my mouth with his tongue and owning my lips in a carnal kiss. He rips off my shirt and tears my bra off, too. You have to stop doing that, I lie. I want him to rip every piece of clothing off me until I have no choice but to be naked all the time. No, I like doing it. I'll get you more, he says offhandedly. He must be forgetting where we are because there isn't a way for us to go shopping. Maybe you should start going braless. I can imagine these tits free, nipples always hard and putting on a show, tempting me all damn day. He ends the last word on a depth of gravel I haven't heard before. He bites my tit, sucking most of the flesh into his mouth, and I grab a pillow to shove over my face to block the screams from echoing. Like there is any use. The way he handles me has me going out of my mind. He lets my breast go with a soft plop, and the cold air wraps around the wet bud that's swollen from the ravager laying on top of me. Patrick doesn't ever pay attention to one side and not the other, so he lavishes the right breast with his tongue and bites me hard there, too. I whimper, the floodgates between my legs open, and rapids of slick drench my aching hole for his cock. I can never get enough of you, he admits against the fever of my skin. My hands slide up and down the bunching muscles of his Adonis belt. I hope you don't. My hands push under his soft lounge pants and grip the firm globes. I give him access to the side of my neck, and he kisses along the spot where he accidentally drew blood. I didn't mind. I liked it. It was a brand, a statement, something that told me I was his. I've never belonged to anyone. I'm not proud to say I've been with a lot of men. Faces I couldn't remember, touches that made me sick, kisses that made me weep into my pillow every night, and cocks used me until they had their fill, leaving me tainted. I'm broken, used goods. I think that's why I can't orgasm. What's the point of feeling good when at the end I'll only be left with disappointment and cum dripping down my legs? I know that isn't the case with Patrick, but part of me is afraid he will leave me. Only this time, not only will I be left with his essence between my thighs, but a broken heart. Because I've fallen in love with him. I love him more than the high I was addicted to. I've never said those words to someone. I grew up in a loveless home, surrounded by greed and sex. I remember walking in on Tom fucking a girl's throat while Ross fucked her from the back. I was 16. And 2 weeks later, Ross was the guy who took my virginity. He didn't go slow. He didn't ease me into it. He fucked me like the whore Tom was breeding me to be. Hey, where did you go? We don't have to do this. I'm happy just kissing you and your body all night until we fall asleep. How is this badass biker so sweet? I bet his friends will think he is a wuss if they ever catch him talking to me like this. I want to be close to him, even if it hurts. It means he is breaking down the fears in my head and the expectations I have of men. No, I say, and wiggle free of my sweatpants until they are pulled around my ankles. I miss you. I never thought I'd miss sex. I laugh, but it's filled with sadness and self-pity. But I miss it with you. I reach down and tug the sweats off. His weighted cock slaps against my inner thigh when he wiggles out of his. His chest presses against mine while his hands caress my sides, and the difficulties over the last few days slip away. His fingers stroke my skin, watching as he maps the lines of my body. Over the next few minutes of laying here, wearing nothing but his touch, my skin becomes overly sensitive. Thousands of goosebumps are set alight, and the masculine hands are a contradiction with how they look. Rough, scarred, calloused, touching me with a fragile intimacy. It's as if Patrick is scared of breaking me. I love how you react to me. His deep voice booms in the silence. I love to see you react like this. I close my eyes and let my other senses take over. Fireflies ignite along the surface of my skin, glowing under Patrick's tentative attention. At least, that's how it feels. I'm hot to the touch, like a light bulb that's been on all day, and the slightest bump will cause me to burst, submerging me into darkness. His breaths are a breeze against me as he blows cool air along my stomach, continuing his exploration. His hand drifts down my left thigh, and his mouth is on mine, catching me off guard. Patrick's flavor has a hint of mint, reminding me of toothpaste. The moan that slips from me is uncontrollable when the scent of that damn soap enters my nostrils. I lift my hands and grip the metal rods of the simple bed frame. There is nothing, absolutely nothing in this fucking world that is sexier than a man who smells good. My senses are overwhelmed. He groans into my mouth when he slides his finger across my clit. It's swollen, needy, and when he presses against the button of nerves, my mouth falls open on a silent scream. Keep your eyes shut and make sure to stay quiet, babe. Patrick. I whine his name, but there's a sound of uncertainty. I've never had someone take the time to get to know my body. There's a vulnerability to it that has a self-preserved alarm going off in my head. That's the fear talking. I know Patrick will take care of me. He always does. Even when we first met and he didn't want to have anything to do with me, he saved me. Patrick was barely able to stand on his feet, and he scared away the villain. He's a protector, a guard, more than a knight, more than a fighter. He's a warrior. He inserts another finger, then another, preparing me to take him, and he pulls out, then in. While he finger fucks me, the wet slops sound extra loud since I can't see what's going on, but I can feel it, that's for damn sure. His lips drag along my folds, tasting me. His tongue flicks out and rolls around where his fingers are buried before dragging the skilled appendage up and wrapping his mouth around my clit. For fuck's sake, I want to come. Patrick! I cry his name when he throws me over the bed. My hands are on the floor, but my stomach is on the bed. He's bent me over, and I have no idea what he's doing. The swipe of his tongue along my forbidden hole has me clenching my cheeks together. Relax. Let me make you feel good. I don't think that's going to feel good. Oh. His tongue bathes the rim, the pleasure blinding white behind my eyelids. Patrick, don't stop. Don't ever fucking stop. He slaps my ass and groans between my cheeks, eating me from behind. This is one thing I haven't done, and sharing with Patrick makes me realize I'm not as experienced as I thought. Maybe I'm not as dirty as I made myself believe. Another slap sounds, soft, not too hard, but enough to leave a slight burn behind. My head is pounding, either from the rush of blood from this position or the rise of my libido. Whatever the reason, the only way I want it to stop is if I'm coming on his cock. You like that, don't you? You like my tongue in your ass. I bet you'd like my cock in your ass, too, filling you up and stretching you out. He gives the puckering hole another swipe. Maybe while I'm fucking this tight asshole, I'll shove my fingers deep in your cunt, fuck you for hours and hours until you come. Please. The word is accompanied with spit dripping from my mouth. He gives my hole one last kiss before the bed dips and his weight on me is absent. Patrick? Wow, I sound so needy. It's a truth that doesn't hurt, though. I got you, babe. Then I'm jerked across the bed by my ankle, and his hand is pressed against my skull. My cheek is shoved into the mattress so hard I can feel the springs beneath cheap foam digging into my face as he inches his cock in my weeping channel. Slow and steady, rock hard and long, Patrick takes his time, savoring every slippery drop of me. He's a sharp knife slicing through the epic depths of me. I'm ruined if any man comes after him. Patrick grabs onto my hips, his sack slapping against my clit with every stroke. He spanks my ass again, letting his hand fly over the same spot he hit before. My ass is burning. I swear there is a low simmering flame prancing across my skin in an evil tango. Hard. The word is broken up between each jerk of my body. His mouth tickles my ear as he curls over me. Whatever you want. Patrick bites the shell of my ear and shackles one of his hands around my right wrist. Then his other hand does the same with the left. With a rough tug, my back arches, bending to the point that I think I might break. The light above us shines into my eyes for a split second, and I wonder if he's taking me on a ride to heaven. The edge is here, teetering me closer and closer. I think I'm going to come. Oh, fuck. Come on. Come on. I didn't think it was possible, but he picks up the pace. I think I might, too. Don't stop. Keep going. I'm right fucking there. But no matter how fast he thrusts, we stay on the edge. Two broken halves make a whole, but in our case, there is a tiny piece missing. Pleasure is what we seek without each other, and unfortunately, we reveled in it for far too long in selfish desire. This is the consequence.
Chapter 18. Pirate. I hear you don't want to continue group therapy sessions. It sounds like a question, but it isn't. I have a note burning a hole in my pocket from Sunnie, and all I want to do is find a private place to read it. I can't since I'm here with Miss 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. I snatched it from under the fern and hurried to my therapist's office, and I didn't have time to read it. What I should have done is bailed. I'm sick of this place. I'm tired of feeling like a case study or some research project. I'm done listening to the fake stories in my group sessions, and for the love of all that's holy, I'm sick of feeling inadequate when it comes to sex. I know it has nothing to do with our performance because it's the hottest sex I've ever had in my life, but after a while, it gets discouraging. What am I not doing right? Miss 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 puts on her red glasses and reads my file. What do you like to be called? Pirate or Patrick? Either. Pirate. What does that mean exactly? She asks, taking off her glasses as quick as she put them on. I scoff and widen my legs to get more comfortable in this leather chair that's too small for my body. Nothing. It just means I stay drunk all the time. You know, I gesture a drink and take a fake swig, 'cause I always had a bottle in my hand. Her eyes harden, not happy with that answer. That seems very cruel. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. It's who I was. And now? I flick my gaze to her and frown. What do you mean? Well, you said that was who you were. If you aren't that man now, who are you? I sound like Rob from group therapy, stuttering because I can't figure out what to say. I open and close my mouth and then rub my thumb across my brows stressfully. I'm still that guy. I'll always be the alcoholic. I'll always have a pirate in my soul begging to drink. Maybe so, but that isn't your entire soul. It isn't what's on the outside anymore. You don't want to be that man. I've seen you once before. Do you have the other therapist's notes or something? I try to peek at my file, but she shuts it, her elbows hitting the desk with a hard thud while she folds her hand under her chin. How I get my information isn't important. I also know you and Sunnie are friends. I don't want to talk about Sunnie with you or anyone. What you say here stays here, pirate. I'm not going to tell a soul. I don't say anything. A stupid part of me wants to believe her, but I'm too jaded to believe anything that comes from anyone's mouth. The tick of the clock hanging on the wall has my teeth grinding against one another, since neither of us is speaking. That's fine. We can come back to that. Right now I want to know why you don't want to go to your therapy sessions. Because they don't have real issues. I know it sounds heartless, but someone is crying because their cat died, and they've been hitting the bottle for a few months. They don't know shit. I'm younger than most of them, and I've been drinking a lot longer. It's insulting to me to be in a group like that. She nods as she scribbles down a few notes. And what makes your pain so different than, say, someone whose cat died? Are you serious? I stand, using the armrest of the chair to push myself up. I don't need this shit. I have 2 weeks left before I'm out of here, and I'm not going to waste it talking about something that doesn't matter in this process. Talking about it changes nothing. Talking about it changes everything, pirate. You won't heal all the way if you don't. Tell me, have you and Sunnie had any problems? I start to walk away, giving her my back. Have you been able to perform sexually, pirate? My arm freezes while turning the doorknob. There is no way she knows about the relationship between me and Sunnie. I know Sunnie can't. Can you? We are just friends. I hate the word on my tongue. I only wanted her to be a friend, and the crazy girl went and buried herself in my heart. A heart that was long dead and stopped beating for anyone or anything besides booze. Right. And I really don't have my doctorate. I'm just another patient, filling a role of therapist with my multiple personalities. That's specific. I wonder if there's any truth to that. I turned my head over my shoulder and cast a glance in her direction. She has gotten up and moved around her desk, arms folded in triumph. Her red lips smirk at me, knowing she has me. I knew that would make you turn around. No worries. I'm a certified doctor. She points to the degree on the wall. Sit down, pirate. Put your pride aside. Heal. And have a good sex life with the woman you're not allowed to be with. There aren't a lot of women I've ever been afraid of, but Miss 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻 and 𝐾𝐻𝐥𝐞 keep me on my toes. I ease my way back to the chair, but I grab onto the back of it and pull away from her desk. I don't want to be too close to her. Good. Now that we are in agreement, what happened to you for you to become an alcoholic? Going down this road again is only going to make me want to drink. Baba? Her voice is back and it robs my breath. I try to hide the despair, but 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻 sees right through me. What is it? She asks. Nothing. I don't hear Macy's voice when I don't talk about her. It took too long to get to that point, and I don't want to take 100 steps back. What happened to you? She presses. I said I don't want to talk about it. Then you won't be leaving here in 2 weeks. She threatens with a click of her pen. The longer you decide to keep the trauma in, the longer the block will remain in your head. Baba, you let the bad man get me. No, I didn't. I tried. I whisper in a broken return. You tried what? 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻 asks. What are you thinking about right now? Sunnie. Think of Sunnie. Think of her smile, her voice, the way she laughs. Think about how she drives you crazy. Think about how you miss the crazy when she cries. Think about how much you love her. Think of how she gave you a reason to live when you didn't have one. Pirate? I ignore the nosy doctor and think of Sunnie, but she morphs into Macy, a torn pink dress and messy braids. She's crying. She has dirt on her cheeks. Her neck snaps. No! Pirate? Pirate, look at me. 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻's cold, withered hands lift my head and I can see her, but flashes of Macy take her spot. Something's wrong with me, I say, gripping the sides of my hair. I pull on the strands, stretching to the point where my scalp is screaming at me to stop before I rip chunks out. No. 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻 smiles fondly at me, her wrinkled face comforting. Something awful happened, pirate. Something that changed the way your mind works and sees the world. Baba? Macy. I say her name, and I feel like I'm hallucinating all over again, because her distorted image appears next to 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻. She's a broken TV, white noise, static crackling in the back of my mind. Macy leaves me fuzzy broken, and I'm barely able to breathe. This can't be right. I don't have alcohol in my system anymore. She shouldn't be here. Who is Macy, pirate? Is she someone you cared about? Tell her how you let the bad man get me, Baba. Tell her how you did nothing. I shake my head. It isn't true. I know it isn't. I did my best. I did what I could. I was just a boy. I was just a boy. I repeat. I didn't want anything to happen to you. Pirate, who are you talking to? I blink and Macy is gone, but her voice remains. Baba is forever on repeat in my mind, driving me insane. I yawn, suddenly feeling tired. I don't want to give in to this, but the more I hold on to the past, the more exhausted I become. I sit back and stare over 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐻's shoulder. There's a window on the back wall, lined with potted plants, daisies, a cactus, and some purple flower that I don't know the name of. A few bees are buzzing around the daisies, and the sun is bearing down, proving the world keeps spinning and life goes fucking on with or without the pain you're going through. Macy, are you having hallucinations, Pirate? No. Well, I did when I first arrived. I was in detox. For years I'd played what happened in my head every day. Her screams, the way she cried, the grunts of the man. I shake my head when I hear Macy calling out for me again. Anyway, when I think about the situation now without alcohol, I hear her mocking me. What does she say? The thing I've told myself over the years. I let him take her. I didn't help. I should have been better. I saw her standing next to you. It was like a distorted image, but then she was gone. That hasn't happened since you finished detoxing? No. But when I talk or think about what happened now, especially since I don't have alcohol, it's my guilt, maybe? Guilt for what? For not saving her. Could you have? How old were you? If I tried harder, maybe. I don't know. Fuck talking about this. I'll be fucked up all day now because the phantom of my dead sister will haunt me, and I'll feel her ghost everywhere I go. I was 13. Can we be done now? No, she says. I'm finally peeling back those layers everyone thought were made of steel. I want you to tell me everything that happened. Bubba. Please don't make me do this. I'll do whatever else. I'll stare at ink blotches. I'll write in the journal I was given. Just don't have me say it out loud. Sunnie is the only person... I stop myself from finishing the sentence, but it's too late. Ravensworth's eyes twinkle. She's going to run with this. Sunnie knows. Have you ever told anyone else? I start to itch. Everywhere. I've never felt so uncomfortable, but no more running. I have to do this. I have to get better. No. I never told anyone else in the 18 years that have gone by. Wow. You must really trust Sunnie to let her in like that. I nod. I let out a large exhale and stretched my arms over my head. Bubba? My sister's voice interrupts me, and I know the only way to silence her is to power through it. You what? Ravensworth pushes, wanting to wring every drop of information she can from me. I squirm, not wanting to admit it out loud yet, because when I do say those words for the first time, it will be to Sunnie, not a therapist who wants to pick apart my brain. We will come back to that. Tell me, what happened to cause you to start drinking? We need to get to the issue at hand. I'm getting tired of people wanting to know my story. I'm getting tired of people wanting to help me when there's nothing they can do to help. It's maddening. Everyone thinks they are fucking magic. They think they can say the right words, be the change, be the hope in someone's life. And it's just as sad and pathetic as my inability to move on from the horrible day 18 years ago. The only person who helps is Sunnie, because she doesn't fill me with words of absolute bullshit. She knows what it's like, and she knows words aren't enough, not for the experiences we have. Only surrounding yourself with people who have the same feelings brings comfort. Am I going to do this? Am I finally going to air it all out? Is it going to help? Probably not. But if I've learned one thing by being here, it's that I have nothing else to lose. My sister and I were kidnapped and placed in separate cells. I watched the man bait her, rape her, and kill her. I begged him to come for me next, so he did. I smile when I remember the sick crunch of his bones breaking as I drove the shovel into him. I chopped off his wrists with the shovel he was going to use to bury my sister. I locked him in the cage, carried my sister's body upstairs, and held her until help arrived. I never take my eyes away from Ravensworth as I speak. Her brown eyes are swimming with tears. I bet she had no idea I was about to say that. It isn't your run-of-the-mill story. It's one of those you only hear every now and then. Sunnie's father just got my sister's murderer out on parole. So what advice do you have to make me better, Dr. Ravensworth? I'm waiting. I don't care how great of a doctor someone is. There are only so many subjects they can help with. Judging by her reaction, the tears in her eyes, this is a first for her. I bet she gets a lot of people losing their shit over their cat dying. Don't get me wrong, I love animals. But to become an alcoholic? That seems more like an excuse to drink and say you have a problem. Ravensworth clears her throat and runs her hands down her pristine blue skirt. Well, that explains a lot. I'm very sorry you had to experience something so horrific at such a young age. She moves around the desk, graceful like a ballerina as she takes a seat. Tell me, when you're drinking, do you hear her voice? See your sister? No. That's why I drank so much. To numb her. Her? You sound like she's still alive. I rub my knuckles over my heart when it starts to ache. In a way, she is. I've lived that day over and over so many times in my head. I hear her say I didn't try enough, or that I let the bad man get her. But you didn't, Ravensworth says, pressing a tissue under each eye so she doesn't ruin her mascara. I hold in my temper when I take her words as a question instead of a statement. Hell no, I didn't. I know I'm a fucking biker, and you think I couldn't give a flying fuck about anything, but that's not how it works. I'm a fucking human being. I care. Just like you fucking care. Just like Gail. Just like everyone else in this shithole rehab center. I snatch a picture off her desk and throw it against the wall as hard as I can, and scream as the glass shatters. I did everything I could while being locked away and left to watch my sister die. I did what I could. I pound my chest and heave. I was a good brother. I loved Macy. She was my best friend. When she died, a part of me died. I will never be the same, no matter how many sessions you throw at me. Give me words of encouragement, or fucking medication. I yell, swiping a jar of pins off her desk next. She jumps as they join the broken shards of glass on the floor. I'll be the guy who was too weak to save the one person he gave a damn about. I have to live with seeing her lying there, crying for me, begging me to help her as he abused her. You don't have memories like that running through your mind. You don't have your guilt. I dig my index finger against my temple, eating away at your conscience, at your goddamn soul, mocking you, making you feel worthless. I lick the sweat off the top of my lip as I stand and back away. So keep your empty words. I don't want to hear them. Baba? I sneer, rumbling like a lion about to attack when I hear Macy's voice. Shut up. Just shut up, damn it. Let me fucking rest. I plop down in my chair and bend my head between my legs. Just let me rest. I repeat. My lungs hurt. My throat is dry. Blood rushing deafens me. My hands shake. But I don't hear her voice. I hear nothing.
Chapter 19. Sunnie. I'm waiting for Pirate to get back from his therapy session in his room. Gail isn't here today, so it's like having a free day with Patricia maintaining the halls. She's so wrapped up in her book, she doesn't notice who is where. It's been a while since I've gotten my hands on that book. I need to know what happens. If only they allowed romance novels in the library here. I'm about to carve my eyes out if I read another non-fiction novel. And the self-help books, they are everywhere. Why do I need to read a self-help book when I'm in a place that gives help? It's like I'm being smothered and pushed to get well soon. I'll get well on my own damn time. I scratch the inner part of my elbow again, the habit unwilling to break. I glance down at my arm and see the track marks, dozens of scars littering my skin. They can't even stick me with a needle there anymore. When I need IV fluids, they can't find a decent vein, so they always have to insert it at the top of my hands. Or they used to. Now that I'm clean, I'm not overdosing anymore and getting rushed to the hospital. Getting antsy, I roll out of bed and decide to snoop around the room. He has the same oak chest of drawers that I do, and glancing toward the door to make sure I'm alone, I open one. I peek inside and see nothing besides white shirts. Sliding right, I pull that drawer open and see sweatpants. Nothing special. Except when he has them on. I smile to myself when I think about him and open the next drawer. This time, I've found something I don't think I'm supposed to find. Letters. 12 of them. I pick one up that has Pirate's name in chicken scratch, and I want to open it. Will I learn more about the man? Or will I be diving into something I have no right diving into? Right as I'm about to open it, the doorknob jiggles. Crap. I hiss and toss the letter in the drawer, then bump it shut with my hip. I jump onto the bed and act like I've been relaxing, which is impossible on these beds. I swear they are made of stone. They want people to heal, but they can't have us get a good night's rest. "Hey, you," I say when I see Patrick mosey in the door. I see how tired he looks, and I'm immediately concerned. I roll out of bed and head straight toward him as he sags against the door. He looks exhausted and clammy. "Hey, are you okay? What's wrong?" "I don't know. I think I'm coming down with the flu or something. Maybe I feel like roadkill after that therapy session. I think she might sue me. I fucked up her office, and I think I had a breakthrough, but it came with damage. And I think I'm sick because I feel worse than I did when I went in there." "Patrick!" I try to sound excited for him since he looks like someone kicked his puppy. I throw my arms around his waist and give him a big bear hug. "That's great! What happened?" I know he doesn't like talking about what happened. He pushes away from the door and kicks off his shoes, stumbling over his feet. He catches himself on the wall, sways, and I dive to catch him before he collapses. I barely manage to break his fall. My knee hits the ground with a brutal crack, and I hope it sounds worse than it is. I can't move since I have 200 pounds of man limp against my back, and I can't tell if I broke my knee or not. I hope it's just sore. "Patrick?" I plead his name through troubled breaths. Silence. "Patrick, are you okay?" I shake him. "Patrick?" No answer. Fear wells up inside me, and I can't think of what to do next. My mind freezes as my body is pushed into the unforgiving ground. "Patrick, please answer me." My voice cracks with emotion and the attempt to flip him over so I can check on him. Damn it. He is heavy. I somehow get my hand under me and shove him with all my might. My knee twinges and I wince, but I huff through the pain. I have to push through. I have to make sure he is okay. I wiggle out from under his giant body and inhale a long, sharp breath when my lungs are free from being squished. Taking a beat, I push my hair out of my face and scurry to the side of Patrick. "Patrick?" I say his name again, and his lids flutter open finally. The irises I love so much are light, dull. The thunderous burden he carries isn't cracking the grays with lightning, and I miss it. I want his storms back. "Hey, you," I say sweetly, while scooting closer to his side so I can lay his head on my lap. "You scared the hell out of me. What happened?" I pet the scruff on his face, showing him that I'm here. He's sweating. Dark circles are under his eyes, and his skin has changed to an odd color. "I don't feel so hot, Sunnie. Get someone." He gags and then snaps his head to the left and vomits all over the floor, getting the biscuits and gravy we had earlier off his chest. It drips off the side of his mouth as he coughs. I really don't feel well. Patrick! I shoot up to my feet and run to the door. I try to swing it open, but his feet are in the way. All I can do is crack it open. I stick my nose and mouth between the small space and shout, "Someone! We need help! Call 911! Someone, please!" My cries for help are broken through alarm and shock. I peek over my shoulder to see his breathing labored, and then I look at his feet blocking the doorway. I have to figure out how to move him, but I don't know how. I shut the door when I hear footsteps coming down the hallway. "Help is coming, Patrick," I say calmly. Making sure I sidestep the vomit, I squat by his head and grab onto his hands, wincing when my hand slips across something wet. I don't want to know what it is. I plant my feet and pull, trying to move his body far enough so they can open the door. God, how are you so fucking heavy? I hold my breath and grunt while I tug, and eventually I move him out of the way. I'm sweaty. I think there is puke on me. I don't care. I'm too worried about Patrick. "You're scaring me," I cry, sitting next to him as we wait for help to come. "Please be okay. Please be the stomach flu," I beg. "Oh, God." I hold his head to the side as he pukes again. This time, it's stomach bile. "It's okay. I have you, baby. I have you," I say through the threat of fucking losing it. This isn't normal. I don't smell alcohol in his stomach, but one can't be too sure when it comes to a recovering addict. "Patrick, babe. Hey." I grab his cheek and shake his head a little. "Look at me. Did you drink today? Be honest with me. It's okay if you did, but you have to tell me so I can help you." His eyes are hooded, and the whites of his eyes are hued with yellow. "Did you drink? Blink twice for no and once for yes," I ask, hoping that my words penetrate his haze. 1, 2. I sag with relief and kiss his forehead. "You're going to be okay. You're going to be fine." He reaches an arm back and lands his hand on my thigh. His fingers are weak, shaking, and when he attempts to tighten his grip, his hand slides off my leg, slapping against the carpeted floor. "No drinks," he croaks. "Swear it." His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows. As he closes his eyes, the door bursts open and the paramedics swoop in along with Patricia and an orderly. Patricia gasps, holding her hand over dried pink lipstick. The orderly is new, a guy I've never seen before. He has short, clipped hair, reminding me of a typical military haircut that goes along with the stern expression on his face. He reminds me of the Joker, with his pointed chin and beady eyes. He screams trouble. The paramedics are in blue uniform, lowering the gurney to prepare to lift Patrick off the ground. One medic is a female while the other is male, but it's the woman who takes charge, checking Patrick's blood pressure and heart rate. "Pulse is fast but steady. Blood pressure is through the roof. We need to get him to the hospital as soon as possible. He's an alcoholic," Patricia adds. My eyes narrow to hers, and I take a step forward to shut her fucking mouth up when the orderly holds me back by my arms. "He's a recovering alcoholic. He hasn't had a drink since he got here. You can smell the damn puke on the floor, bitch," I sneer, and Patricia turns red in the cheeks. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you upset, dear. I was only trying to give him information." Patricia cowers, wrapping her plum-colored cardigan around her waist. "I don't care. He isn't an alcoholic. Not anymore." My eyes drop to Patrick as they lift him onto the white gurney with red rails. "No, that's good to know. The hospital will need his files. Let's go. the lead paramedic says to the male who looks like he just graduated high school with his acne face and fumbling hands as he lifts the IV. I don't have time to threaten him because they are running out the door. I try to run after them, but Joker holds me back. "Let me go! What are you doing?" I try to yank free of his hold by wiggling and pulling, but his hands tighten around my wrist to stop me. He's rubbing the skin in the wrong direction, and it burns. "Let me go!" I scream, and the female medic turns around when she hears my distress. Her golden eyes are bright against her caramel skin as she gives me a stern stare. "Are you family?" she asks. "What? No, I'm his friend," I make sure to say in front of Patricia so she can't run off and tell her buddy Gail. Fucking Gail. "I'm sorry, only family can come. Come to the hospital later, and maybe you can get an update." Like a ghost, she's gone in the blink of an eye. "What?" I scream, pulling on Joker's hands until my wrist aches. "Let me go! I said let me go! He needs me! How can you not let me go with him? Patrick! I'm here!" My throat hurts from bellowing at the top of my lungs. My cries echo down the hall, being left alone in their misery. "Patrick!" I fall to the ground and sob, but the Joker doesn't let me stay on my knees for long. He forces me to my feet and shoves me out the door. "What is your problem? Can I have a minute? My best friend just got wheeled away in a damn ambulance, and I don't know what's wrong with him." The man gives me a sickening smile, one that turns his cheeks up too far and makes his eyes too small. He's probably fucking wasted, just like all drunks are. Once a druggie, always a druggie. Once a drunk, always a drunk. People don't change, he says, giving me a final push. "Get your hands off me! I'm going!" I shrug out of his hold, and Patricia comes around from behind Joker, and her shy demeanor vanishes. With a snarl, she grips a handful of my hair and drags me to my room. "I'm sick of you causing trouble. I'm sick of you. Hell, I'm sick of all of you. I hope that drunk dies. One less for the world to worry about." I try to rip her hands away, but her hold is too tight. My eyes burn with hatred and rage, wishing I could defend myself. But I can't. No one would believe me over her. I'm the druggie. She's the responsible adult. "I think it's time you learn where your place is," she says, bypassing my room. "What? Where are you taking me?" I ask, frightened as we get further from the patient rooms. "Let me go! Stop! Why are you doing this?" "Because I know you and that drunk are more than friends. I'm going to make sure you are far away from here. Do you hear me? Maybe in a river, the ocean, or 6 feet under. But I'm not going to have you causing problems with the other patients, thinking they can screw around and be sinful. In God's name, I never thought I'd be tested so much. I need to know how he's doing, please. I'll do whatever you want. I need to know if he's okay." I beg. I'm about 2 seconds away from either getting on my knees and praying to her or trying to make a run for it. I know I won't get far. There are too many orderlies, and there is security at every corner. Except this part of the facility. The part that hasn't been renovated since the house was built back in the 1800s. It's blocked off by a set of double doors and metal bars, but Patricia pulls out a key. Of course, she has a key. The dungeon-like doors slide open, and then she scans her work ID. Something clicks and the doors open, creaking from not being used all these years. When we get inside, the door shuts, and Patricia pushes me forward. My foot catches behind my ankle and I trip, holding my hands out to brace my fall. Patricia turns on a light, and the old hanging lamps buzz as they turn on, flickering with suspicion. There are cobwebs everywhere, and the walls are covered in a film of dirt and rot, while pictures hang askew and faded. "I hate people like you," Patricia says, pulling a small gun from the pocket of her oversized cardigan. "What the fuck, Patricia? When did you get a gun? Why are you doing this? Over Patrick? Why do we mean so little to you? I wouldn't be a problem if you would have let me go with him." She cackles and cocks the gun. It's small and fits just right in her hand. Size doesn't matter. It's the bullet that's going to pack the punch. I'll never admit that I'm afraid. Little Patricia goddamn certifiable while working in a rehab center, fronting with her romance novels. I knew she was trouble. No one is that perfect. What would God think if I let two sinners, addicts, be together? That isn't making the world a better place. You two won't stay away from one another. I see you leaving your little notes, all smiling and happy. You and I both know once you walk out that door, you're going to relapse. Why should the people keep paying for your habit? You're weak! Weak! She screams and hedges closer, the barrel of the gun a tiny dot ahead of me. Gail is gone for a few weeks because of the nasty hairline fractures in her hip, thanks to London. You're all mine. I'm going to let you die like you were meant to. Drugged up and used. I push my feet against the dust-ridden ground and move further away. There must be inches of what looks like lint on the ground, but it isn't. It's just been that long since the place has been cleaned. There's a musk in the air, hot and humid since no air flows this way. I cough when I inhale particles of I don't know what and push myself down the hall, away from her creeping, slow steps. The light above me flickers again, and the yellow glow illuminates against the mad lines against her face. Her eyes remind me of a witch, staring into a cauldron of potion, pleased that it looks ready to kill. Like so many others before you, you'll rot in here. I'll come in with your fix, fuck you up like you want to be, just like all addicts want to be. No! I shake my head. I don't want that. I'm clean. I don't want to be high. I think about my little girl and what I've lost. The pain and suffering, Patrick, the happiness I've found while relearning who I am without drugs. And that tells me that I'm done with heroin. I want nothing to do with it. Patricia, you're wrong. People can change. I don't want to be an addict anymore. Bullshit. You'll leave here after all of our hard work, just like the rest of them. I knew the other girls were no good. It's a good thing London was here to take care of them. Just like he'll take care of you. What? I think about all the women who have come and gone while I've been here. No, I say, horrified. You're wrong. Aw, Patricia pouts. Is little Miss Sunshine going to cry over her crackhead friends? Little Miss Sunshine is going to kick your ass. I let slip from my mouth. Stupid, since I'm the one trapped and without a weapon. Patricia kicks a small rock out of the way with her black heel as she walks closer. I stay put like a good girl, watching her squat to get on my level. I set my jaw and never let my eyes leave hers. If she's going to shoot me, let her. At least I'll die without fear and remember the eyes of the person who killed me. Famous last words, Sunshine. She places the gun underneath my chin and forces me to tilt my head back. The barrel is cold, unused, but that can change in a matter of seconds if she shoots. I'll be dead, but the metal will be hot, possibly smoking, as if the gun is relaxed from blowing its load in my face. It's dirty fucking work, but someone has to do it, right?
Chapter 20. Pirate. Wake up, you fucker. Don't rush him. He's freaking me out. It's not like he asked for this. Didn't he? Shut up, tool. I'm just saying. We all saw his behavior over the years. He wanted to die. And we were shit-fucking friends who nearly let him do it. There are a few voices bouncing off one another, but the last voice I hear is Reaper's. He is furious. It isn't anyone's fault but mine. They can't blame themselves. The only person at fault here is me. But really, you big fucker, wake up. Reaper speaks up again, nudging me with his hand. Leave him alone. He will wake up when he's ready. That's Sarah, always the advocate. What if he doesn't wake up? All that hard fucking work at the rehab center, and for what? For this? That's not right. Well, damn. That's knives. How many people decided to show up for my funeral? I won't even cut out his tongue if he dies. I'll let him keep it. I know who that is without opening my eyes. My eyes are dry, rough, feeling like the side of a nail file. The lights are bright, and I squeeze my eyes shut again. I blink, trying to get some moisture flowing so it doesn't hurt to look at my friends who decided to come see me. I'm not sure where I am. The last thing I remember is walking down the hallway toward my room, and everything after that is a blur. I felt sick, and it all started in Havensworth's office. I got extremely tired and lightheaded, but I thought it was because of what we were talking about. That's a voice I still haven't heard. Look who's back from the dead. I turned my head to see Bullseye sitting next to me, sharpening a dart. I didn't know darts could be sharpened. I learned something new every day. Shit, Pirate. Thank the devil. Reaper stands at the foot of my bed and holds the rail, hanging his head. You scared us shitless. Sorry. I lift my hand to my throat and rub it. It hurts to talk. Sarah is near Reaper, and when she sees the gesture, she grabs the blue container and pours me a cup, then walks over to my side. Here, let me help you. Her tone is soft, reassuring, like a mother's would be when her child is sick or injured. I almost tell her to fuck off because I can drink from a damn cup myself, but when I try to sit up to wrap my lips around the rim, I can't. Her hand runs through my hair and settles on the back of my skull, slightly pulling me forward so I can sip from the cup. The ice-cold water drenches my parched throat, and I moan in relief, grab her hand, and force her to pour the rest down my throat. Pirate, you're going to make yourself sick. You have to slow down, she warns. The man is thirsty, Sarah. Let him drink. I'm just glad it isn't rum. I let out a genuine chuckle. Reaper has a point, I say, and then gently lay my hand on top of hers. Lifting my gaze, I smile the best I can with how weak I am. Thank you. Can I please have another? I don't know. We should wait for the doctor. Doc chirps from behind the crowd. You are a doctor. Yeah, but I'm not your doctor. There's a difference, and I don't know what their plan is. I've been awake for a few minutes, so I haven't had time to look around, but when I do, I immediately know where I'm at. The walls are painted a light shade of green, and there is a painting of the hospital in a wooden frame taking up the majority of the wall. The floors are a plain tile, spotless with no scuffs. The beeping of the monitor has me averting my gaze to my right, seeing machines that are way smarter than I am because I don't know what they are for. There's the heart monitor that beeps steadily, and the oxygen flowing through my nose. It's just now hitting ya, huh? Skirt says, but there's a heaviness in his voice that tells me he's concerned. Yeah. What happened? No one has an answer for me, but they all share a knowing look. They're afraid to tell me, which means whatever it is isn't good. Let's just wait for the doctor. She will have more answers than we do right now, okay? Doc informs me as he casually sits on the bed, crossing his legs. Is everything okay? I came as quick as I could. My final ran longer than I expected. Joanna skids to a stop at the door, trying to catch her breath. She's sweating gallons, wearing a long-sleeved jacket in midsummer. No fucking wonder. What is she thinking? She'll have a heat stroke. It's been a few months since everyone saw her. Last time I remember anything about her, she was almost done with school, getting her degree in... Okay, that I don't remember. I was too drunk, shamefully. Joanna, I'm surprised to see you, I say. Thanks for coming, but I'm okay. How did your final go? I want the attention off me for a minute. I'd love to be left alone. I want to rest, but I also need someone to go to the rehab center and ask for Sunnie. I want her here. She throws her hair up in a messy knot and strolls inside, Doc watching her with questioning eyes. He seems to be checking her out, but it's too analytical. Doc senses something is up, and who am I to question a damn doctor? Fine. I think I did well. I'm on my way to the last semester. She grins, her white teeth twinkling like pearls. She looks like hell, though. I know I look bad, but something is going on with her. The bags under her eyes can't be just from studying. Oh, I thought you were nearly done and on your way to graduating. Doc questions, and all eyes are on him. Mine are on Joanna. I want to know what Doc sees. I was. She kicks out a chair with her foot instead of using her arms like any other person and sits down. I didn't pass my trigonometry exam. I have to retake the class, then I can graduate. Trig? Fuck that. I cheated in that class. Reaper. Sarah slaps him, telling him to shut up. What? It's fucking hard. And it's not like I ever use it. Addition, multiplication, basic division. That's all anyone ever needs to get by in life. Unless you're going to be working for NASA or some shit. How cool would it be to work for NASA? Bullseye states, as he polishes his freshly shined metal dart. This bad boy would twinkle amongst the stars. I bet blood drips so much slower in space. At once our heads turn to look at Tongue, staring off into space with a resemblance of a smile on his face. I bet he's imagining it right now, probably slicing off alien tongues or something weird like that. Sarah snickers, and everyone else bursts out laughing, slapping Tongue on the shoulder for a good laugh. What? What did I do? What did I say? Tongue questions peculiarly at Sarah. Sarah shakes her head and loops her arm through his, laying her head on his shoulder. Nothing. You're just pretty great. So are you, he says, kissing the top of her head. Knock, knock. The dozen heads in the room swivel to the door, and I follow their line of sight to see a short woman with brown hair pulled back into a low ponytail walk through the door. She wears a long white trench coat and thin blue glasses that show off her light eyes. Wow, you are a popular man, Mr. Just call me Patrick, I say, and Reaper quirks a brow at me, then nods in understanding. I'm not sure if I want to be called pirate anymore. I need to think about it. I was that guy, but I'm not now. I don't want my past to haunt me forever. It has enough already. Patrick, she agrees. I'm Dr. Lillian White. It's nice to finally meet you now that you are awake. She stands next to Bullseye, and he has that hungry look in his eye a man gets when he wants something. Or someone. Excuse me, she says to him. You're a bit close. I need a little space to check on my patient. I can be your patient, Bullseye says with a flirtatious smile, biting his lip as he openly checks her out. Brother, that works with cut sluts. Toole tugs him by the cut to give the lady some working space. Not with educated, beautiful doctors. Bullseye scowls at Toole and shrugs out of his hold. Dr. White doesn't indulge them. She's checking the monitors, pinching her lips in displeasure, or nodding when she sees something she likes. When her attention is finally on me, Skirt gives me 2 thumbs up and a wink. Poodle thrusts the air, and Melissa, his old lady, slaps him on the back of the head. "Behave," she warns. "Yes, ma'am." He rubs the spot she hit, and I have to hold back a laugh as the doctor checks my heart. "Do you know why you're here, Patrick?" I think back to the last thing I remember. I was feeling sick during my therapy session, but that's all I remember. "Yes, I have your notes here from Dr. Havensworth." Dr. White flips through the file, and then she pauses, brings her head up to look at me with sad puppy dog fucking eyes, then returns her focus to the file. "Says here you were an alcoholic for 18 years. That's a long time." "I'm a fucked up man." "This Sunnie, where is he?" she asks. Poodle cackles, and Melissa hits him on the back of the head again. "Poodle, sorry, but it's funny that she thinks Sunnie is a man. Can you imagine pirate with a guy?" Dr. White's eyes widen. "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's okay. Her real name is Sunshine." "That's pretty." "She's pretty, Dr. White. Do you think you can get her here? We understand each other in ways others don't." I see a few hurt expressions around the room, but nothing too serious. I hope they will forgive me for saying that. "I'll see what I can do." She presses down on my abdomen, and a nuclear explosion of pain radiates through me. "What the hell, Dr. White? You're trying to kill me." The way I breathe reminds me of a pregnant woman. I'm trying to get through the pain, but it's so bad it's causing another wave of nausea. Dr. White looks grim. She pulls a tiny black flashlight out of her pocket, and she peels my eyelids back to look into each one. After she gets the results she wants, she sits on the bed like Doc was before she swooped in like she owns the place. "According to your blood work, your abdomen and the yellow in the whites of your eyes, I'm sorry to tell you that your liver is failing you, Patrick. It's progressed awfully fast, but I bet you've been experiencing symptoms for a few weeks now. You probably blamed it on detox, but it was the detox that made the liver realize it couldn't work anymore." "Can it be reversed? I know sometimes when people get cirrhosis, and if they catch it early enough—" She interrupts Reaper. "That's not an option in your case, Patrick. You will need a transplant. There's just one problem I need to work through before getting you on the list." "What's that?" I ask, kicking myself in the ass for letting my drinking get so out of hand that I'm to this point. This was the entire point, though, wasn't it? To drink myself to death. Now that death is here, and I have something to live for, the last thing I want to do is give up. I'll fight as hard as I did to drink. That should be enough willpower to keep me alive. I have to convince the transplant board that you're able to go on the UNOS. They don't like to give alcoholics a transplant unless they have been clean for 6 months. You have got to be kidding me. Reaper punches the end of the bed, then spins around and kicks an empty chair, snapping the wooden leg off from the force of his strength in the steel-toed boot. No, you fucking find a way for him to be on it, Doc. You get me? You don't want to fuck with me. I don't care where you work, how pretty you are, or what fucking rules you are supposed to follow. You are going to help him. You're going to save him. He deserves a second chance. His rehab is going well. He doesn't deserve a chance to prove that. Reaper. I try to interrupt him and tell him it's okay, but he doesn't let me. I'm serious, Patrick. I'm not going to let her ruin your chance at living a good life. Something I should have helped you with earlier. Something all of us should have helped you with before it got this bad. Reaper, this is what I wanted. It's not what I want now, but it's something I have to deal with. I paved this road for myself. Now I need to drive down it. That's not how life works, Patrick. It's okay to fuck up. But fucking up isn't supposed to kill you. It's supposed to get you on track. Yeah. I pick at the callus on my hand and think about everything I could have had. but I let time slip through my fingers because I was locked in a corner of my mind I couldn't get out. I'll never be able to leave. I'll die in that corner. I never thought I'd wish to turn back time, but if I could, I never would have picked up that damn bottle. Life's fucked up, Reaper, even when you're on the right track. I'll cut someone's liver out for you, Tongue says, unsheathing his blade. The silver catches the sunlight through the windows, and his eyes turn hopeful and happy at the thought of doing this for me. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, and if you don't put the knife away in 2 seconds, I'm calling security. Dr. White warns, reaching for the phone on the wall. I never get to do anything, Tongue drawls, slipping his knife in place. If everyone would just calm down and let me speak, you know that everyone can get tested to see if they are a match. If someone volunteers a portion of their liver, then you don't have to go on the transplant list. But if there is no match, that's when the trouble would start. A few of the guys cheer, but Reaper still seems unsure. There has to be someone in the club that's a match. Call everyone. Everyone who is clean. Tell them the Prez orders they get matched or I'll reap their fucking souls from them. On it, Prez. Tool vanishes out the door, and Dr. White exhales. She sounds glad there's one less person in the room. If I don't find a match, how long do I have? Everyone's happy buzz of conversation ends, and I can't manage to look at them. I'm too devastated letting myself get this far, knowing I had the family I wanted in reach and didn't do a damn thing about it. That's not going to happen. Someone in the club will have to be a match. Don't worry about it. Reaper reassures, but Dr. White sits on the bed and takes my hand in hers. Her fingers are oddly cold but comforting at the same time. She isn't biased. She doesn't have to fill me with words of encouragement because they don't exist. With how quickly your liver is declining, I'm going to say 3 to 6 months. Sunny's face flashes before my eyes. Her smile, the way her bubbly bullshit used to piss me off. And now I don't want to be without it. Who is going to love her like I do? Who is going to treat her like she needs to be treated when I'm gone? Another man will make love to the only woman I've ever loved, and that pain hurts worse than dying 100 times. I lean my head back on the pillow and close my eyes so I don't shed tears in front of my brothers. Please, find Sunnie. I need her here, and I'd like everyone to leave. Of course, Dr. White says. I'll be back in 15 minutes with an update on Sunnie. Thank you. Patrick, go Reaper. Everyone, please. I turn my head away from them and sigh, my chest deflating from the lack of air. Just go. I need to be alone. I like being alone, but I love being alone with Sunnie more. She brings the peace I've been looking for. For so long I looked in the wrong place, in the bottom of a bottle, hoping to find a solution to why. But I never found it. Until therapy. Until Sunnie. I'm finally a new man. And I'm dying.
Chapter 21. Sunnie. That weaselly bitch. I swear, when I get out of here, I'm going to wring her neck. My words carry in the small room, seeping into the cement walls. I'm sitting on the floor in the corner, looking at my new surroundings and wondering how the hell this is the path my life always seems to take. The room is similar to the one I grew up in, only darker, colder, and wetter. There's a leak in the ceiling that drips every few seconds, and the sound of the drop hitting the floor is testing me. Speaking of floor, my white slip-on shoes are ruined from the muck and grime that settled onto the floor over the years. I'll have some type of disease by the time I leave here. If I leave here. There's an old, rusted bed frame from an old cot on the other side of the room, and it makes me think about the people who were here before me. recently and centuries ago. How many people died here? Maybe this house was never a home, but a torture chamber. The light in the room strobes on and off, barely hanging by the electrical wire from the ceiling. I can see the fuse in the clear bulb, trying to ignite to stay on, but flickering is the best it can do. Being in this room alone has given me plenty of time to think and berate myself for not trying to escape from Patricia. But I knew if I did, I'd only be in rehab longer, or a psych facility. The truth is, no one will believe what an addict says. I was better off playing her little game and then deciding how I was going to escape her. Only the door to the room isn't made of wood, so I can't break it down or kick it in. The damn thing seems to be made of 4-inch steel. If I were to kick it in, I'd break my leg. I'm thinking about Patrick, too, and how much pain he has to be in. What's wrong with him? Is he okay? I miss him. Voices from down the hall have my love-struck train of thought brought to a quick halt. I know those voices. Patricia scared me. But these voices terrify me. I stand by, pressing against the walls to help myself up. I'm tired, weak, hungry, and thirsty. I've only been in here a day, but being in a semi-dark room with the smell of death lingering around me and nothing but the doom hanging over my head, the stress has depleted my energy. A jingle of keys sound, and if it weren't for the environment, they would sound like sleigh bells in the snow. I snort. This is far from a holiday, Sunnie. My hand lands on something slimy, and I can't look to see what it is. My stomach isn't strong enough, so I wipe my hands on my sweats without looking. The metal grinding together as someone swings the door open has me cringing and covering my ears, since the acoustics of the room are so damn loud. The small splash of a someone stepping into a puddle tells me they have entered the room, but I can't see who they are. Not until the first monster steps into the light. Dear old Dad. Go fucking figure. He is dressed in a pristine suit with gold cufflinks. He tugs on the hem of the sleeve and looks down on his shoulder to see a cobweb. Tom dusts it off. Fuck him, and fuck calling him Dad. He is nothing to me. Hey, sweetheart. Don't sweetheart me. I spit at him. 3 against 1, my odds aren't looking too good. Watch your mouth, whore. London creeps around from behind Tom and gives me a look that says he wants to fuck me, eat me, and kill me. In that exact order. Fuck you. I wouldn't be a whore if it wasn't for you, Tom. I wouldn't be an addict either. Why can't you just leave me alone? Because you're the best cunt his business has, sunshine, Ross says from Tom's other side. I've yet to feel someone as good as you. Gentlemen. Tom interrupts their abuse with a friendly title to make them stop talking. I scoff. Gentlemen? More like scum of the fucking earth. London power strides over to me and slaps me across the face, then wraps his hand around my throat, squeezing so hard that I can't breathe. You didn't seem to mind my scum when I was fucking you raw all those many months ago. Disgust rears its ugly head and sinks into me. I clutch my stomach with one hand and hold my face with the other, rubbing the spot where he slapped me. What? No, I don't even know you. I've never seen your face before until I was here. London rubs his nose up my cheek and hums when his hand dives between my legs and cups the space there. Oh yeah, Ross and I would take turns on you. You were so out of it, all compliant and high, taking us any way we wanted you to. Sometimes Tom would join, wanting in on the fun. I lose it. I drop my hands to my thighs as I lose control of my stomach and spew bile all over London's shoes. Ugh, you stupid bitch! He backhands me again. These are Italian leather! The right side of my face slams against the stone wall, and it makes me see stars. No, I don't believe that, no! I say with a continuous shake of my head. I can barely catch my breath. My eyes land on Tom. His beady brown eyes bore into me, and with a crooked tilt of his lips, he confirms what London is saying. I'm your daughter! You're not my daughter. You're just a whore born from another whore. I raised you the best I could, but I didn't love you like a father would. And when you became the age where I could have you, I fucking took you, just like all the other bitches who work for me. You're disgusting. All of you. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, thinking about all the times I can remember being with any of them. I remember Ross, but I don't remember Tom or London. I only remember Ross because he was my first, and he made sure it hurt every single second. Women are more than fuck toys. You wouldn't be here without women. Women are made to be broken, sunshine. I know you're lying. I have a memory of my mother telling me why she named me Sunnie. We were at the park. You stole me from her. You had to have. She wasn't a whore. No, Sunnie. Tom's sinister laugh is like a dangerous snake rubbing over my skin. He unbuttons his suit blazer and reaches into the inner pocket and pulls out a syringe. He taps the side of it with his finger. You imagined that all on your own. You made it up. You were drugged more than half the time. You probably had more than one crazy dream. That's just the one you latched onto. He takes a step forward, and I try to take a step back, but the wall blocks me. Is what he's saying true? Have I always been nothing? No one? I've never been loved. I was never cared for. I don't know if Patrick loves me, but I know he cares. Love is an energy someone should always feel. It's strong enough to change the world, and I hope it has enough momentum to save me from mine. Why? I ask the one question that's been bothering me ever since I've had a clear mind. Why are you doing this to me? I don't want this. Don't you care about that? No. His tone is flat and uncaring. I only care about what it takes to be the man everyone loves and fears at the same time. I want power. I want money. When I saw you were getting too far gone with being on heroin, I put you in here so the media could run with it. A supportive father caring for his daughter. Do you know how many votes that will get me? The drug users, the people who sympathize, they will all vote. And when I get out of here, I sneer and make sure my hate for him cannot be missed. Delusional people are the worst threat to run into because they are so unpredictable, so tempted to continue to think they are doing what's right. Delusions kill, and I refuse to be a part of its statistic. Tom pretends to cry, and Ross offers him a handkerchief to add to the theatric event. And then he abruptly stops, tossing the cloth onto the ground and steps on it. I think it's funny that you think you're getting out of here. I cannot show any more panic than I already have. What will your voters say when they want answers? I think I have him there. He has to let me out of here, or what will all of this have been worth? The soles of Tom's shoes click against the murky ground as he stands in front of me and traces the outline of my face. It's going to be a sad day. You died fighting your addiction, but your addiction won in the end. I'll be mourning. I'll say, I did everything I could. I loved my daughter with my entire heart. And then I won't speak to the public for a few days, maybe weeks. I'll go unseen and unheard, make them believe I'm depressed. We will have a funeral. You'll be missed." London snickers and Ross smiles, licking his lips like a hungry hyena waiting to tear into his kill. "But really, you'll be back where you belong." His chest bumps against mine and he sniffs my hair. Then he pinches my bottom lip between his fingers. Tom kisses the side of my cheek and I tremble, afraid that this is going to be my life forever. "On your back with your legs spread and willing." He sucks my earlobe into his mouth, and I yank away, but he saddles me to him by the strands of my hair. "Won't you?" "Fuck you!" I lift my knee and kick him between the legs, and he goes down quick. The syringe falls from his hands, clattering against the floor. Without thinking, I step on it, shattering the vial holding the poison that made me into who I am. "You bitch!" Tom gasps, holding his pathetic cock with his hands. "Get her!" Tom yells to his goons, but they are idiots because they launch for me at the same time as I dart between them, and they slam into each other. I run out the door, nearly slipping on the gunk on the floor, but I manage to right myself. I don't take a right because it leads back to the main portion of the house, and the last thing I want is to be anywhere near Patricia. I'll bet anything she works for my father. How many other people here work for him? Is the center state-funded, or is it just another way for Tom to pick and choose his victims? Turning left, which is probably going to kill me somehow, I sprint down the darkened hall. The scurry of rats across my feet almost have me screaming. I shove a hand over my mouth to shut myself up. I can't afford to be loud. "You aren't going to get out of here, Sunnie," London sings. "You'll be ours again. Don't you miss it? The sex, the high? Oh, I bet you miss the high. We can fix that for you. We can give you whatever you want. You'll never have to yearn for it again." The sex. What a fucking joke. I can't even remember the sex. They made sure of that. And the high. It's tempting to go back just for that. I can have all of the drugs I want. I don't have to fight the need for it every day. I can give in. No. No! I've come too fucking far to sink into that horrible habit again. You are owned, Sunnie. You don't have a life outside of us. No matter how hard you try to run, no matter how hard you try to fight, we will win. We always do. That's Tom. I suppose he finally picked his cock up off the floor in order to wander out of the room. The lamps hanging from the ceiling sway when a breeze blows through the hall. Where the hell is a breeze coming from? If I can find where it's coming from, I can escape. Maybe. It's far-fetched. I'm better off hiding until they give up. An abandoned wheelchair sits in the middle of the hall. One wheel is broken off, and the leather of the seat has disintegrated in the middle, leaving a hole. It's a scene out of a scary movie, only this isn't Hollywood. This is real life. I try a few doors to see if they are unlocked, but they aren't. It's a never-ending hallway of dead ends. No, come on! There has to be somewhere. I spin around in a circle, and the light at the end of the hall flashes for a second, showing me another hallway. This place is a maze. No wonder they didn't renovate the entire thing. Left in the dark, I head toward the other corridor and try to keep the brief image of Patrick in the forefront of my mind. My head smacks against a door with a hard thud, and I bite back a curse. I don't want to take any chances for them to hear me. The light spasms again, and it's enough to see the way I need to go. I take a left, and there is an open door to the right, but I ignore it. They're going to be checking every room that is open. I need to be more creative. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. An echo of a voice plays a devilish song in the distance. Come out, wherever you are. I promise I won't bite. Hard. They are getting too close. I speed up. The hallway feels like it's getting narrower, but that's impossible. It's just my fear squeezing my ability to see clearly. I lean against the handle of the door and crack it open enough for me to slide through and ease the steel slab closed behind me. The sun shines through the large windows to the left, and I'm able to see the room in natural light. It's huge, maybe an old ballroom. It has a dome ceiling with beautiful flowers, people, angels, and clouds, hand-painted. There is a large chandelier on the floor, broken in pieces, and the crystals are scattered about the entire room. Even the trim is detailed. I hate that I'm focusing on this room because I need to find a way out, but it's too difficult to not appreciate something so beautiful, especially when I have never seen anything like it before. There are a few tables turned on their sides, curtains hanging by a thread from years of aging, but the dance floor still shines as if it is brand new. To dance in the arms of someone I love, spinning in circles, wearing a big dress and laughing because life is so good and sweet. I'm with Patrick, and life couldn't be more beautiful than it is in that moment of dancing. Daydreaming, a silly thing for a broken girl like me to do. I'll never have the gown, the guy, and the life I've always wanted. I'll always be on the run, or on my back, as Tom says. Laughter and love isn't in the deck of cards for me. I'm holding a joker in my hand, and all it promises me is pain and constant addiction. I pry my feet off the dance floor, leaving what-ifs and could-have-beens behind. This room may be beautiful, but the house that holds it is ugly. I head toward the back and see a sign that says stairs in bright red, but before I can make it to the exit, they enter the room. I duck down and crawl to a table on its side, hiding myself from their view. "Sunnie, there's nowhere to go now," Tom taunts. "You might as well come out and play." I close my eyes and wrap my arms around my legs, burying my face in my thighs to quiet my heaving breathing. "Come out!" Tom yells, and something crashes on his rampage, probably from his doing. "I'll make sure your boyfriend dies. I'll make sure the guy who killed his sister comes for him. But not before the guy has a taste of you. He's been in prison a long time." Another table splinters into firewood after he throws it out of his way. I assume it's the tables, since there is nothing else to throw. "Can you imagine what Patrick's nightmare will do to you? Knowing you are connected to the man who ruined his life?" I almost get up to defend Patrick, but I stay where I'm at. It's Patrick's life that got ruined. That man deserved every bit of prison time, and the fact that Tom got him out on parole shows just how inhuman Tom is. Shoes peek out from the side of the table, and I slowly run my eye up the legs the feet belong to. "Little Miss Sunshine." Tom stabs me in the neck with a needle before I can react, shoving whatever substance that's in the tube into my body. Tom squats and grips my chin, my head lulling back and forth from the drug. And my, oh my, what a cloudy day it is.
Chapter 22. Pirate. I feel better after a day of medicine and constant fluids. I was adamant when I told Dr. White I didn't want pain pills. I'm not addicted to them, but I didn't want to risk it. I'm still healing from alcohol, and the last thing I need is to add another problem. Besides, I'm not in that much pain. I can live with it. No, I'm not going to tell him. You're going to tell him. You're going to. No, you are. I'm not giving him bad fucking news on his deathbed. I open my eyes from a deep sleep and see Knives and Tool hashing it out. Knives shoves Tool in the shoulder. I'm not doing it. Tool pushes him back. As your VP, I'm ordering you to, Knives. Oh, that's cold, Tool. You're using your authority to make someone else do what you don't want to. What else is authority used for, dumbass? Don't call me a dumbass. I will ninja star you, VP or not. Guys, shut up. You're giving me a headache. I yawn. Tool looks down at his feet. The big guy is nervous. And Knives looks like he's about to lose all of his ninja stars. Guys, what's going on? I sit up a bit straighter, noticing the ache in my side has lessened, but my nail beds are tinted yellow. I'm stronger, but it's temporary, at least according to Dr. White. I'll start feeling lethargic soon enough as my liver gets worse. I have a month or so before I truly start to feel like shit. I'm not getting any fucking younger here, guys. What the hell is going on? It's Sunnie. Knives blurts, then slides his eyes over to Tool, who takes a step forward. We overheard Dr. White. She found out hours ago that you've been resting, and we didn't want to bother you. The rehab center can't find Sunnie. I pull the pulse monitor off my finger when the machine starts to beep with the rise of my heart. What the fuck are you talking about? They can't find her? She's there. She has to be. I don't know. Dr. White will be in soon. You can talk to her about it, Tool says, spinning the wedding band on his left ring finger. I bet he's glad he isn't me right now. He knows where his woman is. She's slinging drinks at the bar and singing her pretty heart out. Mine could have escaped rehab, be relapsing, or with her father. I'm getting out of here. I remove the sensors taped to my chest, wincing from the hair that goes with it. Whoa, what are you doing? No, you can't leave the hospital. Reaper's orders. Tool attempts to place the sensors on my chest again, but I knock his hands away, steal the screwdriver from the top of his ear, and press against the pulsating vein of his throat. Brother or not, you try to keep me here, and I'll use this tool. I swear to fucking God I'll use it. You know damn well what you would do if this was Juliet. You'd go through hell and high water if it meant getting her back. You're right. But the difference between you and me, I'm healthy. Then I'll die trying to get her back. What else am I supposed to do? Lay here? Wait? Fuck you if you think that's what I'm going to do. I push him away and throw his screwdriver to him. I move slow at first, my side twinging a bit as I stand. I pop my neck, stretch my arms over my head, and get some feeling back in my bones. I've been laying around too long. Did anyone bring me clothes by any chance? Sarah did. She thought you'd like your own stuff to wear. Tool points to the duffel bag on the table nestled near the wall. Damn that woman. She's the best, I say. Tool and Knives flank me as I walk, holding out their arms to prepare themselves if I fall. I can walk just fine on my own, guys. I'm fine, okay? I'll tell you when or if it's too much and if I can't handle it. My mind is on Sunnie. Something in my gut is telling me something is wrong, and if she is in the hands of her dad, Tom, whatever the fuck he is, I'm going to enjoy killing him. Probably a little too much. Unless she wants to do it. Then I won't stop her. We will come with you, Tool tells me as I untie the hospital gown. It drops to the floor and I hear the guys hiss a breath of disgust. Oh, what the fuck, man? Tool complains. Jesus Christ, that is one white ass. Warn a guy next time. Knives adds. Well, don't fucking look, and you won't have that problem. I slip on my jeans and love how they feel against my skin. So much better than the hospital gown or sweatpants. Don't get me wrong, I love lounging around, but wearing them all the time I feel useless and lazy. Next, I slip on a plain black t-shirt, socks, and lace up my boots. Okay, you guys ready?
We have to let Reaper know what we are up to. He'll be pissed if he finds out otherwise. Toole drags out his cell phone from his pocket and presses a few buttons. I'm not going to wait around. Okay, let's go. I don't know where everyone is parked. You are not riding bitch on my seat. Knives grouches. Too fucking bad. I don't have my bike. Shit, won't probably start anyway. And I need to get to the rehab center as soon as possible. You wouldn't happen to have a gun in your saddlebags, would you? Knives rolls his eyes and deadpans me. Of course I do. I know ninja stars will run out at times. I always have a backup plan. Good. I'll be needing it. As we head down the hall, Toole's footsteps are behind us, which makes me feel more reassured. I know leaving the hospital is a risk, but I'm dying anyway. I might as well try to see where Sunnie is, even if it kills me. We come to the front desk, a U shape that nearly takes up the entire middle section of the floor. Dr. White is there, writing something down on her clipboard, but when she looks up from what she's doing and she sees me, I expect anger and a tantrum. Instead, she lays her pen down in a smoother manner. And where are you heading off to, looking like a guy who needs a liver transplant? Knives and Toole chuckle and try to cover it with a cough. I need to go find Sunnie. I'll come back when I do, I say. I can tell she wants to argue with me by how she purses her lips and taps her nails against the counter. Nothing you say is going to stop me. I know. You men are all the same. She picks her pen up and takes a pad from her pocket. You need these medications. You cannot skip them. You have to have them. You're functioning because of these pills. I'll call you if one of your friends is a match to you. If so, we will schedule immediate surgery. 18 years does a lot of damage on the liver. She scribbles on the prescription pad and rips the paper from the bind. Here. Go to the pharmacy before you leave the hospital. Thanks, Dr. White. I hope to see you back soon, Patrick. She hands me the little piece of paper that holds the ability to save my life, and I take it from her, slipping it into my pocket. You will. I just need to go get Sunnie. You'd risk your life for her? I nod. I'd risk everyone's life for hers. On those words, I walk away, following the signs to the pharmacy. I can't remember the last time I was in a hospital. It had to have been when my sister died and the ambulance took us to the hospital. After so many years, you'd think they would find a way to make a hospital more inviting, but the colors are just as pale and the smells have not changed. Sterile with a hint of death. Not my favorite. When the guy at the pharmacy sees me, Knives, and Toole standing at the front of his desk, he backs up a few feet. I slap the paper on the counter. I need these. Better make it quick, too, Knives says, slamming a ninja star into the counter. Always so dramatic. Sure. The guy backs up and disappears down the medicine aisle, rows upon rows of the stuff. Someone with an opiate addiction would be having a tough time right about now, but not me. I don't even have the craving for alcohol. I don't know if it's because I'm tired and unwell, or if I'm over it. I highly doubt I'm over it. 5 minutes later, in a bag full of pills, I'm heading out the door. Don't fucking look all cuddly and shit when you're on the back of my bike, Knives warns. I swear, needing a new liver or not, I'll throw you off while we are going 60 miles an hour down the highway. Damn, no sympathy for the dying, huh? That's messed up, Knives. What if I don't have the strength to hold on? I tease him, and as he hops on his sleek red and chrome Harley-Davidson, his brows crinkle together. I throw my leg over the back of the bike and lean against the backrest and bark out a slew of laughter. It's fine, Knives. Just go. I need to get to Sunnie. Reaper says don't do anything stupid. Toole informs us of our Prez's orders as he clicks on his deep purple bucket helmet that says, Property of Juliet. She got it made for him as a joke, but Toole wears the damn thing every time he rides. I'm pretty sure he gets laid every time, too. Ah, so that's why he wears it. I'll do what I need to do, I say, staring straight ahead toward the Vegas sunset.
The heat waves are strong and ripple through the air like a water's current. I never noticed how pretty it was before. Another thing I'll have to make sure I do more is watch the sunsets. Knives' bike pulls out of the parking lot with Tool hot on his tail. The engines are loud. A wolf's growl locked into the pistons. Knives lets it rip on the highway, and the bike lurches forward, eating up the miles between me and Sunnie. I close my eyes and let myself relish in the breeze against my face. It's been so fucking long since I've rode that I've forgotten the feeling of being free. I spread my arms out and tilt my head back, doing my best not to get emotional in the bitch seat behind Knives. I'll never hear the end of it, but now that I know that my life is on the clock, I always want to feel this good. All this time I've been alive, but now that I am dying, I know what it's like to truly live. I regret every choice I made to bring alcohol to my lips, but at the same time, I don't know if I'd be here, appreciating something as simple as the wind in my goddamn hair. I'm such a fucking little bitch. That's okay. I'll take the secret with me to the grave. All too soon the bike is slowing down, and the loss of momentum has me opening my eyes, seeing the sun is quickly fading and night is cloaking its place. Pulling into the newly paved parking lot, Knives and Tool park in a spot next to one another. I hop off from behind Knives and look at the house. I never got a good look at it before, but it's something out of a book. It's more like a hotel than a home. It has a Victorian Gothic look to it, a few towers, stone sides, and a large wooden door. Actually, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a castle, especially with the bars on the windows. No, not a castle. A fucking prison. I growl and charge forward, but I'm cut short when Tool grabs my arm, holding me back. Listen, I know you're all let's kick some ass, but you've never done this before, okay? You've been down for the count for 18 years. That isn't a jab at you, but you have to think with a clear head. You can't go in there guns blazing. Tool whispers, glancing around to make sure we are alone, just as Knives places a 9mm in my hand. I turn it in my hand, gauging the weight of it, and notice the serial number has been filed off. I cock the weapon and drop my arm to my side. The hell I can't, I say to Tool. Giving them my back as I march toward the entrance, Tool curses while Knives laughs. A few ninja stars zip by me and land with a soft thud against one of the trees. Someone is getting excited. When we get to the doors, Knives pulls his stars out of the tree and dances them across his fingers. His hands are scarred to shit from those things, always practicing with them as if he has a death wish. God damn it, what's the plan? Tool whispers as I open up the door. Just follow my lead. That's real fucking comforting, pirate. I ignore his lack of faith in me and step through the lobby, gun out and at the ready. It's quiet. Too quiet. If anything, there should be a constant flow of cussing coming from somewhere because of Locke. High heels clink down the hall. I don't care. Tom would agree. I want everyone drugged. I don't want to deal with them. I said do it. Shit. Go, go, go. I usher them to the side, and we run to a set of 4 beams connecting to the floor from the ceiling and hide behind them. This is not a plan. Tool hisses at me. I lay my finger against my lips and a wave of exhaustion hits me out of nowhere. So sick of these type of people. Patricia. Now that comes as a surprise. Tell Tom everyone is ready for pickup. Her giggle sets my teeth on edge. Oh yeah? Maybe you can prove it to me later. No wonder the place is dead. According to her conversation, everyone is drugged up. I peek around the corner and watch Patricia end the call and slip the phone into her pocket. She struts into the entry of the reception area and I follow. If the guys follow me, great. If not, great. I don't really care. I don't have options. I keep my steps light and hug my back against the wall. I bring the gun in the air, readying it to aim when Patricia walks out again. I don't hesitate. The gun settles perfectly against her temple, and she stops in her tracks. Knives circles her like a shark, cackling as he fakes lunging at her and watching her flinch. Toole is standing at my side, waiting to see what I'll do. Patricia turns to look at the person holding a gun to her head, making the placement of the barrel change. It's in the middle of her forehead now. Her brown eyes get large when they notice me, and then it wears off, her psychopathic tendencies coming forward.
"Well, looks like you somehow crawled out of the grave you dug for yourself, Patrick,"
she says as sleek and smooth as silk. I'm not here to pillow talk. Tell me, where's Sunnie? I'll give it to Patricia. She has a spine of steel, which is something I didn't expect, given her demeanor while treating us. A few strands of her silver-laced hair falls from the bun on the top of her head as she shakes her head.
"Why are you so dumb? Why can't you find yourself a God-loving woman, one who won't take you down a dark road again? You can be better than her."
There's no one better than her, I say, dropping the gun to her mouth. Don't make me make you gag on this barrel, bitch. Tell me where the fuck Sunnie is.
"You're just like all the other addicts,"
she mumbles around the barrel. Knives? The way I say his name gives him the order I want him to do. With a flick of the wrist, the ninja star singes the air and lands in the meat of her shoulder. Patricia cries out and lifts her hand to pull it out when Knives throws another one, landing it in her other shoulder. I'm not fucking around. Do you see that? I asked where Sunnie is, bitch. Tell me before I blow your fucking brains out.
"Go to hell. She's better where she's at anyway. She's doing what she knows, what she loves, what she's trained to do. Leave her alone. Move on with your life."
Toole? What this cunt doesn't realize is that I'm giving her 2 chances before getting to me. Toole steps forward and slips the screwdriver from his ear. Patricia snorts a bout of laughter.
"You're serious? A screwdriver? You bikers are whack."
She's driven to silence when Toole shoves the Phillips head in her thigh. He yanks it out and blood dips down her legs, staining her pantyhose. She screams into the empty space and I laugh. There's no one here to help you, Patricia. I bet you wish you had one of us addicts right about now to help you. Maybe you would if you didn't drug them. I'm going to ask you one more time. Where is Sunnie? I bite off the question with the little restraint I have, resisting against pulling the trigger.
"You'll never find her,"
she laughs, sounding more drunk from the pain as she falls to her knees. I squat down to be on her level and rip a star from her shoulder. She lets out another painful wail, but I've just begun. She hasn't known pain. You better hope I do, or I'll come after everyone you give a damn about. I place the tip of the star against her cheek and slice her flesh open. The skin pulls apart, showing muscle and blood.
"Stop! Stop! Oh, God, please!"
A tear drips from the corner of her eye, and it lands on the silver of the star. I readjust my position and place the tip against the other cheek.
I'll tell you everything. Please stop."
We don't usually hurt women, I say to her, trying to make her feel better. But I think you're just like a lot of men out there. You're dangerous. Her eyes narrow at me, and she sniffles, the tears quickly drying against her caked-on makeup.
"I'm a businesswoman. Sunnie is just business."
No, your business. She's my future. Tell me where she is. I won't repeat myself. She drops her shoulders and hangs her head.
"Tom Ross in London came to get her. That's all I know,"
she says. I stand to my full height and think about how the hell I'm going to find her, but 3 people is enough. Badge can get a trace on them, and someone will be able to lead me to her. I rub my nose with my hand and nod. Thank you for telling me, I say kindly, then aim the gun to her forehead. But the world is better off without people like you. My ears ring from the gunshot, and blood splatters against my jeans and clothes. Her eyes are open, and a trail of blood flows down her nose to her lips. There's skull and brain matter against the wall, and the barrel is smoking from the heat of the bullet. Bitch, Knives says. Had no idea either. She played me like a fool. Shit, I wonder how Gail is. I hope Patricia didn't do anything to her. Who is Gail? Toole asks. A nurse who gave a shit about me and my healing process. She cares about me getting through my addiction. I swear if Patricia did anything to her, I'll kill her all over again. What the fuck? Reaper bellows from the entrance along with Tongue, Badge, and the rest of the crew. Seriously? Are you kidding me? Your ass needs to be in bed preparing for a liver transplant, and you're going around shooting people. He's a little mad. She was a lying bitch who drugged all my friends. It's why it's so quiet. She's the reason Sunnie isn't here. Oh. Reaper sighs on a breath of relief. Okay, that makes sense. Tongue, take care of the body. Tongue slithers his way through the crowd and whips out his knife, staring at Patricia as if he's about to carve her into pieces and like it. Me, Tools, and Knives take a collective step back from Tongue. He gets weird when it comes to bodies. Can I cut her tongue out and send it to Noma? My gators have to be hungry. Everyone groans and Reaper rubs his temples. His face is red. He looks like he might explode. Tongue, I don't care what you do. Feed your gators. I don't know how you'll get it there, but have at it. I don't have the mental capacity, he rumbles, tapping the side of his head roughly, to give a shit. Tongue smiles and then whips his head from Reaper to Patricia, his shaggy hair slinging as he prowls to her. He lifts her over his shoulder and runs away, disappearing out the doors. I need everyone to check all the rooms. I think she drugged a lot of people, and someone is on their way for them. I know it's a lot to ask for, Press, but these are people like me. Say no more. Everyone spread out. We need to hurry before anyone shows up. And if someone shows up, shoot to kill. No questions, no hesitation, no regrets. This is the family I've been needing. All that's missing is Sunnie.
Chapter 23. Sunnie. I wake up with an urgent breath and my head spins. Oof. I moan and lift my hand to the side of my head to help me stop moving. I'm about to fall to the floor. Whatever they dosed me with wasn't heroin, and I'm so damn thankful. I want to have a clear head and figure out how to get out of here. What I'm lying on is soft, comfortable, like velvet, and I blink away the sleep in my eyes to get a better look at my surroundings. What in the... Nothing surprises me much these days, but where I'm at does. I don't know where I am, but the place is beautiful. I expected a rundown room with chains, whips, and blood. That's not it at all. The ceilings are cathedral high, and the architecture looks Greek or Roman. The floors are enriched with the blood-red color, and while it might look beautiful, that's where it ends. There are gold cuffs attached to my feet, and I'm wearing a pastel pink teddy that has a plunging neckline. If I wasn't so afraid, I'd appreciate the expensive material against my skin. But I have no idea who put it there. Whoever did undressed me, and that does not sit well with me. I look to my left, and there are rows of beds with a glass wall separating us. A mini room of sorts. There are women in every single bed. There is a dozen on this side and a dozen on the other. The chandelier in the middle of the room reminds me of the one I saw at the rehab center. It's huge, polished until all that's left for it to do is glitter. The glass between me and the other two girls, who are passed out, turns from clear to frost. Well, this just keeps getting better. I keep my eyes on the door, which is also made of glass, but it's frosted and I can't see through it. I wait. The knob turns, and I hold my breath to see if it's Tom, London, or Ross. I'm ready to fight for my life. I'm getting out of here. I don't care what I have to do. The door swings open, and my mouth drops to my chest. Locke? He doesn't look sly. He doesn't look crude or ready to kill. He has emotion swimming in his eyes as he stares at me. He blinks fast, and I wonder if he's about to blurt something when an electric shock sounds, and he freezes. Oh my God, I say with horror when I see the collar wrapped around his neck. Locke, what did they do to you? He steps inside and shuts the door. My heart pounds as he comes closer to the bed. Is he going to fuck me? I hold my breath, hoping he sits in the chair next to me. Oh, thank God. Locke, what are you doing here? He's wearing a suit like Tom, expensive and cut to his frame. Damn it, shit, pussy, no! He drops his head in his hands and tries to take a few breaths to calm down, and then his body jerks back and he spasms. His neck strains and spit drools down his chin. The collar around his neck buzzes, and by the time it's done, he is exhausted. Are you okay? What the hell are they doing to you? Why are you here? I ask him. He coughs. Tom thinks it will help me with my Tourette's. Fuck, dick sucker, he screams. I'm here to take you to him. I'm sorry. He looks away, and his fingers curl into his palm. He has my sister, and as long as I deliver you to him, he won't hurt her. I'm sorry, fucking stupid son of a bitch. Another shock hits him, and I cover my mouth to swallow the horror I'm witnessing. I'll go. It's okay. You don't have to talk to me. Just take me to the bastard. I can't imagine Locke ever being behind Tom to support a business like this. It depraves women, and from the sound of it, he hates to do what Tom says. But what else is he supposed to do? If I were in his shoes, I'd do the same thing. With shaky legs, he figures out a way to stand and reach into his pocket to retrieve a gold key. He unlocks the chain from the gold bedpost, but the cuffs stay hooked to my ankles, as if I'm a prisoner. I am a prisoner. I hold onto Locke's arm, and he gives me a small smile that is anything but reassuring. It makes me more uneasy. My feet sink into the plush carpet, and while I'm walking down the mile-long aisle, I notice gold fans, gold plants, gold fucking everything. The glass to the rooms are still frosted, and masculine groans are coming from a few of them. I set my jaw and blink away tears. I know whatever is happening behind those doors is not consensual. Or maybe it's a woman who wants to be a prostitute, I don't know. If it isn't, what's happening here isn't okay. It will always happen unless men like Tom are stopped. Locke tightens his arm around me, a way to try to bring me comfort since he can feel my unease. He knows what is bothering me, and it's bothering him too. I thought you got protection from the club, I whisper before we pass a few guards, dressed in black suits and ties. They have earpieces in, and I don't miss how their eyes roam my body. My skin prickles, and the instinct to run has never been as strong as it is now. Once we have put a few feet between the guards, he sighs. I do, but Tom came to me and threatened if I didn't work for him, he'd take my sister. I can't have this happen to her, bitch pussy slut. Pussy slut? Now, that is something I haven't heard before. I want to put him at ease, but it's easier said than done. I'm sorry, he repeats. You don't have to say sorry every time you burst out in curse words. It's okay. It's not the only thing I'm sorry for. The chains between my legs jingle as we come to a stop, and he presses a red button for the elevator. The doors slide open, and Locke ushers me inside with his hand in the middle of my back. He's been nothing but respectful. I'm half naked in a sexy outfit, and his eyes have never left my face. Locke leans over. The smell of his cologne hits my nose, and I immediately turn my head. He smells good, but he doesn't smell as good as Patrick. If I think about him right now, I'll lose it. I have to keep it together, and knowing I'll probably never see him again is going to ruin me. I look at myself in the mirror wall of the elevator. I'm wearing makeup, thick mascara, pink lipstick, and red blush. How was someone able to put that on me while I was asleep? The elevator lifts in awkward silence, and I scratch the inside of my arms, watching the floor numbers get higher, taking me to my new future. The ding to the rest of my life sounds as the doors slide open. All there is at the end of the hall is a door. On either side of the door, which is circular instead of rectangular, 2 men stand guard. The lights are turned down low, and the carpet is blood-stained to match the carpet downstairs. More gold glimmers along the trim. If it wasn't for the situation, I would feel like I was in a fairy tale with how beautiful this place is. "Delivery for Mr. Hurst," Locke says in a clear, uncursed sentence. Good for him. The guard opens the door while the other shoves me. Locke doesn't get to say bye because the door is slammed shut. I gulp and wrap my arms around my waist. "You look stunning, Sunnie." Tom's voice crawls over my skin like a rush of cockroaches. I want to scrub my skin until it's raw, sore, and bleeding to make sure Tom is erased from me. "Fuck off, Tom," I sneer. "You're disgusting. When Patrick finds you..." "When Patrick finds you..." He mocks me and flips on another light. I stumble back and put as much space between me and the stranger standing next to Tom. He's huge, a hulk of a man. His beard is unruly and long. His hair is receding, but the length is just as long as his beard, only stringy and thin. He lifts up his hands and waves his stumps at me. Oh my God. It's him. It's the guy who killed Patrick's sister. It has to be. I don't know of any other criminals who had their hands chopped off by a shovel. I think I'm going to puke or faint. No, I can't faint. I need to keep my head on straight. I can do this. I won't let men break me again. "I have a choice for you to make, Sunnie." Tom's fingers are pressed together in a steeple as he swings his chair halfway around in a circle. The man with no hands hasn't said a word. He's hiding in the shadows, away from the light, but I can feel his eyes on me, raking up and down my body. I've never felt so exposed. "What do you want, Tom?" I turn my head to the right when another door opens and London steps out, shirtless, and behind him follows Ross. The smell of pot wafts through the air, and a girl stumbles from behind Ross. She's almost blue in the face. Her eyes are halfway shut and her hair is a tangled mess. Her body is riddled in hickeys, track marks in her arms, and cum is spread over her chest in thick drops. I turn my head away, saddened that she has to live through this, broken that I'm about to live through it with her. Death has never looked better than it does right now. Ross drags the high woman across the floor, and she's too out of it to notice me. She's half naked, her breasts bouncing with every clumsy step she takes. He shoves her in front of Macy's killer and pushes her to her knees. I gag when he rubs his nubs over her head. She reaches for his pants as if she's being controlled or a spell has been cast on her, but she's that broken, that high, and has lost all will to try to fight her demise. She slurps down his cock, and he groans, but he doesn't let her control it. He starts to fuck her face until she's gagging, choking, and instead of stopping, it fuels him. I turn away, unable to watch the abuse because that's what it is. What, you don't like to watch? You used to? I remember a time when you couldn't wait to get on your knees. Ross grabs his cock through his pants and strokes himself. I can promise you, anything anyone ever did to me, I didn't want it. And whatever else you fucks made me do, I didn't want to do it. Doesn't matter what you want. I own you, Sunnie. This is where your choice comes in. Tom stands and buttons his blazer together casually, and he squeezes by the criminal and the girl, acting like it isn't a big deal that he just brushed up against someone getting a blowjob. He sits on the edge of his desk and crosses his ankles over each other, and then he picks up a contract that has a syringe placed on top of it. You sign yourself away to me. You work here. No drugs if you don't want. I've changed the business around. You only fuck me, Ross, and London. And this guy. He's our new partner. Over my dead fucking body, Tom. He rubs a hand over his mouth and chuckles, kicking off the desk. In 2 long strides, he's in front of me, and he grips the back of my neck and slams his mouth on mine. I shove my hands against his chest to push him away, but he's stronger than me. I don't kiss him back. We can arrange that, you ungrateful bitch. He mutters against my lips. Either take the fucking deal, or I will make sure Patrick is dead by tomorrow morning. He moves to my ear and huffs a dead laugh. I'll chop off his cock and lay it at your feet. How about that? Does that make you see a little clearer? He drives his fist into my stomach, and I fall over, struggling to breathe as my eyes water. My hip hits the floor, and I open my mouth to cry out, but the pain spreading through my abdomen doesn't allow me to get air into my lungs. You have 24 hours to decide. Either way, you aren't leaving this room until you're ruined. Until I'm ruined? Without a life, without Patrick, without any hope of living the life I've dreamed about, I am ruined.
Chapter 24. Patrick. We have raided all the homes Tom has listed under his name, and no one was there. I'm dragging ass through the front door of the clubhouse, burnt out, hungry, thirsty, and that familiar itch to drink hits me because all I want to do is hold Sunnie in my arms again, smell her hair, see her happy fucking smile. I want to be driven insane again from her positivity. I want to break when I see her tears. I want to fucking kiss her whenever I goddamn want, reminding me that the only drink I need is Sunnie. I miss her. God damn it, I miss her like I miss rum. She's burnt her way through my veins, and it's the kind of burn that lingers for a bit, making me wonder if I really need more, when the answer is always yes. It's the stress from not being able to find her. That's all. I finger the one token I have in my pocket. It's stupid. It's for staying sober for 30 days, an entire month. It's nothing, but feeling it reminds me that I want more than 30 days. I want an entire lifetime. I'll be damned. Look what the cat dragged in. Braveheart hollers and gives me a big welcome hug. Damn, it's good to see you. You look... He cringes when he realizes what he said. It's okay. I look like I'm dying. Don't tread around me because I'm dying. I slap his back in return. It's good to see you. Tank, the gentle giant, reaches out his hand and gives mine a quick shake, but he doesn't meet my eyes. I got my test results back. I got tested as soon as I got the message. I'm not a match, I'm sorry. I pull him into a hug, but he doesn't hug me back. I don't think he knows how to hug. Thanks for even thinking about doing something like that. It means a lot, Tank. Sure, he says. He lifts a massive arm and scratches the back of his head. Okay. He nearly runs toward the kitchen, needing to get away from the show of affection. I toss my bag on the floor next to the pool table and eye the bar. I reach into my pocket and hold on to the chip and think of Sunnie. There's no booze there, but it's the memory, the ache, the want. "It's good to have you back," Doc says. "How are you doing? Now that I know you're out of treatment, you can get treated here. And we can always find a liver on the black No." I finish for him. "I'm not living like that. No way. Don't, Doc. I fucking mean it." I grip his shirt with my fist and yank him closer. "No." "Okay." He nods, unwrapping my hand from his shirt. I collapse onto a stool and take a breath. "I got it. I fucking got it." Badge shouts from the back of the house, but as he yells, his voice gets closer. "I got his location. I fucking got it." Thwack. "God damn it. Stupid wall is always in my way." Doc chuckles. Badge bursts through the hallway and he has a big red line on his forehead. "I got the location. He's still in Vegas." "You mean Sunnie?" I stand so fast the stool falls out from under me. "Yes. Look, she's here. She has to be." He rushes over to me along with everyone else and points his finger on the red dot. "The house isn't under his name. It's under a Goodwin London. No way London can afford it on his own. Tom definitely bought it. And look who he is with." Badge spreads out a few more photos and my blood runs cold. Him. Hester. I grab the picture and memorize it. I see he has no hands, and a sick, gratifying warmth spreads through me. He is mine. Does everyone understand? He is fucking mine. I slam my fist down on the counter, and a wave of agony has me doubling over. If it isn't for Doc catching me, I would have fallen to the ground. After a few seconds, it disappears, and I'm able to stand again. But I'm dizzy and catch myself on the bar when I fall forward. "You're staying here," Reaper says from behind me. "Everyone else get ready. We're going to war. We're going to get Sunnie, and we're going to take that piece of shit Hester down." "No!" I yell from over him, undermining his authority. "You can punish me however you want, but Hester is mine. I should have killed him when I had the chance. You aren't taking that from me." The floorboards vibrate as Reaper stomps forward. "You can barely stand up straight. You need to be in the goddamn hospital." I point to Sarah. "What about your wife? What wouldn't you do for her? Tell me." I know the answer. He doesn't have to tell me. The answer is anything, everything. I'll burn down the world if it means saving Sunnie. No one understands the connection she and I have. No one has been through addiction. The bond is different. It's air fucking tight, and without it, I'm slowly drifting into my old ways. "We do this, that's it. You're on your way to the hospital. You look like shit. Your skin is turning yellow. And call Moretti's brother. I want his men. I want backup. I want vans and trucks because the size of this place tells me there are going to be a lot of people there who need to be saved." Reaper heads to the front door and everyone follows, passing the old ladies. Reaper, Tool, Poodle, and Skirt kiss their women within an inch of their lives, and I don't stick around to see the blitzed out expressions. "Come on, we're taking the truck." Doc slows his pace to match mine, and when I open the door and climb inside, I lean my head against the glass. I watch all the bikes pull out of the dirt lot, sending clouds of dust in the air. Joanna's on the porch, staring through the windshield at Doc. When I turn to him, he isn't looking at her, but the pulse in his neck jumps. He jerks the truck into drive with more force than needed. I want to ask, but it's none of my business. We follow Badge, the man with the directions, and it's about a 40-minute trip. We pass nothing but flat land, tumbleweeds, and cactuses. Plenty of space to dump a few bodies and let the vultures feast. When we arrive, I get a bit confused since we are in the middle of nowhere. As we creep forward around the curve, a huge Spanish-style mansion comes to view, sitting in the middle of the desert. It's hard to believe on such a pretty star-filled night that a massacre is about to happen. You ready? Now more than ever, I reply. Everyone parks on the side of the road, letting the black silken sky camouflage us for protection. When Doc puts the truck in park, a bottle from under the seat rolls forward and hits my boots. I pick it up and see root beer spelled on the side. I tighten my hand around it, letting the cold glass rub against my palm. That feels good. I close my eyes and tremble, the craving for rum controlling me for a moment. Shit, I'm sorry. It's fine. It's just root beer. Just give me a minute. I study the amber glass, my reflection tempting me to break. I'm looking at the devil inside me and he's saying, I bet I wish this was an alcohol bottle, because I'd sniff the inside and lick the glass just for a memory of the taste. The devil is pushing me, but I'm not weak. I'm not broken. I'm in the space in between, and I won't let my addiction pull me under. Not over a damn root beer bottle. I open the door and a roll of nausea hits me, but I swallow it down. The guys have gotten off their bikes while Demon's Fury MC rides up in a few vans and trucks. I've heard about them briefly, when I was healing from a hangover. Good of you to join us, Whistler. Reaper greets the VP with a handshake. Never the type to turn down the opportunity to put bastards in their place, Whistler says, grabbing a bat from his truck. I love a good bloodbath. What's the rundown? You reached out and didn't tell them what is going on? Reaper asks, annoyance clear in his voice as he twists his head to Tool. There wasn't time. He came anyway. Tool defends himself. Sunnie, Pirate's girl, is in there. Legal prostitution, but she isn't there willingly. Probably amongst many. The one guy, he has no hands. That's Pirate's skill. Any questions? Reaper pretty much sums the situation up in a nutshell. No one asks, and Whistler hits the top of the bat against the ground. Reaper nods. Okay, let's get this show on the road. I want to get back to my woman before midnight. Reaper leads the army of men wearing leather cuts and chains, carrying a variety of weapons. From knives, guns, screwdrivers, bats, and I'm sure there are weapons that I can't see. As I walk by a boulder, I slam the root beer bottle against the stone, and the glass falls to the desert ground. The memory of me licking broken shards on the ground hits me. It robs my breath. God, I was pathetic. The neck of the bottle is still intact, and edges are sharp where it broke off. Looks like I figured out what my weapon of choice is. Revenge at its sweetest. I'll get to kill the center of all my problems with the toxin that's ruined my life. We aren't sugarcoating this bitch. I don't have the patience. Reaper lifts the gun and fires multiple rounds into the glass doors, and other members join in. Bullets ring rapidly until there isn't a piece of glass standing, and Reaper has a chance to walk through the door, but instead he opens it. Honey, I'm home, he calls out, changing the clip on his gun. He cocks it back, always at the ready. Everyone's boots crunch against the floor, and as we turn the corner, 3 guards run down the hall. My arm drifts away from my side and adrenaline takes its place. I run forward as the guys fire their weapons, and I slash the bottle across a guard's throat. When an arm wraps around my neck, I flip the bottle in my hand and drive toward the man's stomach, twist, then yank it free. He crumbles to the ground and holds his wound, blood pooling in his hands. I'm not done. I yank his head back and drive the bottle into his eye, hear his cry, his plea for mercy, and I pull it out with a sickening squelch. Did any of the women you used get mercy when they asked you? I stare into his good eye, waiting for an answer. I didn't think so. I slice the jugular, and blood guzzles down his neck like a waterfall. It will be seconds before he is dead. The 3 guards are dead. Another set of doors is in front of us. Whistler takes the lead and drags his bloody bat across the floor. He gets in position and swings the bat so hard and fast it whistles. That explains the nickname. The clash of the bat on the door is loud, but not as loud as the screams on the other side. I want half of us to get the women out of here, and the other half to look for Sunnie, Reaper says. Without needing further instruction, the guys pick sides and split up. Half going into a room that's nicer than money can buy, and the rest of the guys hang right, heading toward an elevator. Reaper fires off 2 bullets, and they pierce the guards in between their eyes. The heavier they are, Reaper says, and blows the smoke off the barrel of the gun. Oh, how I have missed this. While the fighting is going on behind us, I press the button of the elevator and we wait. Whistler whistles, and Tongue leans against the wall, cleaning his nails with the tip of his knife. He must have the cleanest nails in the entire MC with how much he does it. Reaper checks the time on his watch and makes a face that says he's happy with how fast this is coming along. He folds his hands in front of him and jerks his head up to watch the elevator descend. There is boring jazz music playing above us, and we turn around to watch the massacre taking place in the other room. It's beautiful in a way, an odd dance that has much more to appreciate in the moment with music than without. Bullseye jumps in the air and launches a dart at a guy who is struggling to get his pants up, and it lands right in his temple. He falls to the ground, pants around his ankles and cock still erect. Poodle is next, spinning out of one guy's way to jab the homemade dagger in the guy's back. "Oh, that's a nice move," Whistler compliments, just as the elevator dings and the doors welcome us by parting. Finally. What place doesn't have access to stairs? We squeeze into the tight space of the elevator. Reaper's shoulder rubs against mine and Tongue is in the corner, hair hanging in his face, watching another demon's fury lick his lips. For anyone else, it would be sexual. Tongue. He wants to cut the man's muscle from his mouth. "Tongue," Reaper scolds. "Stop it. Get yourself together. He is a friend, not food for your gators." "I wasn't going to do anything. I was just looking," Tongue drawls, scratching the side of his face with the flat surface of his knife. While the elevator climbs, a rancid smell fills the small space and we all start gagging. "Okay, what the fuck? Seriously, who did that?" Reaper growls, and he eyes everyone who is coughing. All except Slingshot. "Slingshot? I'm sorry. I ate tacos earlier. You know what they do to my stomach?" Reaper points his gun at him, but not in a threatening way, as a finger. "You are on dietary restrictions from here on out. We have a damn job to do. We can't afford to die." Just as the elevator stops and the doors slide open, the guys all run forward, getting stuck in the entryway before they tumble out, gasping for clean air. The guards by the door cock their heads to look at us, and Whistler picks himself up off the floor by using his bat as a cane. We stare at one another for a second, the guards unsure of what to do, and the members trying to get a feel for what's going on. "Oh, for fuck's sake. This is turning into a shit show." Reaper growls and aims his gun. The guards don't have time to react before they each have a hole in their head. "You bitches really need to learn how to react first and think later, or you are going to get yourselves killed. You hear me?" Reaper marches forward, stepping over the dead bodies and knocks on the door. "You're knocking?" I ask. "Well, we have to let them know we're here," Reaper says. But after a minute too long without the door being answered, he gets impatient. "I don't have time for this." He lifts his boot and cracks it against the door and it flies open, breaking it in two. "Take another step and see what happens to your cum slut." My eyes fall on Tom, and he has Sunnie suspended in the air, rope around her ankles and feet, spreading them apart. Tom is under her with something sharp, a knife, a spear, and he has it pointed directly between her legs. Tom's eyes land on me, and a demonic presence fills the void. "Come to claim your treasure, pirate? Better hurry. Every second that passes by, the pussy we all love so much gets..." His words are cut off by another gunshot, and Tom stumbles back, bringing his hand to his gut. Like I said. Reaper marches forward and shoves the gun in Tom's mouth. I don't have time for this. Reaper pulls the trigger and Tom's head flies back. He lays lifeless on the counter, spread-eagled just like Sunnie. You son of a bitch, Ross growls and steps forward. But I plunge the broken bottle against his crotch and he chokes, staring at me with disbelief. You're the son of a bitch. You fucking touched what's mine when she was too young, when she was unwilling. I twist my wrist and he crumbles to the floor. A whistle sounds behind me and then a hard smack. London, Ross gargles when he must see his friend die. Poor, sad, despicable you. I yank the bottle free and force it into his neck. Byron. I turn around when I hear my name, and Reaper, Whistler, Tongue, everyone is at the ready, staring at Hester, who currently has Sunnie in his arms. He managed to get her down from the suspension while we were preoccupied. Fuck. If anything happens to her now, I'll never forgive myself. I hold out my hand to the guys and signal them to lower their weapons. This is between me and him. They all drop their weapons and Tongue shuffles on his feet, anxious to get the show on the road. I step forward and watch as the bottle in my hand drips blood onto the floor. Poetic in a way. A bottle always finds a way to do the killing, doesn't it? Long time no see, Hester. I step forward, and he tightens his arm around her neck, not saying a word. Movement to my right catches my attention, and it's Slingshot, pulling a girl half naked away from the fray. The rapist grunts, his eyes darting from me to the guys. After all these years, you're still not saying much, huh? I toss the bottle into my other hand. Let her go. This is a fight between you and me. This time I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. He cocks his head in a predatory manner, eyes like reptiles as they turn to slits. He pushes Sunnie toward Reaper, and Tongue shrugs off his jacket, then wraps it around her so she's covered. I'll have to thank him later for that. You're still the sick bastard you always were. You've haunted me long enough.
She was worth it.
His voice is deep, dark, menacing, and full of gravel since he doesn't use it.
Baba?
Her voice, a sound that's been quiet for too long, urges me on. I charge forward, bottle at the ready, and the giant predator barely moves. His giant nub slams against my liver, taking me down all too quick. The bottle falls from my hand and breaks. He sits on top of me and pulls my head back, running his nose down my cheek.
You never did suck my cock.
He chuckles heinously. My hand fumbles and grips a shard of glass as he rises on his knees. Fuck no. Reaper steps forward. Don't, I say to Reaper. Hester smirks and pulls out his hard cock. He has hurt too many people, too many kids, and it ends now.
Open wide. Let's make it a family affair.
In your fucking dreams, I grit, using all of my strength to lift my hand and slice it through his cock with one stroke. Fuck making amends with the people I hold a grudge against. The 12 steps were always a crock of shit. He screams profusely, and I crawl out from under him, drenched in his blood, drenched in redemption.
Chapter 25. Sunnie. One day later. I'm sitting next to Patrick's hospital bed, watching the monitor beep and his chest rise. When Hester punched him in the gut, it did more damage. We are waiting for the doctor to come in and tell us if there is a match, so one of us can donate. A tear drips down my cheek, and I lay my head against his hand. He'll be okay. He kicked ass yesterday. This isn't going to get him down. Toole stands behind me and places a comforting hand on my shoulder. He didn't let alcohol win. He won't let this win either, Reaper says. He hasn't beaten alcohol yet, I remind them. He is here because of it. I'll be fine, Patrick croaks as he wakes up. I got my sunshine. I give him a watery smile and push his hair out of his face. You'll always have me. If something happens, Patrick. He squeezes my hand to tell me to shut up. If something happens, I want you to know I love you. I love you too. I sob, crawling into the small space on the bed. I make it work and lay my head on his chest. His abdomen is swollen and his skin has jaundice. His liver is failing and fast. Where is that damn doctor? Poodle huffs. I bet if I threaten to cut her tongue out, she'll move quicker. Tongue says nonchalantly, You need to take a breather on your tongue cutting. You're in timeout. You need a break. Reaper points to him, then drops his finger to the chair. Sit. But why? I've been good. This is bullshit. Ain't no one getting my damn liver then. Tongue crosses his arms and turns away. Reaper takes a deep breath and does his best not to kill everyone's favorite person. He mouths, breathe, over and over again to himself. The door opens to Patrick's private room, and Dr. White enters, staring at the clipboard in her hand as she flips through the pages. When she finally lifts her head, she's taken aback with how many people are in the room. I thought I said 4 people at a time, she says. That didn't work for us, Doctor. Reaper crosses his arms over his chest and stares at her, daring her to kick them out. But she rolls her eyes and steps toward the bed. Got yourself quite the support system, Patrick. She smiles down at Patrick, and he nods. I'm lucky, he answers through a clogged throat. Dr. White pulls a stool out and sits as close as she can to the bed. I don't like the look on her face. She looks disappointed. Her mouth frowns, and a dimple in the middle of her chin becomes more pronounced. Patrick, you had 20 people test to see if they were a match. That's unbelievable. I've never seen such love before. So, who's going under the chopping block? Toole asks with a hopeful smile on his face. But I can read between the lines. Sorry. I turn away and hold my hand to my heart, feeling it break for the 2nd time in my life. Why are you so sad? One of us is a match, Slingshot says. I shake my head. You guys, none of us are. Read her body language. Everyone moves in closer, surrounding her like she's pretty. What the fuck is she talking about? That's impossible. The chances of that are slim. Reaper growls and swipes a vase off the nightstand, and it crashes against the floor. Fuck! Dr. White swallows and grabs her clipboard again, pointing to something on the paper that I can't see. You have a rare factor in your blood. None of your friends have it, Patrick. Instead of being upset, Patrick laughs, his gums pale and his eyes yellow. His chuckles get louder, and it's making me uncomfortable. Patrick, it isn't funny. What are we going to do? You can't go on like this. You'll die. I'm laughing because it seems that there is no way around the inevitable. I wanted to die. Then I get to a point where I have something to live for, but it's too late. It's funny to me. I don't find it funny. This isn't a damn joke. I press my hands to my eyes and try to slow down my thoughts. There has to be a way. What else can we do? I ask the doctor, ignoring Patrick's delirium. Dr. White bites her bottom lip and taps her nails on the medical chart. Don't like it when you do that. Patrick holds her hand down to stop her from making the clacking sound. It means you're thinking, and I feel worse when you fucking think. Patrick the pirate is pissy. There's my little grumpy asshole. I lean over and kiss his cheek. I know he only gets this way because he feels like garbage. I found you a match, Dr. White informs us, and the guys cheer. Skirt tears up, and Reaper and Toole fist bump. Tongue even has a smile on his face. But she raises her voice to quiet the cheers. You might not want it. Oh, he's going to take it. Orders from me. Reaper steals his spine and challenges Patrick with a stare. Is it yours? Patrick asks. I'll take a smart doctor liver. Maybe then I won't make as many mistakes. No. Dr. White clears her throat and her cheeks turn red. She's getting emotional. I'm not allowed to test myself. Your match? It's him. Hester survived the cutting of his member and the stab wound to his chest, but he stroked out and is on life support. I tested him for the hell of it. His liver can be yours. No, Patrick says. No. End of story. There's no debate. Patrick, this could be the only liver. You will die without it, I warn him. I can't, he struggles to say. I can't take the liver of my sister's killer. I can't have that darkness inside me. No. But what better way to say fuck you, Dr. White says. What better way than to live the life he never could? You will do things for the rest of your life that he would hate. You'd be a better man. You'd never be the scum he was. She's right, Reaper agrees. He would hate it, Toole says. Can you imagine how pissed he'd be knowing he is helping someone? Come on, Patrick. We need you here with us. Fuck him. Don't let him take your life away again. Come on, I beg and squeeze his hand. I just found you, and you bring so much good in my life. Please, don't go like this. I love you. I need you here with me. He did horrible things, Patrick says, taking a minute to catch his breath. What if I get his liver and I become like him? We won't allow that to happen. Reaper nods toward Skirt. And that would never happen, because you're a good man. Someone who fights for what he loves, who he loves. We are asking you not to give up that fight over fear. You deserve this liver. You deserve to take from him, like he took from you. Take it, Knives says. Take it. Take it. Take it. Tongue steps forward. Take it. Poodle stands by Tongue and chants along with everyone else. I grab onto his hands and kiss his yellow knuckles, hating that the fearing storm in his eyes is gone, replaced with the promise of death. Please, take it. Patrick looks over everyone's faces as he lays there in the hospital bed. One singular tear escapes the corner of his eye and falls down his cheek. He sniffles and meets Dr. White's emotional face. I'll take it. I thought I love you were the best 3 words to hear, but I was wrong.
Epilogue. Patrick, Pirate. 8 weeks later. I'm healing nicely after my transplant, and surprisingly the taste for alcohol is nearly gone. Maybe the temptation was in my old liver, and this new one is a way to say fuck you to Hester for what he took from me. Not only am I beating the odds of liver failure, but I'm not relapsing into another drunk spiral. I figured I would after I had his liver, but if anything, the challenge to be better just to spite him is enough of a high for me. The yellow tint on my skin is gone, and my energy is coming back. Once I heal up enough, I won't be draining the club account for booze anymore. I have a job lined up at the garage. Everything is falling into place. Well, almost everything. There's the issue with sex. Sunnie and I haven't had it in a while since I've been healing, and I'm ready to try again. I wonder if either of us will be able to fall over the edge this time, since our nightmares are over. We both go to our support meetings like Reaper has made us do, and we are better than we've ever been. I want to try. I have a good feeling about it. Plus, I might have stolen Patricia's romance novel, so Sunnie can finally know the ending. Patricia's dead. She isn't going to miss it. While I was healing, Skirt and the guys built me a small 2-bedroom cabin on the property. And while the deck still needs to be completed, the inside is done after round-the-clock work. So we are kind of trapped inside for the time being, which I don't mind because I plan to use all of this alone time in bed, fucking my woman until she's coming on my cock. It's been too long since either of us felt good, and it's time to put our past behind us. I slowly walk out of the bathroom and take my shirt off. I know the surgical scar isn't the sexiest, but hopefully she still finds my body attractive. I slink out of the bedroom door and hide the book behind my back. She's on the couch, tongue sticking out between her lips as she types something on the computer. "Hey," I say, watching her head tilt up, and her beautiful sapphire eyes bore into mine. Her tongue is still poking out between those pretty rose petals, only this time she's licking her lips now. Her blonde hair in a loose braid that hangs over her shoulder, and my cock hardens when I imagine wrapping it around my wrist, fucking her from behind. Her eyes drift down my body, stop at the scar, but then work their way down, landing on my erection through my sweatpants. "Hi," she says, a bit of a husk in her tone. I toss the book at her and strip off my pants, then wrap my hand around my cock. "Read the filthiest thing in the book to me and we will act it out. When we are sated, which we will be, you'll finally give me the ending of Samuel and Elizabeth." "Patrick, we can't. You're healing." I continue stroking myself and kneel between her legs, loving that she's only wearing one of my t-shirts and a thin pair of lace panties. I run my hands up her legs, and the soft flesh of her thighs hit my palms, and I moan. Shoving my hands under her, I grip her ass and place her on the edge of the couch, then lift the shirt over her head. Fuck yes, she isn't wearing a bra. Her nipples are hard and pointed, reminding me of when she wore the white shirts from the rehab center. It is officially shut down, and all of the patients were moved to a different facility. I bend down and suck a nipple into my mouth, almost passing out from how good her body feels so close to mine again. "Patrick," she pants, "we can't. I don't want you to get hurt." Her back bends when I move to the other breast. I grunt in surprise when I feel her hand wrapped around my cock. I kiss my way up her body, lick the side of her neck, and steal her mouth in a heated kiss. She whimpers, and I greedily swallow it, starving for the sounds of her pleasure again. I pour my own wines down her throat, telling her what she feels is very much reciprocated. "The only way you're going to hurt me is if you don't let me inside you." I knead her tits in my palms, and she throws her head back, spreading her legs for me. She doesn't argue with me. She's too far gone. Her thighs are wide open, showing me a place of wet tranquility. The blue lace has a wet spot in the middle, showcasing her need. I want to go slow. I want to ravage. I want to tear her apart. I want to claim and own. But I want to love her all at the same time. And thanks to her, I know how to do that. My lips trail along her inner thigh, inhaling the scent of sugar and spice from her lotion. "I can't believe you're mine." I suck her flesh into my mouth and bite down, and the spot in her panties grows bigger as her cries get louder. "Patrick." She whimpers the name I only ever want to be called by again. I don't want to be attached to pirate in any way. I'm not drunk off rum, gin, whiskey, or anything else. I'm healing. I'm more than an addict. I'm human. I'm capable of being fixed. I'm not worthless. I'm not pirate anymore. The only thing people will see me holding on to is Sunnie's hand. She's more than a person to me. She's more than some odd chance at love. She's my light at the end of a really long, winding, fucked up, pitch-black tunnel. She's hope and peace, a familiar soul, a kindred part of me that goes so bone-fucking deep that without it I don't think I'd be able to breathe. When I say she is everything, I mean she is my salvation. She's the one I pray to when I struggle, when I crave the thirst that latches onto the back of my throat. I thought I'd find my heaven after a nightmare. She's the reason why my world spins. Her touch on mine slows down time. She's the beginning and the end. She's the heartbeat in this once dead chest. So when I say Sunnie is everything, she is the reason why blood still courses through my veins. She's my life. And I'm hers in this life and all the others we will live in this world. I'll find her again when we die. A love like ours doesn't stop at the end of our time. It's infinite. I lay my head against her stomach for a few seconds to compose myself, and squeeze her sides before I kiss her chest, her stomach, and then mouth her clit through the fabric of her panties. She gasps and buries her hands in my hair, pulling me forward until my nose is rubbing against her slit. I wrap my fingers in the waistband of her panties and yank them down her legs. Her blonde bush is trimmed, shaped, and perfect. I never thought I'd miss the wildness of it before, but I do. I'm reminded of a time when we were lost and nothing made sense. Except her. She made sense. You're so goddamn beautiful it hurts, Sunnie. So are you, Patrick. And for the first time, I believe her. I latch my mouth onto her folds, sucking each lip until I can't taste her cream. No, no, she begs. I need you. She tightens her hand around my cock, emphasizing what she really needs. I spin us around and sit on the couch while she hovers above me. I can't do much since my side is still hurting, but I'm not complaining, since she looks so damn hot on top. She reaches between us and holds my cock steady to her entrance and sinks down. I love watching her mouth part when she's full of me. She glides down slowly until her ass is pressing against my thighs, and her hands fall to my chest, careful not to touch my scar. God, it's been too long. In more ways than one. My hands navigate her body until they land on her tits. I roll her elongated beads and she rocks her hips. I want to lean my head back and relax while she takes control, but I don't want to miss a damn second of her fucking me. Fucking ride me, babe, I tell her, and she tilts her chin down and stares at me through her light brown lashes, giving me a seductive snarl. Her nails pinch my skin as she fucks me with zero restraints. She fucks me hard and fast, impaling herself on me harder and harder. Her tits bounce and she tries to throw her head back, but I catch her by the braid and use it as leverage to fuck her harder. With every downward stroke I thrust up, sinking myself deeper in her peach. Fuck, I want a taste. I dip my hands below and insert 2 fingers next to my cock, and on the next stroke she stretches fully. Oh, fuck, Patrick, she whimpers, and looks down where we are connected. She grinds her swollen, erect clit against my pelvis. That's it. Oh, fuck. Her eyes widen and her hands slide up my chest to wrap around my neck. Don't stop. You feel so good. Don't stop. Oh, God. I think I'm going to come. I think I am. I hate that she doesn't know. It's been too long. I snatch the back of her head and yank her forward for a sloppy, messy kiss. I keep one hand on her hip and drag her along, helping her get to that high. Patrick! She rips her mouth from mine, and the pure ecstasy on her face has my balls pulling tight. I glance down to where she's riding me in surprise, and I see how drenched she is, pouring her nectar all over me the closer her orgasm comes. My spine tingles and my toes curl, and a low-burning swirl that's lightweight in my chest uncurls, and I know I'm about to fall over the edge, too. Faster, harder, oh God, please, she begs, leaning back so far her hands fall to my shins, and the penetration is deeper, but the base of my cock isn't inside her cunt. I can see her lips gliding over the flesh. Her stomach is tight and lean, just like her cunt. I can't, she cries, falling against me in a fit of rage. I'm not leaving this couch until she does. We have come too far and been through too much to not enjoy something as simple and natural as an orgasm. My fingers slide between her cunt and find her clit, and I fucking pinch it, tug it, pull it, then rub it in quick circles. Patrick, yes, yes, she screams at the top of her lungs as her body bucks, gyrates, and shatters. She gushes all over me, soaking my thighs and dripping down my sack as her orgasm rips through her and tears her apart. The smile on her face, the sheer blitz has me pumping into her once, twice, then burying myself to the hilt. I hold her close and pour every drop I have into her depths. Her muscles clench and spasm, drinking my seed. Sunnie, I shout, and orgasming feels so fucking good it hurts. I'm shaking. I'm in disbelief. I was confident this would happen, but I was still unsure. We did it, she giggles, and it felt so good. Let's do it again. Give me 2 minutes, I chuckle, lifting 2 tired fingers, the same fingers that were just in her pussy. I bring them to my mouth and moan. I love how her sweet peach tastes. As she lays there and we catch our breath, I think about the first time we had sex, and how frustrating it was that we couldn't come. Same with all the other times, but it still felt good. I think about the journey, the sessions, the meetings, the damn chips I have for how many days I've been sober, the letters the MC wrote me that I've never read because I'm too fucking nervous to. I'm not ready for what the papers say. I think about getting her back. Regardless of the blocks in our heads when it came to sex, I still wanted her, with or without the orgasm. I wonder what Gail is doing. I stare down at her and scoff in disbelief. If you're thinking of Gail, I must have done something wrong. She giggles and shakes her head. I'm just wondering. We never heard from her. I hope she's okay. Let's not talk about Gail. I flip her onto her back and slide in and out slowly, making sure it doesn't hurt. Let's make you orgasm a few more times. We have a lot of time to make up for her. I make love to her all day and night, sending us over the edge until we are bone tired. She's the rest of my life, my time well spent. She's my addiction.
Surprise scene. Gail. 3 weeks later. I'm wasted. I lift my drink into the air and scream, "Fuck it," at the top of my lungs. A hot little hunk comes up to me shirtless, way too young for my old ass, but after all the shit that hit the fan, I need to let loose. I'm so fucking done working in rehab. I'm going to travel. I'm going to die doing all the wrongs in life that I never did when I was younger. I'm going to dance to Cardi B's WAP, whatever the fuck that means, and I'm going to wake up in the morning with regrets. I'm in Jamaica, living my life in a luxurious beach house, and I never plan to go back to the States. Hola, mami. A gorgeous man with tan skin and white shining teeth aligns his body with mine. He has a six-pack and is smoking a joint. I've never smoked before. You're looking gorgeous. He kisses along my ear. I'm too old for you. I bat his hand, but bring him closer until I feel that delicious ridge of his cock. Oh my God, it's been so long since I've had sex. 10 years, I think. I stopped caring when my husband died. Why did I stop caring about my sex life? There are so many men out there who love older women. And I'm going to eat it up. I'm sure there are people worried about me, but I'll send a postcard. I have more important things to do. See, Mummy, you are. He kisses down my neck and back up to my ear, sucking the lobe into his mouth. Oh, dear. I melt against him. I like my women older. You're better in bed. How about we go back to your place, and I'll show you a good time. Just as I'm about to turn around, another man with beautiful chocolate skin and chiseled features holds out a shot glass. I go to reach for it, but he lifts it in the air and places the shot glass in his mouth and squats to my height. You want me to get that? I squeak, feeling foolish for not knowing. The man behind me rubs his seductive hand down my body, and he whispers, "See, Mummy, drink up." I wrap my lips around the glass and drink down the tequila. The stranger stands to his impressive lumbering height and brings his lips to mine, shoving his tongue in all corners of my mouth, drinking any remnants of tequila. You taste good. Oh my. I'm surrounded. What is a woman supposed to do? You want both of us, Mummy? The sexy man with the Spanish tongue licks the shell of my ear. You can have us. What is it that the young people say these days? YOLO? I'm going to YOLO the fuck out of these hot men. And then it's time to move on to Brazil, because fuck all the bullshit, you know? Life's too damn short to not sleep with gorgeous men. I play by the rules for far too long. Make a mess of yourself. You can clean up later. Listen to an old lady. You'll thank me.
Thank you for listening to Pirate, Book 6 in the Ruthless King's MC series, written by 𝐂𝐮, performed by Rachel Fulganetti and Tortom. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Featured Audio. Copyright 2020 by Ruthless Underworld LLC. All rights reserved.